All right, let's make sure this is all set up. Hello, everyone. Dark Synovia here, back with another stream. This one is talking about an a issue that I can talk about from personal experience because I've been through special education. If you've never experienced what it's like to be in special ed, you're not going to understand through experience why it's awful. But if you're willing to listen, assuming there's guest that comes on, I don't know if anybody is coming on. If whether there isn't, I'm doing the stream anyway as scheduled. Not gonna delay it like I have been doing for my past few streams. I'm not employed right now, and there's no excuse for me to delay this. So, special ed, what is it exactly? Why is it a form of child abuse? First off, I gotta discuss how someone gets into special ed when they're a child. Now, mind you, it's been a long time since I've been in school. Almost 20 years, in fact. So, some of the details I'm be talking about, it's going to be a little fuzzy for me because, I'm in my mid 30s. So, it's going to be a little bit difficult to recall everything, but I'll tell you from experience when they see signs of a child struggling to grasp what they're teaching the students, they'll just give up on you immediately and just put you into some special place, wherever they want, basically to have you out of sight, out of mind, basically, because so you're not like it with the rest of the normal students, because you can't learn in the same way as everyone else. So, not only does this basically segregate, and it is a form of segregation, a child from their peers, it does a lot of psychological damage to that child to the point where it's difficult for them to really function as adults because of the damage it does to their self-esteem, the ableism the child suffers from kindergarten up until they leave high school. And mind you, I'm talking about from the perspective of someone that grew up poor, that was in poverty. Because if you're poor, you're even worse off when you're in special ed than you are if you're not fucking poor. And I can only speak from experience. I can't speak for everyone because everyone has different experiences when it comes to special ed education.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I take it you just started the stream?
Yeah, I just started. I was just getting to the beginning of my personal experience with special ed, starting with kindergarten, is explaining from experience what has happened to me, what special ed has basically done. And I'm just talking from experience and what it generally does do to kids, because I've seen it happen firsthand. I've interacted with people who've been a victim of special education, not to notice how it destroys your self-esteem and it affects you even in your adult years.
Okay, yeah, because I was gonna say from my own experience, I was only in like special ed for about kindergarten, but even regardless of that, I went in and out of so many preschools. But nevertheless, what I can say is that a lot of the people that I saw who were in those classes, whether they were mildly autistic like a lot of us, or whether they were like moderate to severe, it's like if you make it to adulthood, there's gonna be there's gonna be certain psychological issues that honestly can only be treated if one can afford the best care, which no, not everyone can, and that's fairly obvious.
Yeah, and it's very, and what we really have isn't really. This is going to be a contradiction because I'm talking about the disabled struggle. this disability that is basically inflicted onto us.
Hmm.
It's a intellectual disability. It isn't, but is it really a disability? That is the question. But society makes us think that way because we can't learn in the same way. Yet, I've more often than not, I've seen people who have came from special ed who actually can grasp complex things that people who haven't even experienced special ed couldn't. I mean, for God's sake, I understand Marxism better than any person who has not gone to special ed. Most of people. So what the fuck is? How is would I have a disability? It's only it's mostly a disability because of financial. Because those who suffer from these disabilities are poor. If you're not poor, it's not. It's going to be negligible at best. You're not going to have the self-esteem issues that most people who have these disabilities have.
Well, yeah, because I was gonna say it. I was talking to my parents about this, but okay, so yeah, obviously it's like your average neurotypical person, and in fact, if we're looking in the context of the US, yeah, average white neurotypical person who's had everything handed down to them, has had a relatively normal life. Yeah, if you're it's like talking to these people like when I have in the past, it's like they're just like, what are you talking about? I've never experienced that. It's like, well, no, because you're a neurotypical and white colonizer who hasn't really suffered under the boot of too many problems other than interclass conflicts. So yeah, you're not going to know what it's like, it's like you're not going to know what it's like for someone who either has whether it's a real or perceived disability and how that affects people. Because I think, like you said too, for those of us with like the mild ASD, I think it's just a different brain structure, neurological patterns more than anything, not really a disability, just because, we don't think exactly in the same ways that like maybe a lot of my neurotypical friends do or any neurotypical family members that we all have. But that's
Well,
just the thing to consider.
I don't think separating kids from the rest of everyone is good for any child because that makes the child feel like there's something wrong with them.
Yeah, and that's another thing I was gonna say too, because it wasn't until I got into first grade where I was in the classroom with all the supposedly neurotypical people, and I was talking about this with a friend I reconnected with from all those years ago, 15 plus years ago, and he's not doesn't exactly have the same struggles that a lot of us have, but his brain chemistry is a little bit different. And we came to the conclusion, yeah, what the public schools and our parents, rich white community did essentially kind of fucked us up in specific ways that we may not be able to get past entirely, even if we do make progress in other fields.
Well, it's just money is always the obstacle. We can overcome our self-esteem issues with time and patience, but there's obstacles that we cannot overcome because I mean, if someone's born in poverty and I know for all of our leftist friends here, I reactionaries if they those who hate watch my content, it's like you can't just pull yourself out of your fucking bootstrap and expect to pull yourself up from poverty when they inflicted on to us from the very beginning. This is why child development is the most essential to human development. That's why I don't want to get too off topic, but this is a Carla. I can elaborate further for a different time. Why the right want to control education so much? Because if you can control what a child learns or what they don't learn, it you can actually make it easier to control them later in life. And I also view it as a form of social control too, how they treat the disabled. It's it's like it's eugenic how they segregate us as well. It's like yeah, there's kids that are not capable of functioning as you and I because I don't even want to use this word Down syndrome. But they
Yeah.
put
Oh, yeah.
but they put people who are capable of learning like the rest of us with people with Down syndrome. Now, I have nothing against people with Down syndrome. I don't. I think they should have a right to go to school just like everyone else. But I think segregating us and putting them with those people as well. I don't think this is thing what I'm saying is correct, but politically correct. I'm just gonna say it. That also does something to your confidence. Like why? It's like why am I not normal? Why can't I be like everyone else? They treat you like you're stupid. Like from my experience, like I had some of the worst teachers I've ever fucking dealt with in my fucking life, and I didn't start really learning anything in school until I started to do things on my own because I learned almost nothing in elementary school.
Yeah, because I mean, really, I can relate in the fact that in terms of anything meaningful, like as you said, how eugenics based this entire political economic system is, I really didn't start learning anything until I would argue parts of my online high school program because I didn't go to an actual high school, if people didn't know, and not really until parts of when I was in college. But besides from that, there's still a lot of stuff that I learned outside of this, indoctrination system. And when I tell people that, they're like, "How is that possible?" Well, because things like the internet exist, we have easier access to information outside of this bullshit indoctrination system. But also, I do want to say too, because I remember that too, where the more high functioning people like you and I, we would be put together with some of these more moderate to severe people, or as you kind of said, yeah, which could be people with Down syndrome. Yeah, no, I just remember in kindergarten being in the classroom with some of those people, and I'm like, "What's going on here?" And I would question at times, "Hey, why can't I go into the other classrooms?" And just looking back on it, I'm like, "Oh, yeah, eugenics segregation moment." But yeah, unfortunately, though, while there's people who have had it worse than like you or I, it still kind of begs the question. It's just kind of it even devalues like the more high functioning people like ourselves because oh look, well, you don't learn like the rest of us, so you guys must be like an alien class or something. You guys must be just as undesirable as all the colonized people. And it's just like what?
Well, when I think about it, I didn't actually start thinking about this. I mean, I thought about this subconsciously as a kid, but I didn't start openly showing contempt for these special ed classes until I was like 13 when I
Hmm.
started to show open contempt for them because I was basically too afraid to speak up it just this is probably this is not this is one of the reasons why reading is so important to me because I didn't know how to read until I was 12. That's not a joke. I did not know how to read until I was 12. Imagine not knowing how to read, how embarrassing and humiliating that is. Being functionally illiterate.
Well, yeah, I mean, even though I didn't have so much of a problem with the reading thing, essentially, I didn't even discover that I could do mathematics decently well until I was in college, and that kind of gave me a what the fuck moment, and I kind of realized, oh wow, this education system really is a lot more horrible than I thought, and kind of like you said, being because of the way this system, conditions us, being functionally illiterate until 12 years old, it's like just think it's like just think of all the potential that's being wasted in a lot of people. And I even see this in one of my friends who had to join the military out of circumstance, can't may be dyslexic and hasn't gotten all the help he can get for it just because missed potential and just not being able to know about the kind of help you can get. And I just find it embarrassing too because yeah, Jason mentioned something about not being able to do math at all on his one video, and I just think to myself, wow, we really are cast to the side if we can't keep up with other people. It's horrible, and I
Well,
can't believe I figured this shit out until college years.
well, I feel like if I was given the chance, I probably would be able to write. I would not be. I would be able to write decently well. It's just because I inherited the creative side of when it comes to my parents. So, and what I like to do is write is to write. And what a big obstacle for me is spelling and punctuation. And thanks to technology, I could get past one of the obstacles, which is spelling. It's a lot easier, but it's still
Mhm.
difficult. But anyway, that's beside the point. When I started reading on my own, I still, of course, I had help from a teacher that gave a damn and my grandmother. Well, I started to read prior to 12, but I couldn't do it on my own until 12. When I started to read on my own more, I let's just say my reading level increased a lot. I actually progressed faster than most of my peers who've been doing it longer.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because what I can remember too is that I remember when I was, going into all the courses that were tied into both my major in school and my minor. I just remember like majority of the classes and majority of the assignments. It's like at first there might have been some stuff I struggled with, but then after I figured out either, you know, figuring this out with other students or professors, or just doing like the inside on my own. I remember like I essentially became one of those students who skyrocketed or blazed over most of my peers, and I ended up becoming the one who helped so many of my peers towards the end. It was just kind of like, wow, I really went from being the one who needs the help to the one giving the help. It was just what
Well,
insane.
if I'm interested in learning something, I'll learn it and remember it.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
One of the most ridiculous thing is I was told I was better at this is back in a few years after I started to be able to read on my own. I was better at reading spelling than I was at reading, and I was like, I'm able to read Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, which isn't easy reading material for most people at my of my peers that who struggle with it. It's like, how what the hell are you talking about?
I'm not. Yeah, I get what you're saying because there can be a lot of interesting jargon in those books. I remember there was one book that I had to read. I think it was in my first or second year of high school that I went back and read on my own twice because I just was so intrigued by it that I'm kind of like. I think it would have been one of those books where it was considered hard to read by many. I'm like, no, this is actually easy to follow because 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 of just how it was written and like what was being explained. I'm like, wow, this is really interesting because it was a book. It was called The Jungle, so separate from the Jungle Book. Yeah, Jungle about working class Eastern European immigrant who dealt with a lot of the struggles that proles and lumpen proles had to deal with in cities like Chicago, where he moved to. And I just remember it just being able to follow through it, and I was just like, "Wow, this is amazing." And there's probably a lot of people who couldn't keep their attention or be able to follow on with it.
Well, I read everything. Comics. When I played a video game, I read cutscenes, dialogue and cutscenes. In fact, this is probably another reason I've been consistently reading since the age of 12. I've read back in high school. I started reading a lot of fan fiction too. So I did everything, and I read anything and everything. So that's how I've been able to to basically my skills have continued to improve and retain the skills that I gained. It's because I read everything and anything. And I was one thing I found really disgusting is I was discouraged from reading any comics or anything with pictures. It's like, what's the? Yeah, I remember one time. This is a joke. My SLED teacher's like, "Oh, you shouldn't be reading that. You should be reading a book." It's like, I am reading, idiot.
Well, that's the thing with comic books and illustrated books. It's like just because it has more pictures to follow along with the text, that doesn't mean it's not a book. It's like, oh, well, a book is just pure text. It's like a manuscript. No, no, a book can be many different things. It's like any other form of art. I mean, I've never really been too much into comic books, but I can still say it's like, well, no, those are still technically books. It's just with more I guess because it has more pictures, it can help one visualize the scenarios better.
Well, oh, I just read everything I could get my hands on. I read it. It didn't matter, and that's why I thought it was ridiculous. If I'm anyway, I got sidetracked. Reason why I started basically get rebelling against this whole special ed bullshit, because I didn't think about it really that much when I was, because when you're a teenager, you teenagers, a lot of teenagers, depending on your living environment, you tend to speak out more, because when you're a cop, depending on if you, what you how you were raised as a child, you might be more timid or afraid to speak out. Well, I was introduced through current events, which is another thing that actually probably in that was probably a mistake on their part if they wanted to do social control on me, to basically teach us current events, because I questioned why is this going on, why is this happening.
Yeah, because I kind of, in that case, I kind of remember going to a seminar at the place I went to for my first 2 years of college where they were talking about foreign intervention in Venezuela. And then I read some book about some, about some, American going to Turkey and all that. And then I just started looking into this stuff more with, foreign affairs. And then eventually, through my brother, it's like I came across Marx and Engels and then these different YouTube channels that made videos about Marxist theory in the Soviet Union. It's just that even helped me get into reading more. And it's like,
Well,
yeah,
that,
helped me enjoy it.
YouTube did not exist at the time I was going through that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It was before YouTube. I didn't have access to the internet really. It's just I started asking questions, and then when I had a teacher that didn't actually teach anyone how to read. She didn't do anything for anyone. I was like, wait, what the fuck? I'm in seventh grade, and I'm being taught shit that I've already learned 5 years ago. What the fuck? I got really angry. And I got because it was the first time I actually openly rebelled against my teacher, openly, because it was bullshit. I hated special ed, and from that moment onwards, and it has left a long emotional scar. Of course, I would argue it did it as a child, but it's just when you're abused for so long, you eventually you're gonna snap one way or another. I didn't violently do anything, by the way, to anyone. I didn't. That's not what I'm talking about by violent. Of course, I was more openly rebellious at fifth grade, but it was for different reasons than being in special ed. And the whole
Yeah.
point of this is not for people to feel sorry for special ed, because I know that's something a right winger would get if they look at the title of this stream. No, what I'm talking about is how this affects the proletariat, because this is a working class issue. That isn't discussed enough. It isn't. Disability, and majority of these intellectual disability, these mental disabilities that we suffer from, starts at childhood, because
Mhm.
that's where it starts, and we're basically set up to fail for life in the capitalist system. These whatever disabilities we have is a disability because of capitalism says it's a disability. We're not marketable. We're not valued in the workplace. And don't think I'm not going to bring up the workplace, because it's relevant here. All these programs like the regional center. For those who don't know, the regional center is a program that helps people with disabilities. Like, if you're poor, you're basically it's very difficult to get a job, especially if you like are a victim of the system. Oh, and if you are disabled, you are also more likely to basically be in the foster home system. So yeah, it's just one fucked up thing after another. Now, I was never in a foster home. I never got into one,
Yeah,
but
me neither.
I do know people who in special ed are far more likely to get into foster homes.
Well, yeah, because I remember, because I mentioned before I had one friend who was forced to turn to the military for survival, and I remember, it wasn't revealed until later in his life, and his grandmother told me that he was diagnosed. I think he was diagnosed by a set of nurses and doctors in my region, where he was diagnosed with what was formerly called Asperger's syndrome, or the other side of autism. And I remember the biggest concern about that was, oh, would he be able to function? And he was able to function, because he would excel in school just like I would and many others. But then eventually it kind of became to where he didn't want to hear it. He's like, no, I don't want to hear it. I don't There's nothing wrong with me. And because he hid that away, and unhealthily so, that's probably how he got into an institution like the military, since I'm pretty certain that the military won't let anyone with any type of disability join, well, for the very obvious reasons. But no, I mean, and he was even placed in the equivalent of foster care, and a type of prison like foster care throughout high school. And he remembers, he said, I fucking hated it. I fucking hated it. When anyone would visit him, they would strip them down and search them in case that they were trying to bring anything in. It was horrible. But yeah, it's just dehumanizing. Very much so, victim of the system.
Oh, for those of you who live in Orange County, will probably know this, or who have lived in California. Orangewood is one. I don't even know if it's still open, but that is basically a fucking prison for fucking people. And majority of the kids that are there are kids with disabilities.
It's interesting you mentioned that, because in my family, one of my mom's sisters is not not severely mentally retarded, but has like moderate mental retardation. And I remember, we tried, what was it, my mom and my other aunt, they tried placing her in, like, I think it was like almost like a form of assisted living, but not for elderly people. And essentially the way she got treated by the people over, like, the next county to the east, she was essentially dehumanized, to the point to where it's like she was like living almost like in a prison like, or a serf like situation, basically paying for everyone else's expenses and fun time, while she was the one, breaking her back for everyone else, including the, neurotypical staff, who were really just, eugenicists, racists and classists
And
themselves.
let's not even though I've never had this experience, but I do know it does exist in enough numbers that it's a problem. Well, problem is an understatement. A lot of people with disabilities are victims of child molestation.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, what is it? Not only that, but I remember some people were saying at one point that in the millennial and zoomer generations, that because of things like the internet, and because of more people having real or perceived disabilities, there were more victims of, well, sex abuse as children.
I will say this, I'm fortunate enough that I've never experienced that, but just because I never experienced that portion of the abuse doesn't mean it doesn't exist, or there aren't kids that haven't experienced or are experiencing it.
Right, exactly.
And it's important that this gets brought up, because I wasn't properly diagnosed until I was in my late 20s. For most of my life, I didn't actually know this until like 2010. The reason why I was treated the way I was in these systems is because I was labeled as mentally retarded. That was my diagnosis, even though
Oh,
I wasn't I wasn't anything like that, because my grades were bad. I struggled with math, which I still do to this day. I struggled with reading. I was labeled as mentally retarded, and that did not change until I saw a psychiatrist that actually tested me, and I was labeled, which is obvious for anyone who's talked to people who have autism, that I have autism. It's like, oh, that's fucking nice. I didn't say that. That would have been. Then again, those with autism are all basically still treated as mentally retarded. But in a socialist society, these disabilities that I have would not be a disability at all. It's only considered one because of how you can function in the capitalist fucking machine.
Well, that brings up another thing too, because I mean, there was a night I had to explain, because I had to explain to my parents that for whatever reason, they were convinced that the reason why that we had it better than a lot of other people who had kids who were diagnosed with ASD, or if they had something else compared to other households, they were convinced that, oh, yeah, and this is kind of their age showing too. They thought it was entirely because, well, we got these opportunities because of capitalism. And I said to them, no, I flipped that logic. I'm saying, no, if we were working class or lumpen, we would have actually received worse treatment and have had a different experience than, those who are bourgeois, petty bourgeois, or labor aristocrat. And I then just straight up told them, no, if we were in a socialist system like that of the early Soviet Union or the GDR, that things could have come out differently, and we would be functioning with everyone else at the same level, because there isn't that divide, there isn't that kind of eugenics.
Well, it is a form of eugenics, and
Yeah.
they put so many barriers to make it difficult to function, like the for housing. In order to this has something to do with special ed because it's relevant when I'm talking about housing is very difficult to get if you don't have government fucking assistance. And I'm not talking about social security or disability. I'm not talking about that because even with that, it's impossible to find a place without assistance from the government because these places, almost all of them require first and last month's rent, which no one who isn't employed is going to be able to afford that. And it was a struggle to even get into the place that I currently live at. I had to make a very hard decision because I didn't want to live in the place where I'm living at now. It isn't bad. I think the people I live with are cool, but I'm talking about I feel like my part of my autonomy has been taken from me. But I had a choice. Do I because every other fucking apartment and this is Orange County, California, people. So take that into consideration. The cost of living was high that when I got this place I currently live at in 2019. It's like rent was like $1,000 when I first got into this place. Now it's 1,300,
Oh my god. Ugh.
and they do it based off your social security income.
That, yeah, I was gonna say what I found with a lot of these, so-called, government aid money programs is that, okay, because I was talking about this with, all the other comrades in the one chat, and we basically said, yeah, like I think it's like with Medicare, for instance, because Medicaid, people don't get until they're older. We were talking about how, if you make a certain amount of money, or if you have $2,000 or more in your bank account, you're essentially taken off of those, or you're actually charged more out of the amount you get based on how much you get, and how it's just a way of, enforcing poverty amongst those who are most vulnerable.
What's really ridiculous, this is before I was terminated from Trader Joe's. I worked this is before my hours were cut. Social Security was claiming the amount money I was making at Trader Joe's was too much for my Social Security, even though I worked 14 hours a week. And the average check was like around $420. But they don't count gross income. I mean, not gross income. Sorry, the income that you take home. They count
Yeah,
what
net
you get
pay.
before taxes.
Oh yeah.
That's bullshit because I don't have like about 10% of my income is taken every time I get every check. Why is that being used against me? I can't use that money.
Yeah, you can't use that money unless if you're lucky, with a tax refund every April, which no, not everybody is. And I kind of find that funny too because what is it? When I got my current job, doing what I'm doing with maps and, data and all that, I remember for a little bit, I was still getting a lot of the Medicare money from the state of Indiana. But then once they figured out how much I'd actually been saving in my account from like practically every check, then they're like, oh, no, 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 we're not going to give you any extra money now that we know what you're making and what you have in your bank account. Oh, but for whatever reason, they'll still cover part of my healthcare costs, which is nice because yeah, the healthcare plan is from my work is to be something else, but at the same time, it's just kind of like it kind of limits where I can live, but at the same time, with how high rents are, it's not going to be any better. And
Well, that's
yeah,
one
no.
thing right wingers who claim, oh, if you can't, if it's too expensive to live in California, you shouldn't move. It's like, yeah, that's easy for someone who's already well off it themselves. First off, are you disabled? Do you, and if you aren't disabled, then do you not know, like, how in some states, if you lose your social security, you are basically fucked and you can't, and it's nearly impossible to get it back because the way that the social security works in whatever state, it's different. It's not the same in California as it is, and let's just as it would be in another state.
Yeah, well, and that's another thing too, because kind of like you say, with right wingers will say, "Well, if you don't like that with California, just leave." Yeah, I mean, I saw someone, even though I don't know why I still use it sometimes, probably because of certain family and friends. But I remember there was some idiot from the next county over from where I live on Facebook. He's like, "Well, I don't understand how anyone can still bear. I don't know how Illinois still has any people living over there, and Illinois being another one of those, very liberal states like California where they develop a certain spending problem for whatever reason. It's just like it was just another like white right winger who is just like, well, I don't understand how anyone can still live over there, and it's like, dipshit, you do realize not everyone who lives in Illinois, like California, can leave, and not to mention, there are also people, if they do become well off, not everyone's also willing to leave Illinois, because of higher tax or whatnot for Indiana for supposed cheaper taxes. And it's just like, especially too, like with people who are on Medicare or on other government assistance programs, where if you move to another state, you could potentially not get back onto it. Or if you did, you're going to be on a fucking long ass waiting list. And it'd be horrible. That's why I kind of said, like, with my, remaining Medicare benefits, if I had to move to Illinois immediately, that would cause some problems, like with my health insurance.
It isn't just that. It's like, okay, you move, okay. Let's say you're disabled. How is someone going to move without a car? And
Yeah.
even if you were to get rid of all your shit, yeah, that would still not solve the problem. Okay, you move to this state. Okay, well, you have to be employed. Well, what if there's no places that would hire you?
Yeah, right. And that's another struggle too, because I remember until I found my current job, I just kept getting reject letter after reject letter, and it's just like, oh, for fuck's sake, if this doesn't work, I'm just gonna have to do this, with my dad for potentially the rest of my life, as long as capitalism still exists. But then I found this job, and I'm like, okay, it's like, okay, we'll do for the time being, but let's say if something happens, if I get fired from this job, then it's kind of like, well, what then? Because I've got certain debts to pay at the car and all that. It's like, what then? Because unless if I'm making some type of income, yeah, I'll be fucked, and I'll be taken advantage of more because of, well, yeah, what we already stated.
Yeah, they do live in fairy tale land, and and this hyper individualism is like that's forced on everyone, including the disabled. It's just disgusting. Like, it is a struggle, and this isn't just a. I'm not saying this for all of you to feel sorry for me or anything, right? But it's it's sometimes very difficult to sometimes like when when you go through the system, like going to college is even a struggle.
Oh yeah, for sure. Um,
At least
y-
college doesn't segregate you like it does in like other schools do. So that's a plus, but it's very difficult and for the disabled to even thrive in college. Yeah, there's disabled programs, but they've never really helped me at all when I ever applied.
well, and that's the thing too, because I struggled with college very early on. Once like it's like eventually I figured out how to maneuver my way through it, and you know get the result I was looking for in the end. Really, yeah. I mean, sure, it's better structure than, like, let's say, any other level of schooling, but at the end of the day, because of the financial cost and just, what's expected of you at first, especially if you haven't had a preparation beforehand, it can be a lot to take in and very hard to maneuver. Some people can't maneuver at all. Some people can't maneuver it at first, but then until later. But then, of course, there's some people who can maneuver it entirely. It just, depends.
I remember the first one of my first semesters. I had one of the worst instructors because she didn't tell anyone how to properly format a paper until halfway through the semester,
Oh,
and
hello.
I yeah.
Well, it's interesting because this is part of the reason why I was glad I transferred schools halfway through my college career. Was the school I went to for the first 2 years of college, and the reason why I went there was because I had gotten low test scores. I think it was on the SAT, and keep in mind that's another example of, oh yeah, well, clearly this shit isn't designed for people like us. It's designed for the average neurotypical person. So as a result, I had to go to this, shitty kind of like this shitty tier kind of like local branch of one of the state colleges, more kind of like a community college almost. Nothing against community colleges. It's just this place was kind of something else. Part of the problem was I heard like after I transferred from one of my friends who's still going there for one of their more lucrative or sought degrees, which was engineering. He told me that there, like when we started, there was a graduating class from that place where they weren't even taught anything in their degree properly, in their major or their minor, or any of the required, general courses. And what happened was all the professors, most of the professors in that place, were giving people grade like these massive grading curves to where they shouldn't have got these good grades. And because of that, because of not learning any of the material that they were supposed to bring out with them into the world, essentially all that entire graduating class all got fired from their jobs for the same reason, because they didn't understand what they were doing. And I realized to myself, okay, I'm glad I got out of that school, just because what could have happened to me and to some of my other friends. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If I ended up staying at that school for all those years and going into something that I didn't enjoy, I could be in a very different situation than I am now. But it just goes to show, even then, a lot of these instructors are shitty. They don't care, and at the end of the day, they're just there to grift and make money, like anyone else is really.
And the right answer to people who are struggling financially is learn a trade, learn a trade, learn a trade. It's like, okay. Someone struggling to survive, how are you going to learn a trade while you're trying to get basically not be homeless?
Not be homeless, stay alive. Well, and that's and another thing that the right wing is ignoring in that case, probably many liberals too, for that matter, is that not everyone has the skill sets to do those kinds of trade jobs. Just as not everyone has the skill sets to do college jobs. Like my brother works in, blue collar warehouse job and I work in a white collar office setting, if those environments were flipped onto us, we probably wouldn't survive as well in the opposite environments, just because that's how our skills differ. So like when these right wingers say, "Oh yeah, learn a trade," or when like these white liberals say, "Oh yeah, go to college entirely," it's like they're failing to consider not everyone has the same skill sets or strengths and weaknesses, and especially too, it's like if you're trying to survive, you got to do what kind of caters to you.
Well, it's just like this. It also is the contradiction between capitalism and freedom. It's like, okay, if if you're going to say this degree that you're going to college for, let's say you want an art degree or you want something to do with art, you say
Right.
that's worthless. It's like, okay, then I thought we were a free society. Should I thought whatever happened? We all know this is bullshit. What happened to
Yeah.
liberty in the pursuit of happiness?
Well, it's like
Not.
Lenin said, it's liberty in the pursuit of happiness for whom?
It's like not every, and this is the thing that the right wants to basically and they want to inject their fucking greed and their shit onto everyone else. So humans are greedy naturally. It's like, no, we're not
No.
naturally greedy. That's bullshit. Because I want to be an art. I would rather spend my time, making art than than rotting my soul away and body at a fucking shit job like the one like Trader Joe's. I'd rather fucking do that because that is what interests me, not this stupid fucking childish. Oh, learn a trade or just go to college so you can learn something that'll make you money. And here's another thing: you can learn a trade and still be fucked because most people with college degrees are working shit jobs anyway.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to. Okay, I lost my train of thought for a second, but and that's the thing too. Like, oh yeah, USA, yep, not a free country, but that's the thing too. Like, if my degree is a geography or a GIS, geographic information systems degree, you know, I enjoy to an extent. I do enjoy what I do, but I would enjoy what I do more is if I was able to make maps more freely in the way I want to, where it could be like a cartographic art piece, or do research and collect data in the ways that would satisfy me, fulfill me. And that's the whole point of freedom, the pursuit of happiness. But no, unfortunately, it's like I gotta work away at this job that kind of grinds away at my mental health at times. And yeah, no, it's just like, yeah, whatever happened to that freedom and pursuit of happiness?
College is a waste of fucking time. Take it from someone that wasted almost a decade of going to college. So much time and so much money wasted. I dropped out in 2020 because, of course, it's obvious why I dropped out. Yeah, I think distant learning was just too alienating for me. I need to be around people to learn,
Yeah, I do too.
and not to mention the kind of hear this shit: poetry, comic strips, short stories, teaching all that in a creative writing class in the course in the span of 8 weeks. Now, I have no issue with any of these subjects being their own classes, but all three in one, you're not going to be able to learn how to do any of them well.
Yeah, you need more of like individual classes to be able to learn the different elements or principles of these different, art forms or writing forms.
Honestly, I hated doing a comic strip because writing a short story isn't the same as writing a comic strip. Because
No.
I feel like I'm restricted what I can write with a comic strip because I'm not an artist. Okay, that's kind of I can't draw to save my life, and I feel like I'd rather just write a short story instead. because I feel like the only thing that would limit myself is my imagination. That is the limit how I see for a short story, and I'd rather write a short story. And I decided. Thank you, Joanne. By the way, I can't help but keep joking about Joanne kicking me off Twitter. I decided to fuck it and just start writing myself. Fuck these colleges. Fuck these bourgeois institutions. And fuck, I'm not going to spend fucking money learning how to do creative writing. It's like, why? Why should I? Why when I can just basically write this shit myself? It's like I never learned anything in these fucking schools. None of the I didn't learn anything in school, and I'm not saying that as a joke. I'm fucking serious. As That's why I find I'm not saying school should be abolished. Don't get that. Do not take what I'm saying like that. What I'm basically saying is when these education systems are so worthless that to learn you have to basically learn on your own. But let's be real, most people are not going to do that.
Right, yeah, no, because that's the point of why most people go to school anyway, is to have the education provided to them instead of seeking it out themselves. Well, and that's the thing I kind of remember too. It's like, well, I don't exactly regret going to college. There are parts of it where both my friend, evolutionary Marxist, and I, where we said, yeah, we don't necessarily regret going, but there's definitely parts of it that made us realize, oh yeah, no, what capitalism conditions us to, be is definitely inferior to what we could have been. If this were like a socialist alternative. But I think that's kind of a little bit besides the point. Um, yeah, because I remember another thing too. A complaint amongst many of the students in my department at school, fellow students in my department at school, were that there were some things like with satellite imagery that seemed really cool, and it was. But the problem was with how much they taught us, like within the span of a 16-week semester, 4 month semester. The issue was, okay, how much of this do we really retain other than some of the surface level stuff that we would need to use out in, the real world or with a job? It was that at times it was kind of disappointing because really what those courses are more so teaching you to do is how to survive, even if in a commercialized and industrialized hellscape, more than actually being able to learn something and applying it well. Like, not to say there weren't things that I didn't learn. Of course I learned plenty, but I felt like within that, those courses, the time span, we could have learned a lot more cool stuff too.
Yeah, of course, the right solution is to defund public schools. That's their solution.
Yeah, Arkansas moment. I know that's what they're doing there.
It's like that's not a solution at all.
I mean,
Well,
that's just reinforcing more of like an old colonial British style education or a Nazi style education, where really you'd only get like like a truly like rich education by being in the right class or right caste. And well, I mean, it's pretty clear that the right wants that in this country too. If well, of course they've already been putting that through for decades already, but no, 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 no. We need it more like that. We need it more like how the Nazis did it or how the Brits did it.
it's funny how libertarians who are against public schools don't see just how little difference their ideology is from literal fucking Nazis.
Well, I'd argue that libertarians are just Nazis with a snake cloak. Oh, no, because that's the thing too. I remember on my cell phone, I remember something popped up from like one of the like Indiana-oriented subreddits where it was like someone's like it was on someone's like front lawn on like their little their little cheaply constructed home out in the middle of who knows where they were flying one of those libertarian "don't tread on me" flags, but then right next to it they were flying the Wehrmacht edition of the swastika flag.
Don't tread on me. It's like, okay, you say don't tread on me, so but you have no issues of treading on other people.
No, that's exactly it. Though this logic doesn't apply to me, but it applies to thee. That's bourgeois, petty bourgeois thinking in a nutshell. It's very white thinking in a nutshell.
Libertarianism is a petty bourgeois ideology, and I won't be convinced it isn't.
Oh no, for sure. Because I do remember in a political science course I took at the community college I went to for my first 2 years. I remember like like almost the entire class was debating against these two like white petty bourgeois slash labor aristocrat individuals who were arguing for like libertarianish principles about having private health care. And the rest of us, I remember myself and and a Lebanese student were basically chewing these guys out a new asshole, and it's like, no, healthcare should be a right for all. No, this shit should not be privatized. Like, well, no, actually, the logical solution, because I'm an engineering student or I'm this business student. It's like, well, see, that's the problem. You're already in degrees where they teach you that, like, where it's either based on teaching you that everything private property is good, or that you're the agent of private property, so you can only think inside of the restricted lens.
Well, that's just it's what they believe. It's basically eugenics. What
Yes.
people who believe in privatized healthcare. It's eugenics because I actually argue with a libertarian at my former job. I asked him, "Do you think those who can't afford healthcare deserve to die?"
What did he say? Did he say, "Yeah"?
He had no answer.
That's well, that's very sus right there.
For me, that's a non-answer is an answer because if you can't answer a simple yes without no without hesitation, then your answer is yes.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like those people who say, like, I can think of a few analogies. I'm neither left nor right. They end up being right wing, or
Oh, they tend to be more right wing than the right wing.
yeah, kind of like how Jason said Caleb Maupin is actually more right wing than most American right wingers.
Or how the Young Turks are in some ways more right wing than even the people in the Daily Wire.
Oh my! Oh, well, it's kind of funny that about the Young Turks too, because I remember that Jimmy Dore was originally an employee of the Young Turks, and the whole point was he split from them originally to be more left them. Well, no, now he's more right wing, but then the Young Turks became more right wing too, because Cenk Uygur, he's essentially just a right winger too, and it's like, so what was the whole point of splitting off from each other then?
When their politics are exactly the same.
It's just one supports U.S. and Ukrainian style Nazism. The other one supports Russian style Nazism.
Okay, they are not more right wing than the Daily Wire. I said in some instances they're more right wing
Yeah, fair enough.
because it'd be inaccurate to say they're more right wing than the Daily Wire because completely. The reason I say that because even though they agree with Matt Walsh, they're not the ones that are openly calling for genocide against trans people like Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh's are. Even though it really doesn't make much of a difference because they're more open with their genocidal rhetoric. It doesn't, but there's other things that just I would rather deal with the Young Turks, let's just say, as an enemy than the Daily Wire. Let's just say that because the Daily Wire is far more dangerous than the Young Turks.
Well, it's kind of like the whole analogy Malcolm X gave of what was it, the fox and the wolf. It's kind of, but like the fox is more likely to give concessions to us and likely to make our own stands before eventually discarding us, while the wolf is more likely to discard all of us quickly. Or social fascists granting us more freedoms before they dispose of us, compared to the orthodox fascists.
Like I said in some ways doesn't, but then again, it's like okay, which it's like comparing Apple. It's like okay, this person's a fascist and that person's a fascist. Do do I really like is it really like something we should be really like talking about in depth? Like, of course, between the two though, in the daily, what's the Young Turks? I think Cenk Uygur is actually far more reactionary than his female co-host. I forgot whatever her name is.
Well, I thought Cenk Uygur was I thought Jason said he was originally a Republican who got angry with them and just supposedly turned Democrat for a while. That whole kind of grift, and then when it suited him, got enough money, got powerful enough, just went back to the classical right wing politics, but just masquerading as a Democrat.
Oh, but we have to win, Paul. We have to. Of course, this is whatever. The longer these streams goes on, the more the subject will change. It'll probably change back eventually, assuming we don't get another guest that comes on. But Cenk, the Young Turks, they've always been reactionary, and I'm just gonna every YouTuber that's all shocked that they're going this reactionary route is like, it was right in your fucking face the whole time that these people are reactionary. Why are you shocked?
Because some people don't expect liberals to go that route a lot of times, but eventually, if liberals get fed up with enough their own bullshit, they will go down that route, and that's what people tend to forget.
Joseph Stalin was. Why do I have to constantly quote Joseph to say that Joseph Stalin wrote about this shit almost a century ago about the Social Democrats being the moderate wing of fascism? How many times we have to say that before people will get it? Joseph Stalin was right. I don't care for you baby leftists who are watching this video. You could cope and seethe. You call us tankies for saying that Joseph Stalin has always been right about social democrats. They're all fascist without exception, from Kyle Kalinske
Oh God.
to every person that's in the. If you're still in the Young Turks, and I'm just going to say this, not former people, but people who are still in the Young Turks, they're all fascists. You cannot that. I'm just going to say it how it is. They're all fascists. Those who are still in the Young Turks, they drove away their only trans person that was there, who was visible.
Yeah, it's crazy. It is crazy. It is crazy to think about how, like you said, a lot of this stuff was written by either Lenin or Stalin or Mao, like a century or almost a century ago. But I think it's kind of like with the shit type of education we've all been given. Not everyone's going to realize that because, well, I could go into more about it, but that's kind of going off topic.
Well, I'm tired of these liberals who are masquerading as Marxists, and he probably, some people may know a certain person I'm talking about who I've shared some of his videos because I think he makes good content, though it's kind of shit like a good chunk of the time, but whatever. A clock is right at least a few times a day. But I forgot his name. It escapes me. But he lives in Ireland or England. I don't remember what. He lives in the UK, and he covered what's going on. That's how I found out what was going on with the Young Turks. I don't fucking watch these people. I've avoided them like the plague. I never liked them. Even before I became a communist, I never liked them. Like, they always came off as very slimy people.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, even even before I was a Marxist, even a lot of these reactionary news outlets, when I was still, reactionary, I didn't care for most of these people because I'm like, yeah, well, what the fuck are they gonna do? Well, what the fuck are they gonna do for me? But obviously, I see past that now.
Well, I still
Yes,
like,
yes.
if you're a sorry,
No, I'm saying
continue.
yes to the quote.
Oh, like, this is the reason reason why Stalin is hated by these people, because Stalin has been proven to be right. Yeah, there's some problematic stuff of Stalin. I'm not gonna defend everything Stalin did. No, that's not what I'm basically saying.
Right.
Like I could talk about how Stalin didn't do enough to, like. Of course, this is more of a joke because I just to piss off the reactionaries. I don't think he killed enough Nazis. I think he was too soft.
I
I
mean,
think he could have
yeah.
done the. I think he could have fought the Second World War better. I think the way he handled that was not very was not the best. I think he kind of made some serious errors that cost lives unnecessarily. So and
Yeah.
some stuff he did towards the end of his life. So I'm not going to just defend everything Stalin did, but Stalin, it was right about the Social Democrats. That's undeniable. And yeah, that is the person I'm talking about. Um, Logan, that's who I'm talking about. Yeah, it's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, he has
The
good.
Cravernacle.
Yeah, he has good takes, but when his takes on some of his takes on communism are just awful. I just cringe. It's like I know it's better. I don't expect everyone to be perfect, but the very fact that he's like trying to be friendly with this whatever the hell what's that guy named Hassan? I think that's his name.
Oh,
I
Sam
don't,
Piker.
it's like the very fact that he's like, okay, you're friendly with these kind of people, but not actual real fucking communists. It's like that's why it's like, okay, you're not as bad as you're not Vosh. I'll give you credit because he criticizes Vosh. He has, but it's like, but it's not. But it's a very fucking low bar to fucking set to basically go. Oh, you're not as bad as Vosh. It's like, yeah, that's very fucking low. It's like saying you're not as bad as Caleb Bottman or Yankee Takey.
Yeah. Well. I mean, this. Yeah, Cravernacle or whoever it is. They just sound like someone. Oh yeah, you can agree. You can agree with them on many things, but not with this topic. No, not with this topic.
Well, he's not. He's not doing have anything to do with the Young Turks anymore after his last video. But I don't care. I just feel like, what the are what you watched it for 10 years? What what the fuck? How can you watch someone who's so smug and constantly gaslights like people that like Bernie voters or people that didn't want to vote for Joe Biden or people or the African American community or LGBTQ plus people or trans people? It's like, wait, what? They've been gaslighting fucking people for years, and we're now because they're openly transphobic, which you're gonna do it. Okay, not saying you shouldn't cut people for being transphobic, but you waited this long.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing too. It's like they've already been gaslighting people for years too, but now it becomes really problematic because now they're gaslighting, the trans people, people in the LGBTQ plus community. It's like so it only becomes a problem when certain groups of people are affected more than others. When it's like, well, no, it's problematic no matter who's being affected by it. I don't know, just the selective reasoning of a lot of people kills us all.
It just okay. He is better than Vosh, Hassan, Caleb, Muffin, and Hawes, but that is such a low bar that it's not even worth talking about.
Yeah,
It's really sad.
yeah, no. Oh, shit's
That's
depressing.
that's the state of things that we have to say. At least they're not as bad as XXX people.
Yeah, because then we're just setting the bar for, oh, who can be slightly better than this asshole? Oh, who can be or who's worse than this guy? It's like, no. at that point, if that's how we're comparing people, then we need to reevaluate ourselves.
I
That's all
just
I can say.
I gotta say this guy I talked about earlier. I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm not the biggest. I'm not a fan of Bad and Panada, but when Bad and Panada has a better takes than you, Bad and Panada, another guy that I don't particularly care for that much. Yeah, I'm done. We've gone off topic long enough, and yeah, oh, definitely, disabled people are definitely gaslighted. I've experienced this. Like, I can't remember the amount of times I didn't get gaslighted for being in that position, for being
Well,
like,
well, one thing I was gonna say is when I kind of, what was it? When I almost got into conflict with someone I met through a friend group who, even though I think they had ADHD themselves, they weren't really understanding some of my traits as an autistic person. So we kind of had to, we had to hash things out at one point. And I remember he said to me after I explained myself, and I think one of my other friends got involved and talked to him about it, where he said, look, I'm sorry, it's like, I'm sorry if I made you feel this way, it's just kind of like, so some of the stuff is kind of new to him, and he has his own struggles of ADHD too. So it's just kind of like, well, then I basically said to him, "Look, I'm not particularly offended, even though obviously some of this stuff came off. It's kind of toxic. It's like I told him, oh no, I've received far worse treatment than from you or from any of you who just met me and who are new to the whole thing with the ASD."
yeah. I mean, gaslighting is something that the disabled go through on a daily basis. When like my former employers, I don't care if I shit on these people because what are they gonna do? Fire me?
Oh, wait, did you hate to ask this? What are they gonna do? Fire me? Did you make a reference to the
I made a reference to my former job, Trader Joe's, because like they gaslighted me because wanted I wanted more hours, but and the person at my job, I actually think she was gaslighting me too, my job coach. When I told her in her face, I am not going to beg and grovel for more hours. I refuse to degrade myself.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna ask when you specifically said, "Oh, what are they gonna do? Fire me?" I thought you
Yeah.
were making a reference to a line in the show, Regular Show, where one of the characters said that, and then boom, they just got fired.
Well, I make that as a joke. It's like you can't fire me if I'm already been fired.
Right? Yeah, I get that.
Because they should have never. Because I'm afraid that we even reveal this stuff. But then again, I've talked about the job without even mentioning it. So I've been ranting about it for a while. I'm not even ranting. I'm just bringing up because it's related to the disabled struggle, like employment. It's like I've been trying to get another job before I got terminated, and it's like, what the fuck? It's like I I was gaslighted. It's like, oh, you know what? Maybe you should get a transfer. It's like, no, that's not going to work. I want a new job.
Well, I mean, I remember in the one chat you were stating what had happened and how they essentially just they had you take the bus out there, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm sorry," and then basically how it was like it turned into like a sick joke almost. I don't know. It just kind of sounds like with an experience like that, because you said at that job too that you just said out loud one day, like "fuck the police" or something, and that's what got a bunch of them really mad and turned on you.
Well, I said actually no, I didn't say fuck the police. No. That's not bad. That's not what's bad. I said the only good cop is a bad cop, and all cops are fascists.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was trying to remember what you had said and how that turned a lot of people on your job against you. And when I remember, I read through that. I'm just like, oh, go figure. All it's like, well, of course, all the management in these places are going to be pro America because they've got the class position. But it's just insane to me how not enough people have seen through a lot of the horrors that the police have carried out to this population on a daily basis.
Well, I've seen too many videos on social media for me not to hate the police. And in the real world, I see a bunch of cops ganging up on one person. It's like, why is there 6 cars? There's one person. What threat? How much of a this person doesn't isn't armed?
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of times too, like when I'll see a supposed traffic stop on like on my way to work or on my way home, I'll see as like there's one police officer standing outside of someone's car door, that there's like another cop like in the back, Joe, just in case if something happens. I'm like, how fucking weak are you all if you have to have like another person or like a gang of people with you just because it's like, is one person really that strong enough to take your weak asses out? Like, what the fuck?
I call them the gang is gang the gang the gang's in blue for a reason. It's actually to intimidate bystanders more than anything else.
Yeah, it's to scare the public into being complacent with their exploitation.
Like I hate the police, and I'm not ashamed that I said fuck the police. Essentially, I didn't because not everyone on my job disagreed with me. It's just the fucking from that point onwards, I was far more cautious talking to people. By the way, in the last 2 years of my job, because I didn't know who to who was my enemy and who's a snitch and who isn't.
Yeah, yeah, no, I get that.
Like it's like it's well that was well I let's just say I was I was the pariah, and I will and I'm there was one of the people that had nothing against, like, oh no Darsonovi, that's not true. It's like I'm a pariah here. I'm not one of the favored workers anymore.
Yeah,
And what one of my job coaches was trying to say, oh, I was like, oh, it's not true. You are an ideal worker. It's like, no, I'm not. An ideal worker would have no self respect.
they would say yes to everything that their bosses would say, no matter what the cost is. And essentially, as a result, once they would get outside of their job, then they would treat others like in their family or friend groups like shit because they're just taking in how they were treated and thinking it's okay to treat others that way. That's what they really mean by the, oh, ideal worker. Yeah, no, the ideal worker that they're really referring to would be an ideal bootlicker, which, you and I, it's like we're not the ideal workers. We're the ideal humans, as Pat Sloan in his book Soviet Democracy implied.
Well, to I mean, when you're this is has nothing to do with being disabled, but being in the workplace, like they will use everything against you to make it as difficult as possible for you to function in the workplace, especially if you're disabled and you came out of the system. It's like it is so difficult to get employment if you were once in special ed, because who's going to hire you if they find out, oh, you have a disability, but you don't specify what that disability is? Oh, you have a learning disability. It's like, what the fuck does that even? Well, they know what it means, but they basically think that you're mentally retarded because when they say learning disability, they assume like something that's the exact opposite of what it actually means. Even though I consider learning disability to be ableistic in general, just even using that fucking term. I hate that term. I've always hated it.
Yeah, learning disability, it's like, well, really, it's like when they say when they say learning disability. Oh, well, you don't learn like the rest of us, so you're disabled. No, it's just learning differently. Just means you learn differently and might understand some things better than others. Really what that's really what it is. That's what
Yeah,
being
but
neurodivergent is.
I'm not to sound like it, not to sound like overconfident or narcissistic or anything, but majority of my workers who've probably never been in special ed, I could fucking say, I could like, I when I put them on the task to actually ask critical questions, like, what does freedom actually mean? What is freedom? What does it mean? Who freedom for who?
And they probably can't answer it.
Nope, they cannot. Or because I give my own definition of freedom. My definition of freedom is free from what when we have all your needs, all your basic needs met, and you don't have to worry about anything. That is freedom.
Yeah, I I'm not arguing with that. So
Because to me, if all your basic needs are met, and that is true freedom, because you don't have to worry about food, you don't have to think about having a roof, not having a roof over your head. Like if you have everything that you need to survive and that all those needs are met, you are free because you're free to do anything else. But then again, that kind of freedom cannot exist under capitalism because capitalist freedom is the freedom to oppress. That's what
yes,
capitalist freedom is. Like if you're disabled, are you truly do you really truly have freedom?
no,
Like you're basically gatekept from doing basic things that everybody else takes for granted. Like, oh god, oh god, like my healthcare is fucking shit. Like I have like Cal Optima, which is one care. Like it's very difficult for me to like to even to see a doctor or to see a dentist because certain procedures are not paid by the insurance. Like it took forever. Call when I got when I got a deep cleaning one time. It took me almost 2 years to get one because none of the fucking dentists would pay for it. At least would accept the insurance that I had. And regional center would not have me go to their specified like dentist until like everything all other options were exhausted
yeah.
because they didn't want to they were reluctant to pay for it.
Well, and yeah, that's really the thing too, because yeah, when people will say, "Oh yeah, America is the land of the free," there's such freedom here. I came from this country to have freedom here in great America. It's really, yeah, no, it's the freedom to exploit and to make the lives of others, as miserable as possible, while only few thrive as possible. Because yeah, really, that's the thing too. Okay, so all freedom, your basic needs made. You don't have to worry about anything else for your immediate survival to where you can do what you want. I mean, yeah, literally, I'm not arguing against that, and think in fact it's like, it's like, and I think that's what a lot of the I think that's what a lot of the capitalists realize that is what freedom is. But kind of like my brother said to me, really, it's like in capitalism, you only are able to get that freedom if you have the money, the purchasing power. And well, because not everyone has the money or purchasing power, then they don't have the freedom. So then that's also another thing. Freedom in capitalism is you have all the money, all the capital to do whatever the fuck you want.
That is true. Like every time I argue with my libertarian coworker of mine about freedom, it's like, oh, the at least in America we're free. It's like because it's like freedom from what? This country. I've even said this country. Everything that's about this country is wealth is stolen from the global south. We only have our way of life because we steal all the wealth through imperialism and colonialism. And he got really triggered when I brought up colonialism.
Well, yeah, because I mean, at first this country got the majority of its wealth from from indigenous land theft, manifest destiny and such, and slavery, and then eventually in the 1900s, it kind of became more of what we now know as imperialism, and that's how we have, we have all this wealth here and all this supposedly advanced technology and all that is because we constantly loot slash plunder, rob, rob, murder, rape others, and as a result, people are like, why can't other countries do the same thing that America or Europe has done? That's because America and Europe are the ones who are already doing that, and there can only be one exploiting many. That's literally how that works.
Yeah, the same kind of people that will claim Elon Musk is a genius, even though the guy's a fucking moron and he's running Twitter to the ground.
Yeah, or the fact that he fucking owns Tesla, which is just a bunch of shitty, overpriced cars. I bet you my 2018 Toyota Camry is probably better than one of those stupid ass fucking Teslas.
It Elon Musk is proof that wealth doesn't buy intelligence. He's an idiot.
Well, then again, there are some people in those classes who will buy into and believe their own bullshit, and let them bathe in their own filth. They'll literally drown and die in their own filth. I bet you that will happen to Elon.
Like Trump is like Trump, I'd argue, yeah, he isn't dumb like Elon is. I mean, he at least Trump actually at least he's able to understand what he's doing. Like Elon Musk, if he were to try to run for president, he can't legally, but if he were, he would fail miserably because he wouldn't know the first thing about politics. And Trump actually is knowledgeable when it comes to politics. People say he's stupid, but he really isn't.
That's what I was telling my parents, who are who are staunch liberals. They keep trying to say, "Oh, Trump's an idiot. Trump's an idiot. Trump's an idiot." I'm like, "No, Trump actually isn't an idiot, and here's why. He's actually more knowledgeable than you think he is, but because he's more belligerent, because he's a lot more outgoing than your average politician. That it almost seems like he is dumb at times, and he can say stupid things, but that doesn't mean overall he's a stupid person. In fact." It's very possible he could be a bit smarter than a lot of other politicians.
He's certainly smarter than Ron DeSantis.
Oh, yeah, yeah, that's for sure. A lot of those other yeah, he's definitely smarter than a lot of those, average GOP dipshits or Libertarian Party
There's just so
dipshits.
much speaking of Ron DeSantis, and it's hard to keep up with everything that he does because like God, like in the state of Florida, he's like he repealed a law that makes it that protected women who got a divorce from their spouse, and now it's easier for ex-husbands to renegotiate terms.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
And I love it too. Fucking Florida, out of all places. All these fucking privileged white people want to fucking move to a place like Florida because it's warmer and all. But as one comrade put it to me, no, I bet you they all love Ron DeSantis and they all want to They all want to be a part of his little personal Nazi project
yeah,
in
but
Florida.
there's a good amount of them that are having buyer's remorse,
Yeah, yeah.
and I
It's
don't
like,
care. I really don't care. I have no. It's like, especially let's just call these Republican women. It's like, what the fuck do you think he was gonna do? You think they weren't gonna go after you? The irony of white women, like in general, who vote for these kind of people, and they only get pissed off when they're affected personally.
that's the politics of hyper individualism. Oh, I don't care if I don't care how policy is set out until it affects me personally. The
Yeah,
irony.
individualism is just a form of eugenics. That's essentially what it is.
It's probably I would say it's eugenics in the most normalized form, in the most public form.
What individualism is just one, it's a big contradiction because, like, okay, you're encouraged to be an individual, to be individualist, yet you're discouraged to be an individualist at the same time.
Yeah, because capitalist contradiction moment. Okay, dialectics in motion moment. Well, that's the thing, because it's like, in this sorry excuse of a country, it's like, everyone's taught, to be, self sufficient, to be independent. Oh, don't take help or you're a fucking pussy. But then at the same time, too, you see the contradiction where a lot of people say, no, if you need help, ask for help. And then, there will be people who give help. And it's like, well, okay, what's going on here? So do we, work with others and get help from others, or do we do everything on our own?
Which is
Obviously, yeah, no.
which is funny as fascist as Japan is as a country, they don't have this mentality towards their own citizens to this extent.
I think that has to do that's some historical cultural phenomenon. I don't remember what it is exactly, but it's something that that's been devoid from European cultures, from settler cultures for ever.
Well, I'm just saying, even a fascist country like Japan doesn't have this problem like America does. It's why it's why this country is basically falling apart, because it's like this hyper individualism that's it's being pushed increasingly by the right in the past like 40 years is what's causing this country to go, collapse in the first place. Like any program that helps make this country function, they're gutting them all.
Yeah, they're gutting them all, and they're just encouraging everybody to think, "Oh no, only me and my family, we're the only ones who matter."
But even then, they discourage families from staying together too.
Yeah, because then eventually the kids will abandon their parents entirely, and the parents will force each other. It's just like, "Oh, look at that, and we're even more alienated and segregated from ourselves. How how fun that is."
But I do feel like this is going to actually crumble because families will have to get back together out of necessity for survival.
Yes. Not only to mention that, because I would assume you've heard of the term social cohesion, right?
No,
Okay, so social cohesion refers to kind of like the sense of community or like collective bonds between people in any given community. Um Basically that doesn't exist in capitalism, and it hasn't largely existed in capitalism since the neoliberal shock therapy that began in the 80s. So, as a result, in most places in countries like America and the UK, you don't really have a sense of community in today's capitalism like you did in yesterday's capitalism, or that you would have in other socioeconomic systems. So, as a result, most communities, of course, except for the really privileged ones, or like like the poorest ones in the backwaters, most communities aren't don't even really know themselves and work together with each other anymore. That they're just, because there's no cohesion, they're just to themselves and
well,
just,
I'd
yeah.
argue it's all sections of society, not even of all classes. Even the rich and the middle class aren't devoid of aren't immune from having this happen to them.
Right, and what I'm saying is too, because there are sections of those classes too where they'll separate themselves from one another. Like, what is it? Okay, for example, in the south suburbs of Chicago, and many of those places have become majority black middle class, and a lot of the white middle class people who lived there for decades don't want anything to do with that now because of their racism and classism. So now it's like there's like different white middle class majority communities and black middle class majority communities. So you kind of see that sense of, we don't want anything to do with that middle class, but our own middle class will have everything to do with each other if we care enough about each other.
One thing I do notice is majority of this is mostly in white communities because the black community is even no matter what class is nowhere near as divided as the white community.
Oh, yeah, because and that's the thing too, when I used to do delivery drivers work, I remember every time, like, I would go to, like, to the less white parts of my home county, or I would go to, like, the South and some of the older Southwest suburbs of Chicago. I just remember on average, like during the warmer months, I would see people, regardless of whether they were, proletarian or lumpen proletarian or like middle class and upper middle class, more people in like a lot of those black and brown communities, like actually interacting with each other and just doing more things as a collective together. And then when I would go back into the majority white communities in my county or in some of the southwest suburbs or far south suburbs of Chicago, then most of the time people would just be inside to themselves or just be on their little plot, like very quiet.
Well, this is what's going to ultimately destroy this country in the end because this is this is very alienating. Of course, there's also other complex topics too that goes beyond the scope of this stream, like the relationships between um the sexes is also basically like strained as a result of capitalism
Right.
because every aspect of life has been commodified in some way or another.
I know Jason's done multiple videos on that, and unfortunately, it's like as long as capitalism still, it still lingers around, it's only going to continue to get worse, not better. And the only way, well, we know what the answer is if it's going to get better: socialism, a cultural revolution.
Things weren't even this bad under feudalism when it came to the relationship between the sexes. Well, there was sexism, obviously. I'm not saying they were like that's not what I mean by things weren't this bad.
Yeah. Oh no, I get what you're saying. Yeah. No, even in previous, modes of production. Yeah. No, a lot of the stigma and a lot of the problems that we face today. Yeah. It's more. Yeah. I've even told this to people. It's more of a capitalism specific problem that you never saw in previous, exploitee societies, and you don't see this in more collective or egalitarian societies.
Well, well, I believe the relationship between the sexes when it started to collapse, even though there's always been issues because of capitalism,
Yeah.
I would argue it started with the boomers' parents. You gotta go with to the root when all this stuff started to go down because think about it. The boomers, and I don't know if you what generation you're from. I bring up the boomers because
I'm a Zoomer, Gen Z.
okay, because for some of us, because a baby boomer could be your grandfather or your parents, so that's why I had to ask.
My dad he's like the youngest boomer.
Okay, I had to clarify that
That's fair.
they are a product of their upbringing from their parents. The same applies to Gen X because Gen X has the same problem in terms of their parenting as boomers do,
Yeah, my mom's like one of the oldest Gen X, but I get what you're saying.
and they're all a product of their parents or grandparents, depending on when that Gen X or boomer was born. And we're seeing like everything that is wrong with the current relations. It started with the way the boomers' parents raised the boomers because they were basically the first generation to be raised in the modern era of capitalism, the era after World War II. They were the first ones,
Yes.
and Gen X was the first generation to be raised in the neoliberal era of capitalism.
Yes.
And the boomers were influenced by neoliberals that were born in the early 20th century or that like from 1900 to 19 I forgot when Reagan and Thatcher were born, but I just bring up there and all those other neoliberal thinkers, but they had a huge influence on the boomer generation. So that's why we all things have accelerated. This was inevitable. It would have happened regardless if the boomers have been the catalyst for not the catalyst have done this or not, because dialectical materialism, but neoliberalism has accelerated the alienation between the two sexes and alienating human beings from each other. It has accelerated it. What would have probably taken would have taken a century is happening in twice the amount of time, because neoliberals have existed for a very long time. They existed in the 1930s. They didn't just like do their policies like in the 1970s. No, they the thinkers have existed since the 30s. They've like a neoliberalism. A lot of its ideology was heavily influenced by Mussolini and Hitler.
Well, not to mention that neoliberal literally means just era classical liberal.
And that's actually, ironically, that's what most libertarians actually are.
Is classical liberals. Not only there's another thing too, because I remember Jason mentioned this. Actually, there were a lot of Nazis who were taking on the label of classical liberal, and I think it's safe to say too that a lot of Nazis have admitted from taking influence from the U.S. that really a lot of like fascist ideology too, Nazi ideology, a lot of its roots came from classical liberal ideology.
That's why they don't teach us this shit in school, because if people, the average person were to put two to two together, that capitalism and fascism go together like peanut butter and jelly,
Hmm.
they wouldn't support the system. I don't think any person that actually cares, that actually has, I don't want to be a moralist or sound like this, but I don't care. I'm just gonna say it. Any good-hearted person would never support fascism. You have to be a really awful person to be a fascist.
Yes, and I think because so much of the American population has been conditioned to be and has in turn, become like a population of a lot of awful people. This is why I think it's safe to say that the American population is well indoctrinated from birth into fascist ideology, Nazi ideology, and why
Well,
yeah.
I think there's a difference between being a fascist and just being indoctrinated with fascism, because I don't think they're the same thing. Because it would be unfair for majority of to basically throw people under the bus because they once held those views. That's why I'm saying we got to be careful, and to be very specific regarding regarding fascism. We can't just say, "Oh, I don't like this thing, so it's fascist."
Uh,
What's up, Storm?
hello. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, because I was discussing this with Storm and a few others yesterday, but yeah, a difference between the progenitor of fascism versus the person who just intakes it unconsciously.
Yeah, that's why we got to be careful how we use the word or use the phrase of the word, because we're Marxists. I'm just gonna say communist. I don't even want to say because whatever. We're communists, and as communists, it's our duty to give up the people the facts, because communism is
Yeah.
not a feelings based ideology. It's dialectical. So if we're going to criticize fascism or talk about fascism, we have to talk about it in a concrete way. Because just saying, "Oh, I don't like this person," or "I don't like this thing," so it's fascist. No, we just have to be We have to be very specific how we discuss these things. Oh God,
Right.
Jesus.
Yeah.
We
Because
went
then
from talking about special ed to talk about fascism to talk about God. This stream has been all over the place. Then again, it's been going on for almost 2 fucking hours.
Well, here's one thing I can say that I've learned from speaking with all of you who are in or affiliated with MRN is that all of these streams that I've either been in or watched, they've always gone all over the place, and that's what I like, and that's what I love. That's what I love about talking with you all because it's just like, yes, we do have our specific topic for the stream, but because we're all autistic, we also got to talk about the other things that may or may not be related. And that's what I love
Well,
the
I
most.
don't. I disagree. I don't agree that it isn't related because fascism and the disabled. Well, we know how that ended in Germany.
Yes, well, yeah, most of these majority of these topics are related. I'm not saying most of them are. Most of them, in fact, are, if not
Speaking
all.
of which, I was never taught anything about and anything of substance about fascism when in high school. Now that I think about it, I mean, they asked me to do a report about a person in the period, and I chose Hitler, and no one bet an eyelash. Kind of sus. Now that I think it's like, wow, that high school how many Nazis did I end up going to school with without knowing it at that time?
I even kind of said this to my mom in an insulting way, but I kind of said, You know, because I specifically, even though, yeah, because of cost of living and all, I still technically live with my parents. I kind of said to them, like when you're walking out in these places or when you're driving around doing your daily things, how much do you want to bet that a lot of these people are closeted Nazis or something of the sort? And they're just like, well, how could you? They're like, well, how could you say that? I'm like, think about it. Why do all of these people move to these parts of our county that are all richy rich white people? Because they can't stand to be around anyone else who's remotely different in any way. They're like, oh my god, I never thought about it that way. And at times they get really defensive because it's almost kind of a reflection of me criticizing them for some of their past actions. And it's like, yeah, well maybe you need to take a look in the fucking mirror then.
Yeah,
Yeah, because what is it? Like the place that like where my parents live. I'm not gonna disclose the name of the exact city or town, but it's essentially the place where all the richy rich middle class white people want to move to get away from, all the poor people and all the black and brown people. So, and as a result, because of how overcrowded it's just become basically a shithole, an actual shithole with money. And I'm just kind of like, I want to get out of this place as soon as I fucking can. And when I do, I'm not gonna fucking regret it, even if I, had to deal with some things I didn't have to deal with before. But whatever, that's just stating the obvious. Even
yeah.
worse, the Nazis experimented on children too.
Of
Yeah,
course they did.
well, not only that, but all the intelligence agencies and police agencies torture children. So,
Yikes. Yeah.
Storm, I don't
There we
think
go.
your microphone's on.
Okay. Now I've finally won the battle with my bra. The straps don't go on properly, but I got it on quicker than normal. Um,
Oh, okay.
well, it's like two hooks, and like every time I get it, I only ever get one of them in the fucking hook, and it's just like, ah, why couldn't they make it like a really long hook? But what's it? I mean length. I mean like widthways rather than lengthways. By that, like join the two hooks together, make one big chunky boy. But so like the whole fabric of how education works in this framework, because my interactions with special education has been a lot different than a lot of the people because I basically so you got different layers of special education. You have the specific schools that they cram people into, the full blown segregation. I've only been thrown into one of those places, and because I passed certain tests in a certain score way, they sent me away. Like they're very, very eugenic. If you are disabled or in any way like disadvantaged, but you can show some forms of intelligence, they'll just fuck you off. They want to treat people like morons. And it's not that anyone there is a moron, it's that if you can do maths or you can do English, that's all it is. If you struggle with those two subjects and you're disabled, they'll fucking do this to you, or they'll do what they did to me. I got kicked out of my English, and I used to be in and out of my maths. Not because of my grade, but because I was a contentious person that was very critical of the way that teachers would operate, and because I was a disabled person, that teacher would use that advantage to throw me into basically they had these like segregated classes in I think the room was called the PHRC or something. But anyway, you would get sent into there and they would dump textbooks on you, and you basically had like two teachers that weren't like full blown teachers. They didn't have all the full training.
They were
Um,
teachers' aides.
they weren't even teachers' aides really. Like they were like, well, they kind of were, yeah, teachers' aides. They like trainee level, but like they actually had a full job there. So yeah, probably teachers' aides. Um, and they were asses. There was one woman there that was actually lovely, and the rest of them just treated us all like vermin. Because it would switch. There'd only ever be two on shift at most, sometimes one. And when it was just the one older lady, she was a right bitch about it. But and like they just throw you there, throw your work, and like you know, even if they had good teachers' aides there, a teacher's aide can't be expected to flex about around to chunky textbooks of loads of different topics because it wasn't just maths and English. Some people get sent there. Some people, and I had this happen to me for a period of time. You'll get kicked out of all of your lessons, and so all of your lessons get piled up there. One of the most common punishment tactics, and I was someone who ended up getting caught in this, was the isolation system. So in a school, they'd isolate you in these cubicles, and you had to sit in a cubicle and do your work all day. If you talked, you could get your isolation extended. If you didn't do your work, you could get your isolation extended, and like you just destroy your entire education. Um, it's prison tactics and it's segregation tactics. These tactics in education come straight from eugenics. The mentality is that like someone is stupido, someone is like of stupidity. Stupidity doesn't mean what a lot of people think it means. A lot of people mean stupidity means, oh, you know bad stuff or you don't know enough. That's not the origins of that word, at least in the modern context. It might be some weird Greek origin from the past that doesn't meet up with it, but the way the word was used since the 1800s is you are not able to learn. That's what stupidity means. It means you are completely incapacitated from being able to be someone whom could learn anything. And that's the way that they're treating us. They're treating us as if like, oh, we're incapacitated. One of the reasons I had an advantage over a lot of other people is because I had teachers that liked the way I thought and thunk. I got to get away with certain things. Any if I was not as what's it? If I wasn't as savvy in like the sociological things I've always been into and other stuff like that, they wouldn't have kept me around. It's really really eugenic. And so because I had deficiencies, I was in and out, in and out, in and out of these different mentalities. I once you know when they give you the helper inside your classes, I once had that. No, I'll get into that in a moment because that's actually a solution to the whole problem. Because I don't see why classes should be segregated. Certainly, people need special help, and this isn't just a disabled people issue. I know neurotypicals that have no disabilities, and they desperately need functional help. But because they have no disabilities, they don't get it, and they get shit grades, even though they're everyone's a smart person. There's no such thing as someone who has not got the ability to be intelligent within their own like reference point. Like, we all shine in our own different ways. And so like we've really got to look at this within the uh within the framework of how class intersects with all of this. So like the way that they're doing this is they're segregating disabled workers from ordinary, ordinary is not the right word to use, but you know what I mean, like neurotypical workers,
Yeah,
people who don't have physical
Yeah.
disabilities as well, because physical disabilities can also fuck you over and get you knocked out of these situations. Can't write properly, well, they're not gonna help you in class. And do you know what? Just to show the way that I was being helped by a helper in class was not on the good side of things. They weren't there to be a permanent helper, at least not for me. They were there to assess how I was working, and then eventually, because like I can do certain things but can't do others, I got that dropped from me when I desperately fucking needed it. Like for helping with writing especially. Like I can't, like if I get a blank page, my mind's gone. I get an intense bout of brain fog and I can't do my work, and that's sabotaged so much of my education. As I know it has with Sonovia's struggle with writing. I know he's had a similar experience with that. Like once you struggle with writing, it sabotages everything because they expect you to write, and they'll fail a lot of your education if you haven't written stuff down. Like I had a few teachers that understood this and allowed me to be a verbal student. And then as soon as that teacher left the school and another one came and replaced, they're like, no, that's not how we teach here. Um,
yeah,
these frameworks are fucking bullshit. And there is a fascistic relationship to a lot of these things because these segregative measures, as much as liberalism is more than willing to entice in them, are done on the basis of eugenics. In the same way that racial segregation is, in the same way that my health for my transition is segregated, my health for my mental health and psychological health is segregated in the system. Eugenics is absolutely still a core part of how people think, or social Darwinism, if we want to use the sleeper version of the term. Either
yeah.
way, it's still a core part of society, no matter how much capitalism tells you that they've denounced it. We've denounced it. We stopped that stuff in like the 30s or the 40s or something, forgetting the whole World War II fiasco. Um, and like, I so like I never went to one of those segregative schools proper. I know people who did, and they're normally not even just segregated by disability, they're segregated by sex. They're all boys schools, all girls schools. That shouldn't be happening.
Or
Um
mostly boys classes or mostly girls classes.
yeah, well they segregate the classes, but normally it's like the whole school is which is even worse. But yeah, they do it with classes too. And so like you're not mingling with the opposite gender slash sex, and so like that messes with people's development. I'm not even doing the whole like weird Christian thing that they do, because actually Christians that push for this segregation. You would think that Christians would want people to mingle, considering they consider that everyone's trying to make people gay or something. And it's just like, but like no, having people mingle is gonna have people learn each other very well, get to learn the ways that they interact on a friendship sort of basis with different genders across the spectrum. You need to have interminglement. If there isn't intermingling, these things can't happen. You know how hard it is for a trans person to crack out of their shell if they're not intermingling with people, like of the opposite gender, being able to actually experience the way those things happen. It gets much more scary because then you're always around boys if you're a male, or always around girls if you're sorry if you're AMAB, or always around girls if you're AFAB. And so like you don't have a point of reference other than like a few people, and so and you have like a lot of people you have to perform for because you're expected to perform masculinity or expected to perform femininity.
Yeah.
um these things are traumatizing. These things ruin people's lives. uh and they don't teach you properly. They teach a reduced syllabus, and so all of the people here that have all their different ways of showing their intelligence, all and different ways to learn it too. They got different ways to advance what they know. Never get a chance because all that they're taught is the driest, blandest, most watered down crap ever. And dare you try write about something and actually push and excel somewhere? Like Sonovia was talking about his report on Hitler. they just won't give a shit. They just won't give a shit. They'll just fucking like be like, "Oh, what? You wrote something good? Well, here's some marks. We're not gonna allow you back into like proper education, though. We're not gonna give you like anything that's gonna give you like proper high school level grades or GCSE level grades. You will
Yeah.
get the watered down version where every employer is gonna look at it in spite." Um,
Well, the Hitler one was kind of a joke because it's like, oh, they don't care that they don't find my fascination with Hitler a little disturbing. That's why I did that. But
yeah, but I'm just more so saying that like it's something that would like, because at that age, very common for people who are downtrodden to get fascination with bad leaders, and rather than like engaging with you just on the basis of like even you writing a serious book report, they're not gonna give a shit. If anything, they're probably happy about the fact that you're fascinated with the mustache man, given their relationship to disabled people within the industry. It's an industry at this point. Um, but yeah, the whole framework is incredibly um eugenic. Like an interesting thing is that like in like normal American education, you actually are more likely to learn like at least a thing or two about the Holocaust than you are in British education.
they barely
Um,
taught the Holocaust in my high school. I don't recall them really teaching about it really that much.
but that's where the caveat is. They don't teach it in the disabled schools. That topic's too complex. But really, what it is they don't want to teach disabled people about what they want to do to us. That's the
Yeah.
way I see
Yeah.
it.
I actually learned that it was my mother that actually told me that Hitler killed disabled people. That's I learned that from my mother.
No, your mom's an angel.
Well,
For real.
she thought because I asked mom about Hitler and I that when I because I he terrified me as a kid and and he just and she just told me things that he did and I had and that's this yeah. Well, my mom I told earlier in the stream that I didn't know how to read until I was 12. My mom didn't know how to read until she was 18. That's how bad it was for her. She had it worse than I did.
Yeah.
James Connolly was a fully grown adult before he learned how to read as well. And then went on to be one of the fieriest writers in Marxism. Ability to write is not the same as ability to make concepts. I know you know that, but society constantly makes you think otherwise because if you can't write, then what are you? Is the way that they put it on you, and they'll strain you about that in education. It's like, well, if you can't write, what are you gonna be? What is about you? Blah 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 blah. Like, they put so much weight on it, but they don't even help you. They just throw it at you. It's like you're at this age, you should be able to do it already.
Here, do this.
I
Especially
believe
with ADHD people, just throw instructions at us. That's gonna go well.
I believe I was
Yeah.
I do think I could be a decent writer or good writer, and I'm saying this with confidence. If I was given the proper education to do so, I believe that. It's because like I said earlier, they fucking destroy your self-esteem which
Yep.
which still affects you even in your in adulthood.
Oh yeah, no, because I still remember. Like I said earlier in the stream, when I was convinced that I couldn't do math that well, but then once I figured out I could do math like decently well, like how I can write, I'm like, wow, I had been devoid of so much over time. But
I mean, the
yeah,
work you do shows that you absolutely are. Like, you're not even just like, oh, okay at maths. You are good at maths. You wouldn't be in the job that you are otherwise.
oh yeah, yeah, no, I can do what's necessary, like calculating, certain scales or doing, certain table formulas. But
Well,
I
when I was able to
that's
type using
that shows like an advancement that they wouldn't make you think that you can have, but you absolutely do have.
when I was able to
right,
type when able to write using a mic to type, I was able to actually write stuff down much easier in ways that I wouldn't be able to. So I wasn't actually bad at writing. It's just getting the ideas fucking down is what I struggled with. It wasn't writing within itself that was the problem. It was getting it down that was the problem.
yeah, yeah, getting
Same
the
problem here.
ideas and concepts down.
I can craft concepts, but trying to put them onto paper is a nightmare. It's easier with a keyboard, and it is quite easy with a voice recorder. Putting it down with a pencil, there's so much involved with it. It's a nightmare. To be fair, the keyboard's not much easier than the pencil, but because it's like all the letters are in front of you, it's easier to visualize words a little more with keyboard. Um,
Exactly.
that's why they should be provided. Everyone should get a laptop. Like, not anything special. Like, but we are talking about the richest countries in the world here. They should just provide people a laptop at school. It's not really that hard. Just a cheap little notebook, like an RM laptop or something, that can fucking do the job. I mean, heck, I have like it's only 32 bits, so laugh at me with your 64-bit computers. I'll fight you. But like, I got this cheap laptop for myself recently. This was when my phone like was I had my phone robbed. Um, and like I actually no, it was just around the time I'd had my phone bought for me. A my found sister over in Australia bought me a phone, but I wanted something I could physically type on because typing on phones for doing anything long-winded is a nightmare, and
It
I want to
fucking
script
sucks.
write
I
another
hate
write
it.
like this. And so I got this cheap 32-bit laptop, and it cost me what 40 quid, 30 quid, and like this is all you need is something like this. It has a nice-ish keyboard, and oh look, it's Ubuntu. But yeah, it types, it does what it needs to do, and it has a floppy disk drive, so I get to do the meme. I've got floppy disks in a box over there. Floppy disks in a box
Oh,
over there.
at my dad's office, we still have like one computer for real estate stuff where there's a literal floppy drive in it from 2006.
Oh, one of the cool thing with this is they're removable as well, and mini USB, so I can plug it into the Windows 10 computer as well.
Oh, nice. Yeah, because in some way or another, I've always grown up around desktops or laptops my entire life. It's kind of like I can't really stand a lot of the laptop tablet hybrid computers, like a lot of the strictly tablet computers. So that's why I literally have at where I live both like a high powered laptop and desktop outside of my work computer because it's like I need this. I can't do everything on the phone. I would go insane if I was forced to do everything on the phone.
I'm in poverty, but I have like I still like to collect old computers, so I'll just try and get them cheap because you can get old
Collectibles, yeah, I get
laptops for
that.
cheap. And I just like messing around with operating systems and stuff. It's just something that takes my autism brain. I'm someone whom, as far as any like teacher would be concerned, is shit at software, shit at coding. Even though I'm actually really good at hardware, and from what I've been told by people who do software work, hardware and software are very similar to each other in how
That's
they
true.
work. And once you understand hardware, you can kind of understand software. I
That's
can
entirely
understand it
true.
enough that I can have like 4 operating systems on the same system and mess around between all of them. Um, so like my framework of reference, I managed to enjoy myself in an intellectual pursuit that I could never get a job in, and because I could never get a job in it, it would never excel anywhere. I don't want to answer Kinetheus's point about IQ, well, question about IQ. Sorry, IQ does come from eugenics. IQ
Yes.
tests, the intelligence quota is what it stands for. These tests are centered around racism and what's it, ableism. And these tests basically were what defined the segregative system for education. There are a lot of IQ testers that go, no, the eugenicists stole it and all that. No, 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 no. The guy who come up with it had eugenic ideas. No matter how soft he has been seen upon in history, because like countries want to defend it, the tripartite test and all of its different forms, because that's what because it comes from UK, and it was called the tripartite test. Um, uh, uh, and that test, I did it in sociology at the age of 17 or 18. I think I just I was about 17 and a half. I couldn't do it. I couldn't beat it. Like I was an adult at that point, and I couldn't beat the test. They gave that test to you at 11. A lot of people might know it as the under 11s test. That's when they gave it to you, and that decided whether you went to it wasn't just about disabled people. It decided whether you were going to the school for workers who can only do working class stuff, and school for middle class people who can go and do the intellectual stuff.
Oh yeah, all the white collar shit.
The I can't remember the name of the schools. There was one beginning with a C, one beginning with a. But yeah, hella eugenic shit. IQ tests should be obliterated from the face of the earth. Oh,
I
Logan
agree.
already
They're
beat me
fucking,
to
yeah,
it.
they're fucking
Yeah,
degrading. Yeah.
I'm still scrolling through a lot of the stuff
I
on the chat.
I was labeled as mentally retarded for most of my life because of this IQ bullshit.
Yeah, which is just ridiculous. So
Yeah. I actually.
I hate the term mentally retarded. It's just
I was
stupid
only
term.
able to get my
Yeah.
Social Security is because of the label. If I applied for Social Security today, I wouldn't be able to get it because
Oh yeah, I
they
know
would say I'm
someone who
too
was told
smart.
that their autism was cured, and so they lost their social security.
Wait, what?
Well,
Yeah,
okay.
they told their autism had healed or some shit, and it's like, wait, what?
Fuck.
That's not how autism works.
I
Well,
know I
it's
know
like,
my brother, he almost did not get Social Security because the people thought he was too smart. And my sister had to fight tooth and nail for him to get it. It was actually easier for me to get Social Security because I was labeled as mentally retarded.
yeah, yeah, shit's fucking hell.
Let's see. With the Pink Floyd, Another Brick in the Wall, actually, the entire album, including that song, is a part of a critique of the fall into fascism. Um, I stand Kim Jong Un. Like, that's a name that feels weird to say, considering I'm a very do not like the DPRK. But um, uh, if you take it out of the context, I'm saying someone's name. But what's it? Yeah, that song was a critique of the fall into fascism. A lot of it is showing like how like the education system, the state of the UK was breeding people to be fascists. That for all the we fought the Nazis, we fought the fascists in Italy. That's not how we reacted to it, and we got to. Walters grew up during the corporatist period, like pre-Thatcher. So before Thatcher came in, as much as neoliberalism does take a lot of hints from fascism, we had to deal with what's known as the experiments of British corporatism in the was it the 60s into the early 70s. I think there might have been some of the late 50s in there too, but no one gives a shit about the 50s. I'm just being a funny cunt. But the what's it? Um, where Britain was when all of the Europe was like in a state of having to do social democracy, the British had a different idea of how they wanted to do their social democracy. You might say a Mussolini idea around how they wanted to do their social democracy. America wasn't far different either, because Rooseveltism was still the status quo by the 50s and the 60s. A lot of people would be like, "Wait, what? Segregation?" Blah, blah, blah. Yes, Roosevelt's ideas were still the status quo in those situations. Roosevelt's not this big lefty social democrat that a lot of people think he is. He is a social fascist, at least post 33. But before then he was not so much. But that's another conversation. But you know, his social fascism became sort of the standard, and so America had its own sort of formulations that were not exactly corporatist. The Americans weren't a big fan of that, but the economic, the governmental fraction of it was Mussoliniite, as well as the culture. And with the British, we were going for the corporatist element because it was a way to try and keep control over the unions. Big unions have a tendency of getting co-opted by fascists. We've seen this with massive unions in Europe today. To get on my solution part of earlier, what we see with education is just bunk. What really needs to happen is there needs to be more teachers. There needs to be smaller class sizes. People need to be able to then be in the same school, intermingle more during breaks, but a class size should never be over 18. It really shouldn't. Like, 16 people is perfect for a class size, and have 2 teachers at least in the class. Oh, but that's going to cost all this money. I don't care. Like, it's the better way to teach. Like, if you could have 3 teachers in the class, even better because then they can divulge and diversify their fucking time to teach people properly. You know that famous video, like that viral video, sorry, of that long hair guy talking shit to that teacher that's like fucking not teaching people properly? Like where he clearly says, you've got to teach people. They need face to face, direct learning. You have to engage with them. You can't just go and dump a giant textbook on their table and expect them to be interested in learning. You can't make it all just about your paycheck. And like, that is a true element of it. But also at the same time, we need to hire more teachers so that more teachers are interested in doing that. Not on the basis of incentive, but on the basis of like inspiration to do their job properly, inspiration to have faith in the next generation. So many teachers don't have faith in the next generation. They think we're all scoundrels and that they've got to scrape out the few that can. And that's called cream skimming. It's a term that comes from business and is heavily used in education. Neo-Marxists, as much as I don't like them, they make some good criticisms of this with education. And basically, like the education system does a cream skimming tactic where they only focus on those who are already good and very intelligent, cream skim them off, and they leave everyone to suffer because they're all delinquents and morons, basically, to them. Like, you know, eugenic mindset. Oh, we just gotta protect the best. And that's them also recognizing that there's a class mingling in the dominant education systems. Like, you have middle class and working class people there. So it's like it's not just eugenics, it's classism. They're intertwined. The point is out to people, you can't really separate like oppressive superstructures from the class structure. Like you can't separate race from class. You can't separate sexism or misogyny from class. You can't separate transphobia from class. No, it's not like this is the opposite to class reductionism, though. This is saying that like these frameworks always have a connotation related to class. There always is a relationship between the two, and they can't be separated. And what we see here is just this absolute dumbfoundedness because they want to save as much money as possible. Class sizes are around 30 to 35 in most English schools.
That's true
That's
in
too
most
big.
American. That's true in most
That was like
American
that when I was in
universities, too.
school.
Yeah,
Same, it was about 31 every time, and it was like, what? That's
Yeah,
too many.
Yeah,
It's
true.
insane.
Yeah, true in most American universities too, with most class sizes. Oh, there is something that I wanted to expand upon from previously about the whole thing with the writing. What is it? In my case with the writing, the biggest irony for me is if I've already learned something, oh, I can write beautifully, and everyone complimented me for that. But if I struggle something a little bit more for a while, maybe I can write about it, but it's gonna kind of its quality will kind of show.
Yeah. They want to make the people ignorant and not be able to actually engage with education properly. They don't care about people learning because like I mean like the teachers aren't like in on this so much themselves, but they're like overworked to a point where they couldn't give a shit
Yeah, they
like a
can't.
lot of the time.
Yeah, they just don't care.
The
Well,
education board though are bourgeois as fuck and
oh
they
god,
do have an
yeah,
interest in sabotaging our education. And let teachers do so as well if they have like their own little fascist ideas. They are lower tier petty bourgeois. Like, a lot of people get antsy about that. Teachers are workers. There are a lot of petty bourgeois people in work. Like petty bourgeois is like the intellectual and self-owned like sector, and so teachers make up what's known as the lower petty bourgeois. Now, the lower petty bourgeois is nowhere near as bad as the upper petty bourgeoisie. Then they're more liberal-minded than the upper petty bourgeoisie. Less likely to divulge into fascism. And so like the teachers, I mean, they're radicalizable. They're able to be brought to communist ideas. Like the lower petty bourgeoisie are like the element of the petty bourgeoisie we should focus on trying to like get to our side. The
yes.
rest of them can like if they want to come along and be class traitors, fine, but you can go fuck yourself otherwise. And like so like the lower petty bourgeoisie, the teachers, some of them do have like intellectual interests in being eugenic pieces of shit. That does happen, but a lot of the time they're having to work within a framework they're not too happy of themselves, and like if you're someone like me who's talked to teachers a lot, you can get that out of them.
Yeah. Shit, there was something else that came to mind. Oh yeah, another thing I wanted to mention before too was is that if a lot of the so-called neurotypical people would end up needing help but wouldn't get it and get worse grades, it's like I mentioned earlier in this stream. I would become the one who would be understanding a lot of the stuff more quickly than others, and I would end up being the one instead of the one being helped. I would help most of the people, regardless of whether they were neurotypical or neurodivergent. And I was just like, wow, how the tables have turned so quickly.
Yeah.
I just it just boggles my mind, but that's the hellscape we live in.
Yeah, we need an entire reformation on how education is done.
Oh, for sure. That's not even up for debate. That's for sure.
To show where the English want to go with the education system, there's a reason why private schools have come back.
Oh, don't even start me on that. My family had a bad experience with private schools, and it was specifically American Christian type fascist private schools.
Yeah, but I mean more so on the other end. They're bringing back private schools so they can continue defunding public schools.
Oh yeah, I know Jason said that's being pushed in Arkansas as an example.
Yeah, yeah, they not that they teach any better at private schools, but they do have better resources, and so that's the reason. Kids have better accessibility to textbooks, computers, pieces of information. Um, but like private schools are more homophobic, more transphobic, more conservative, more restrictive. Like these places are like absolutely where a lot of people end up being whacked into a box. My trans sister, like my fan sister over in Australia, she went to a private school and like just telling me how it's like the most like homophobic place you could be at of any type of schooling. Um,
Oh yeah.
and people are bigoted as fuck in these kind of places. I mean, she's over in Oz, and Oz is already known for being like pretty bad in the education system for wanton homophobia. But like, you could like, I mean, I'm pansexual, so I have the card, so I'll just say it bluntly. You can say the word faggot inside a private school, and you probably won't get in trouble. Won't
No.
get any shit. It's just like common vernacular for homosexuals as far as they're concerned.
Well, yeah, because
Well, they know it's a slur. I'm not saying they
yeah.
don't, but like,
Well, I can tell you since my younger brother went to a private school, all those things are true, and I know here in the context of yeah, America. I remember what was it? The private school that he went to was basically a bunch of those petty bourgeois and white labor aristocrat types who lived in Chicago's south suburbs but ended up moving to Northwest Indiana for, well, reasons I've gone over before and I don't feel like repeating out loud again. But essentially, he told me one of the biggest issues that he witnessed in that school, other than the way they treated him for some of his neurodivergency, was that anytime that any black students would get enrolled in the school, they wouldn't last long in those places because they were treated with the most bitter racism. And in fact, worse than that, even in the most white money filled public schools, and it was very telling because my brother didn't even last there for 2 years in that school, and like me, he's white, but it's still kind of like, well, he's got that intellectual difference that, yeah, people fear him.
Well, I did bring this up earlier, but I don't know how things are bad in your country's storm. Sexual assault and sexual predators are more common than people know in special ed education.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
People think that basically because we're like disabled and like not as aware of our surroundings, and like basically they're taking advantage of our lack of life skills that we have. They take sexual advantage of us for grooming because like we're looking for acceptance as much as possible. I mean, like most of my childhood has been acceptance seeking. Most of my fucking adulthood and livelihood in general has been acceptance seeking. Like I still like it today, and that's so easy to take advantage of if you know what you're doing. I mean, Caleb Moppin's grift literally is based on taking advantage of acceptance. It's the most common form of grooming.
That's like his entire fan base is like these is just these kids who copy everything he says and does, all the mannerisms, and they, yeah, acceptance seeking, like you
It's
said.
because they've never had anyone turn around and say that, oh, you're special or you're smart or you're worth like engaging with, and that's what people need to hear. You need to tell people this, but like unfortunately, what ends up happening is that because like a lot of like neurotypical people are just, they don't have a shit. They don't have this experience, so that kind of like need to acceptance seek is a little different for them when they're engaging in acceptance seeking. It's either they've gone through a similar experience and so they might as well have been disabled, or more so it's like an anxiety based thing through trauma. Like acceptance seeking with being disabled, and like especially when you're relegated from the education system, it's like wanting to not just be seen as like worthy and like loved like normal acceptance seeking tends to be, it's wanting to be seen as actually intelligently capable, like actually being able to be called smart by someone. And so like anyone comes and calls you like, oh, you're actually smart, oh, you know this stuff, it's so easy for them to groom you. I've been groomed like this many times before. And like I also have the trauma side of things as well from growing up in a physically abusive household. And I'll tell you now, that's also easy to be manipulated with. Both the times I was sexually assaulted, I was groomed. I wasn't like I was just like physically forced into an assault. It was like, well, actually the second one it was physical, but it was still grooming. And both times I was groomed into sexual activities that I didn't want to engage in.
Well, oh fuck.
Both of them by men.
Oh, one of my teachers was a pedophile. He never did anything to me, but he did some weird shit with some of the girls at my school. What's, of course, this is kind of funny in a way because he was my substitute teacher in my 5th grade year, and I asked him, like in his face, "Didn't you get arrested?"
That's great.
And everyone, the students were looking at me. It's like, what? Like they didn't know he got arrested because he was on Frontline News when he got arrested.
Like he got arrested for pedophilia and was still allowed to teach.
Yes.
What the fuck?
Yeah. And wait, this is in California, right?
Orange County, California, reactionary haven.
Well,
No, guys, it's California. You don't get it.
yeah, you don't get it. Well, it's funny because I have a comrade who works as a teacher in California, and they said the district that they're in, because of extensive background checks they do, that's typically not a problem in their district. But that sounds like that's something specific to their district because it's like, if you're asking, hey, weren't you arrested on TV? Yeah, there's something, pretty sus going on.
Well, I asked him because I was suspicious. Why is he teaching? Because when I was a kid, I was raised. If you do something bad, you're not supposed to be teaching. If you did something bad to kids,
Yeah, same here. Yeah,
it was an innocent question. Of course, I was kind of going through my early stages of my puberty, but I was asking legitimately, why are you here? He didn't have a response though. It was kind of funny.
And that says everything. His lack of a response becoming a type of response.
It did kind of piss off the adults though when I asked that question.
Hey, weren't you arrested on TV? Why the fuck are you asking that? Oh my
No,
god!
what makes this worse? He was my homeroom teacher in 3rd grade.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I remember what was it with my parents' church. I remember one of the complaints about one of the leads there, who eventually he unconditionally became like the head admin for everything, and well, let's just say because of his narcissism complex, he ended up chasing most people out of that place. I remember some people said that like when they were on like certain mission trips to cities like Rockford, Illinois, like he would literally he would sleep in the same room as everyone else, and in such a way to where it was kind of like, dude, what are you doing? Go to another space if you're gonna, if you're gonna sleep like this, sleep only in your underwear. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's fucking weird. Oh my god.
And I remember all of us eventually had some type of problems with the guy because of his just like big egotistical narcissist complex. And I wouldn't be surprised if he was like a sexual abuser all along.
Nothing shocking at this point.
Oh yeah, like
And his kids were the definitions of social rejects. It's like literally all they can do in life is just depend on their like parents' money. Otherwise, they're just gonna be kicked out of most places and made fun of by most people for how weird they are.
Oh, you want to like one more thing about the teacher? I told my mother and grandmother about this because and they were pissed when they found out he was teaching. Especially my grandmother, because that's a complicated story regarding my grandmother. Long story short, went to Orangewood. She was my guardian at the time. She let my mother live with me because it was not good for either one of our mental health, and it was difficult for my grandmother to raise multiple kids in her age.
Yeah.
But anyway, she was pissed. She didn't know who this person was until I told her he got arrested a few years ago. My mom knew who he was, and she was pissed off that he was still teaching. Because
Yeah.
mind you, me and my brother we were still kids at that point. I was in 5th grade and he was in 4th grade, and it wasn't that long ago. 2 years ago at that time wasn't that long ago. God, I feel old thinking about that. That's like over 20, almost half a century ago. Thinking about that, fuck, not half a century, quarter. Like fuck.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, and a lot of the stuff that unfolded in my parents' church between this creepy ass administrator and his family versus the rest of us, that happened like when I was 13 and my brother was 9, and that was a decade ago. But shit, time really does fly.
This is hilarious. I will stand. I agree.
Yeah.
I love the way that's worded. It's like what's it? A lot of fucking people that like to scapegoat fucking trans women like me, they wouldn't know a trans woman if they slept with one.
They wouldn't. Okay, I'm saying
Like,
I'll say this.
These people are normally like sexually and socially illiterate people. Like when you see a lot of these Christians, they're pushing their shit. Like who's that guy who made What Is a Woman? Fucking
Matt Walsh.
Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh is an anti-communist, fascist, anti-trans person. He seems like the kind of person who fucked once to have a kid and probably doesn't know the anatomy of a vagina. Just to put it out there, like, and that's the kind of thing he's with all these prominent transphobes. They're like Ben Shapiro types. Like their formal sexual education was sniffing their sister's underwear, and so like they're just really weird sexual creeps. That's why you'll fetishize. Like Matt Walsh did this on Joe Rogan with no pushback. Fetishize 14-year-old girls.
Oh.
Yeah, every
They're,
transphobe is a pedophile, and I will not be convinced
they're either pedophiles or
otherwise.
rapists. It's one of the two. They're basically
Yeah,
like
it,
you know those
If you're so
Venn
obsessed,
diagrams.
many of them are probably both.
Yeah. It's like a Venn diagram. You
yeah.
got one on one side, one on the other, and then you
I
got
mean,
the
if you're so
center in the
obsessed,
middle.
Exactly.
if you're so obsessed with a child's like private parts, that's fucking sus. When you're so obsessed with a child's private parts,
It's
that is
just like
sus to me.
obsession with genitalia is also sus in general. Like all the shit that TERFs and transphobes do about like genital checks
I would
in bathrooms and
I would argue
pee
about the
or
radical the radical I would argue the TERFs as well. I'm talking about the like J.K. Rowling. I would argue that they that applies to them as well, being pedophiles. I'm not
she
just
did
saying to
some
the
shit where
men.
she was like getting really weird about like young girls. It was like, ooh, what the fuck?
What was
They're
really
trying to
weird,
turn your young girls into men or something
I don't
like
know if it
that.
was her, but I think it was one of the people got pissed off because the actor who played Ron Weasley and Harry Potter didn't didn't want to talk about if he found J.K. Rowling sexually attractive because he said that's weird. She's like an like you're like my would she be like my aunt? Why would you ask that? And he was getting
Yeah, like
attacked for it.
they were half brought up by the like the team that filmed the films because of how young they were in it and how involved they were in it. Why would that's weird?
Yeah, no, that just
She's
shows.
like twice his age, three times his age.
y-
What the fuck?
Yeah, no, and that just shows that that whole media industry is yeah pedophilic.
Yeah, it's like yeah, it's like I don't think that's unreasonable for him to say she's like my aunt. Why are you asking that?
Yeah, I that's disgusting as fuck. What the hell?
Well, there's this pedophilic culture in general it's all a product of capitalism.
Yeah, yeah. Commodification,
It's
commercialization.
actually older than that. It's a product of patriarchy.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Pedo culture goes way back. Capitalism is
even though
involved in it, but it
majority of
goes
those
way back.
actors they were
Oh, you cut off.
Yeah, yeah. If it wasn't for my fucking work schedule, I would stay on here for as long as I can, but hate to be a rude fuck, but I have to get off for the night.
it's okay. You've been on for the fact that you've been on for like as long as you have is all right with me. Have a good day at work, I guess.
I'll try to.
Have a good time resting because that's gonna be the better part.
Well, yeah, and
Yeah.
I worked out today too, so I won't be going to the gym tomorrow either. But yeah.
Aw, poor soul.
Well, anyways, yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, nice talking to both of you. Uh, oh, and hopefully I can get on another stream and another call again soon, because I was on the call yesterday. But
All
Absolutely, it's
right.
always great getting to speak to you. And my period should be over now, so I'll be less of a spicy bitch about stuff.
that's fine. You know, any way you reacted to me on phone yesterday, I understand. I'm not. It's whatever.
Yeah, yesterday I was a spicy motherfucker.
That's fine.
Oh, the day before now, because it's like the morning here.
Oh yeah, yeah, 6 hour time difference. But yep, have a good night, everyone.
Have a good night, rest easy.
Yep.
It's just the two of us.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. Like J.K. Rowling had very little involvement. She made some like notes for people to follow, and that's basically it. Um, changing the story around Ron getting with Hermione and stuff like that was her idea. But other than that, like the way the story was structured was left up to the directors. That's why they cut out a lot of the offensive shit other than the anti-Semitism, because that shit's normalized within European society.
Honestly, I'm just gonna say this: despite the amount of material they cut from the Harry Potter movies, that they I don't care what book purists will say, the they had the general story of the movies and the themes were kept intact. Those movies. I'm just gonna go on a limb here and say that.
Yeah, while making them
Yeah, they cut out.
easier to consume.
It's like, yeah, they cut out some stuff, but let's be honest, majority of the stuff they cut was terrible anyway. Who
Yeah, they cut it
like
for
the
good reason.
like the like the Dobby stuff in Goblet of Fire? Not only was that racist as hell, the storyline, it was boring. It didn't really advance anything in the book at all. It was just filler, just to, hey, I need to make this 700 pages, so let's add an additional storyline that doesn't really add anything. And we have Order of the Phoenix, which is,
Yeah,
in my opinion, a book that was way too fucking long. I can't believe I finished that fucking
but
thing.
in the film version of Order of the Phoenix, they go and put the racism that was in the Goblet of Fire in there anyway, just with the other elves. Oh no, I'm thinking of the Half Blood Prince. I think, aren't I? Isn't it the Half Blood Prince where they go to that secret place? I know the Order of the
I
Phoenix
don't
does
even
it as well,
remember.
but it's like he runs away from home and then like he goes into the secret wizard house that's just like hidden between two houses. They have the houses have to move out the way. I think that is the Half Blood Prince. Um,
I still am
they literally
appalled.
inside that wizard house. That's when they first meet Grumpy, whatever the fuck his name is.
Oh yeah,
And he's the slave. Yeah, it is the Half Blood Prince.
or is it Order of the Phoenix? It doesn't. I don't. I think it's one of the
They're all the
two. I
same.
don't care.
All the Harry Potter films are the same film, but the it's like how J.K. Rowling and Matt Walsh are the same person. No difference. I'm being a prick, but like the what's it? Yeah, the framework of those films is just like meh. Like I have done some connections to them from my youth because like yeah, there were things I watched a lot, but I'm never gonna watch them again. I can't deal with that franchise anymore.
I just feel like I just feel like I feel like the books were written because for the reason why the movies and the book worked so well as is J.K. Rowling felt like she wrote the books to accommodate the films. Like that's why there's really isn't much of a difference story lies between the books and the movies. It isn't like Lord of the Rings. I'm just comparing them the two, which was the movies were done decades after the books were published. Where, yeah, there's a lot of differences in Lord of the Rings and the books and the movies, but I felt like you could do another adaptation. I think it's now if you wanted to, because there's still other parts of the books that haven't been, adapted. Like the scarring of the Shire, as one example, kind of changes the way the context of the ending for Lord of the Rings. I'm just saying you can there is artistic merit to doing another Lord of the Rings, movie if you wanted to do a remake. Harry Potter, there is no reason to do one other than just for cash. Like nobody here wants to sit through 8 hours of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone or Chamber of Secrets. Nobody here wants to. Anyway, what the fuck does it have to do with the disabled thing? Oh yeah, Harry Potter does do some ableism towards the disabled in that series, I guess. This scraping the barrel. Damn, I've been doing this for almost 3 hours. So nobody else is coming on. I feel like we can continue this. I mean, I'm not ready yet to end us yet. Do you got any other topics to discuss, Storm, or something to continue the discussion? Just trying to think. The fact that a Harry Potter HBO series will be like about half the length.
Oh, my mic stopped working. Okay, so the Twin Towers is actually the opposite way around as well. The story's told half backwards, half forwards. It's kind of weird. Also, a racist, a transphobe, and an anti-Semite walks into a bar, and so I say, "Hey, aren't you the lady that wrote them Harry Potter books?" Good fun one.
You know what's hilarious? I was about to make a joke before he did that. Harry Potter, if they actually do it 7 seasons, will be half the length of the Naruto anime. That includes filler.
What are they gonna do? Fucking episode 1, Harry goes for a shit.
If they want to make the show last for 7 seasons, they'll have to add filler stuff that wasn't even in the books, and I'm talking about in the first 3 books, because there's simply not enough material to stretch it to fucking 8 hours. I don't care how well you adapt the fucking story. The movie's already adapted both the first 2 books already and did it well. Yeah, there's some minute shit they cut. So what? People complain about
fat phobia. She wants a fat phobia in her story.
Like people are going to complain about how this is way too fucking long. I guarantee you're going to have people complaining about how the pacing problems. I don't think this show will get past the first. I'll be lucky if it passes the first season.
Yeah.
It just what?
Yeah, absolutely.
I just feel like in today's climate, I just don't think you can do that. If a realistic option, I can't believe I'm giving advice to a fucking transphobe. If they want to do a new Harry Potter adaptation, animation would be the way to go. That way, they would be able to do what?
Exactly. They should just fuck off.
Yeah, not doing it. They shouldn't be doing it at all. But if they were going to do it, animation would be fine. Would be better. They can do the first 3 books as 1 season. But no, I actually don't think this is going to succeed. Personally, at least I hope not.
In this day and age, there'll be a lot of white supremacists and people like that and transphobes that will go and watch it, not because they like Harry Potter, but because J.K. Rowling hates trans people, and so giving her money is like showing your support. Vote with your dollar.
Yeah, but majority of these people don't fucking. These go woke go broke crowd. Look what happened to the Flash? That movie fucking flopped hard. Where were they to support the Flash?
You would think that
I've heard that movie was garbage.
Their little special fucking Zack Snyder, because Zack Snyder's a big Ayn Rander. Like, the guy's a fucking twisted little fuck. He might support the liberal Democrats, but it doesn't stop him from being a fascistically minded person, because a lot of that can be performance politics. The guy wants to produce Ayn Rand's shit into movies, remake her one movie from way back in the day, shit like that.
Yeah, but even the most fascists don't even read Ayn Rand because they find her books boring. They wouldn't want
they read her because she's Jewish. A lot of them won't read her because she's Jewish. Like
the Atlas Shrugged trilogy didn't do well. Like the last film needed to be needed to be funding by somewhere else, and every film in the Atlas Shrugged trilogy had a different cast.
Oh yeah, like the film was an absolute mess. Sophie at Mars is a good video on that. I think it's Sophie at Mars.
I watched Renegade's cut on it. I watched Renegade's cut on it. It's like he literally said that because he read the book and watched the movie, and he said that the movie was better than the book, and it wasn't really saying much.
That's a low bar to set.
Because the majority of Atlas Shrugged is monologuing. It's one monologue after another. It's you have to be a Pacific kind of person to read Atlas Shrugged. And I forgot this guy. There was a quote. He says, like, those who read Atlas Shrugged tend to become narcissists, and those who, at least they had a choice between Lord of the Rings or Atlas Shrugged, and those who chose Atlas Shrugged grew up to be narcissists, and those who read Lord of the Rings, I forgot what they said. It was the opposite. I don't remember. Can't find the full quote, but you could find it somewhere. Because I've noticed those who tend to be Ayn Rand followers tend to be very narcissistic people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Imagine Japan doing Iran anime. I know this is awful as a joke. Can you imagine doing that and it gets canceled after the first episode because the people in Japan's like, what is this? Or God forbid, try to do it in China. Does he want to be invited, Storm?
Yeah, I'll send it in the chat. But you should get Discord. It makes things a little easier just for common communications. But
I can invite you right now.
Don't use Discord for seditious communications. Never a good idea. Oh fuck.
Oh,
there's two now, so you get to choose. We all like a bit of choice around here. But this is like capitalism. It's the illusion of choice. Both are the same. You get the same result both ends. China, Marsha.
I can't imagine how China treats the disabled.
Just start with how they treat black people and then move from there.
Fuck. I'm not laughing because it's funny.
It's the situational element of it. I get it. It's like, fuck. Because, oh boy, do they not like black people in China. Japan's pretty bad for it as well. I can't remember whether this ad comes from Japan or China. I think it was Japan. But basically, it's this ad where there's a black guy, and then they stick him in the washing machine, and then he comes out as an Asian guy.
Wow.
Like, that's like 1920s tier racism. Like, holy fuck.
You want to know though what's sad? I actually think China's more racist than Japan.
Really?
What's it? That's not saying much.
I know it's not. It's a very low bar.
Is China more racist towards African people too?
Yeah, likely. China actually has a lot of American and Aussie kind of racism when it comes to the way they treat black people. Just to put it into perspective.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah. Well, this is my second time joining the stream, and I can join this discussion. So what I'm going to talk.
Stream contains titties.
It's a joke, right?
Yeah. Because I'm in a clad state, to put it funny.
Yeah, for those who don't know, I am someone with autism, even though I say in the comments though. And I was at a learning support unit at elementary school.
Oh, sorry. You can continue.
I was at I was at a special learning unit at primary school, and then I was at a special needs school at high school, meaning like middle school and that, and I was at a learning support unit at college, meaning high school, referring to high school. College is a way we say it in Australia, but in America they refer to it as high school, like junior high, senior high, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, you mean like tertiary education? You mean like
Mm,
post secondary school, pre university?
yeah,
Yeah, because America
but
has
I
the
didn't go.
weird middle school system. Imagine going to middle school.
You know, and Logan Mansion wrote "Free Palestine in Australia," and yes, it's a Quake logo. Quake is one of my favorite games. Is what I was obsessed
Fucking
with
hell,
Quake.
yeah. The first Quake is the Dawn though. As much as Quake 2 did advance things, Quake 1 is the shit. Like,
I would imagine the Quake symbol being a communist symbol because the nail in the middle could you could replace the nail with the hammer and that circle thing with like the sickle.
there's got to be a way to take the art style of the symbol and make a little commie thing out of it.
You know, you're breaking up.
I was blowing some up, but yeah, like there's got to be a way to make a commie symbol out of it in the art style
Oh, what's up?
of Quake. In the art style of Quake, make a commie symbol out of it.
Yeah.
Also, Einstein Kim Jong Un, when you joined, you were quite quiet, so you might have to like turn your mic sensitivity up.
You're free to speak your mind if you want. Every one of us has an equal say here.
Autism speech patterns of like competing for the right to speak. Neurotypicals hate the way that we talk a lot because like a lot of the ways we talk is like whom can like maintain speech while someone is trying to speak the most. This is almost like competition of speech. Um but like basically it's like you can try and engage how like just to explain to people that don't understand like a lot like and this isn't the same for everyone. All neurodivergent people have like slightly different ways of doing this. But one of the most
Yeah.
common ways, especially with ADHD people, is you could be speaking. Someone at any point that they feel just the need to pull some words out can pull some words out. If that person tries to tell you to stop, you stop and you let them continue. If you really need to importantly put something out there, someone will retract and let you speak. And there's this sort of basically like, I or can I not retract and allow someone to have the floor at a certain situation? And that's how speech ends up getting traded over. It does make the chattiest of people end up with a slight advantage in these situations from what I've seen. But that's kind of one of the interesting parts of like especially ADHD speech patterns. It's a very what's it? Um like speak up and get represented sort of kind of thing.
I think there's
We don't
something
have this
wrong
sort
with
of
this
like
camera.
turn-based shit. Oh, sorry, what was that? What do you say, Kinetheus? I didn't catch that.
I'll just let. I'll just. I'll just. Do you want to? I'll just let Stan talk as well.
Oh, you all got the freedom of the floor.
Oh yeah.
Well, I've had
Yeah.
plenty of chance to talk for the first 2 hours, so that's why I'm completely okay with other people getting a chance to speak because I had plenty of time to speak.
I came
Yeah.
in late and I've probably still managed to whack a shit ton on the table.
Uh,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say you're late because I was planning on doing this for at least 3 hours.
We're almost there. Countdown starts.
Well, I'm actually glad. I think starting at 6 is actually works a lot better for me because I get more engagement when I start at 6 than when I start at 9. Even though it could be late depending on where someone lives. It could be late.
It's actually technically early at this point.
You
As soon
know,
as it passes midnight, that's early for me.
really.
Yeah, because like it's the AM, or like as we would say, it's the noughts to the 12s. That's the early period.
You know, and it's the real start of the day, 12 a.m. at night.
I mean, a lot of the time I wake up at 1 because I'll pass out at like 6. So like
Yeah,
sometimes it's like I pass out at 9, wake up at 11, and that 2 hours will be all I need before I'll sleep for another two
yeah.
hours in the morning because I don't get recuperative sleep
And
or
another
restorative
thing I
sleep.
like to speak about is I have a dedication. I don't want to end up like some idiot, like be liberal or um yeah, be liberal or some revisionist, because I'm an anti-revisionist as well as anti-Zionist, anti-fascist, anti-imperial, anti-capitalist as well.
Well, I don't think you're going to go down that road. I mean, I don't see it.
Yeah,
You gotta one thing to always keep in consideration: it's not idiocy that makes someone a revisionist; it's ignorance.
oh yeah,
It's a common thing to look at it that way, so I'm not even like burning you for it. It's just like it's a pet peeve of mine. Like sometimes you do get driven to a point of like strain where you do end up calling someone an idiot. I do it myself still. We
yeah,
all have those motions as well. So it's not like it's
yeah,
something that always fall out of lexicon, but the way I look at it is that it's an idiocratic problem, as in like like a cratic structure. So it's like there's a structure of social ignorance that creates this idiocratic measure that a lot of people will follow, and it's not so much about they themselves being idiots.
yeah. And I'm not
It's like they
offended.
do it. They do it based on interest. That's the driving force. It's class interests.
Well,
Yeah,
I know I've repeated myself multiple times, but not everyone knows this because
yeah,
but be liberal. Him being a Marxist has always been a grift. He was
It's
yeah,
arguing
always
with
been
a
about class
reactionary.
interests.
He was arguing with
and
a reactionary. This was back in 2019, so I know. So
yeah,
I know this. You can't find this video or this comment anymore. Be liberal was basically doing the not true communism Scottman fallacy. It's like, oh, that was
I've
Mao and
seen previous
Stalin.
live streams of B level talking shit about you guys and manipulating you guys and emotionally exploiting everybody for his own personal gain. Even,
Did
you
you
know,
see the one where he brought me on and then like muted me, shouted like a gimp, went all full Has, but
mm,
like even funnier than Has. I laughed at Has when Has did this to me.
yeah,
Like I was just pissing myself laughing. I almost cried. Like I was
yeah,
laughing that hard, and I was like, oh, like someone's a special strong boy. With
yeah,
Be Liberal, I didn't even get the chance to do that. Mandem just shouted at me and screamed at me a load. And then when I
yeah.
was muted, just before I quit, I was just like, well, this whole shit's pretty fucking retarded. And then I just like disappeared out
And
of the thing.
Stan commented he's not dialect unhinged. I agree because he doesn't understand dialectical materialism as much as other Marxists do and communists do.
Well, what I was about to say really is the reason why Be Liberal went on this Marxist grift in the first place because I called him out for saying such ignorant bullshit
Yeah,
regarding Stalin and Mao.
yeah.
And he changed his tone immediately as soon as I grilled him for it.
That's sociopathic of him.
Because it's like he's subconscious like, oh,
Narcissistic.
it's like, oh, I'm dealing with an actual communist here, not some red liberal.
Mm. Even yeah, and I
Scratch a red
respect
liberal,
Stalin
get
and
a red
Mao for being
fascist.
communist leaders, even though they're not perfect, but they're still admired by their own people for their leadership, for their vision, and leading by example,
Well,
as well as
It,
Lenin and Ho Chi Minh and Fidel
it's
Castro and Che Guevara and all the others.
I'd
it's
be careful with
important to look
Castro.
at these people.
Castro has his issues, but like, what's it? I get what you mean, though. Absolutely. Um, with what's it? Scratch a red liberal, get a red fascist.
Yeah.
That's how it's gonna go.
You want to know what a quote? It's one of my favorite quotes, but I'll use it anyway. It's a Star Wars quote. You want to
Yeah.
know you want to know the difference between an error and a mistake?
Yes.
A mistake is an error becomes a mistake when you refuse to correct it.
Yeah.
Yeah, an error is like an accident, or is it mistakes become errors when you refuse to correct them? I think it's the other way around.
Yeah.
Well, okay,
Sometimes.
I'm not quoting it exactly 100% verbatim, but the context what Thrawn in the situation we're basically saying, and I think it applies to the real world as well.
Oh yeah, yeah, it is an error, is a mistake. Do you know what I'm thinking? There's a real world quote that's basically like accidents become purposeful when one refuses to correct their actions about it. Like, mistakes in
Yeah.
reasoning become purposeful actions when one is
Yeah.
like notified of it and aren't working in some way with others or by in their own framework to correct these things, to correct these mistakes.
Yeah.
Mistakes become intentions. That's the thing, I think.
Well,
Yeah.
it basically means what you just said means the same thing what I just said. But
Oh
I
yeah,
love
yeah. It's just like the
quote.
context is slightly different because Thrawn is trying to put it in a more militant context, but yeah, the actual content is the same.
I love that quote because
And here are a couple of things as well. I'm sorry I don't have Discord. And the second thing is, what is it? What's the second thing? What's the second thing that comes to my head? Oh, never mind. Is I don't have Discord, but I'm very keen to join StreamYard at any time to talk about anything.
Good stuff.
Because what's going on?
It's the
oh
ring tapes.
yeah, he definitely was. Though it's I don't know if I don't not no not everyone will get that context though. I know it from personal experience, and so do my former hosts at State of Star Wars. We now
Yeah.
know that from context that that he was a grifter. Everyone knew it.
Yeah.
But he's not a very good one either. Honestly.
And also, the second thing is, even though I make errors, I admit that I was wrong. Though, if I make errors and people disagree with it, I accept that I'm wrong because I can't be always right when I make my statements. Though,
Yeah,
None of
it's
us are
like
always
knowing
right.
it and being able
Only
to like
human.
work to correct it and like sort out the situation. It's like willing to accept responsibility.
yeah,
I cringe at my previous position about China, like about in
yeah,
2021. I want to bang my head against the wall when I listen to that. It's like this is such fucking cringe. Like this doesn't sound much different from a pet sock. What the fuck?
even though China is extremely revisionist under the leadership of Xi Jinping.
Calling it revisionist is an understatement.
It's an empire and a fascist country. That's the really big problem with it.
Yeah,
Storm just took the
and they
words out
just
of my
threw
mouth.
Mao's ideas down the trash
Yes,
like an
down with
insult to
the-
Mao Zedong.
Oh, but they try and make it out as if they're respecting his ideas. Actually, recently they more publicly started to throw him away, but for the most part, they've been like, oh, we're the progenitors of Mao. We're taking his ideas forward.
That's a proper bullshit coming out of their mouth. Mao has
Oh,
done
yeah.
Mao has done more for the Chinese people than these revisionists. So,
Fortunately, Mao was also like the person that set them up for the takeover as well, because old Mao made some blundered decisions. Three worlds theory
yeah,
was a really big issue, and there was also the what's it? Basically, what happened was so in three worlds theory, the U.S. and Soviet Union were focused as the primary imperialists and only them, not like the British or anything. Europe was put into a second world position. It's really
yeah,
kooky. So Mao was like hyper focused on the Soviets and the Americans being like the big enemies, and then found out from well, I mean, the Soviets were actually planning a war with China several times. They threatened to nuke them 4 times, and so like the Chinese were like, shit, a war's gonna start. And two things happened. They convinced Mao to consider making an alliance with the European and the Americans, to come together with these imperialists, the same way sort of like the Soviet Union did in World War II. At least that's the way it was told to Mao. It didn't go
Yeah.
that way. It went a little more ointsy bointsy, fingers tied. But the secondly, he was convinced to allow members of the party that were like veteran members that had been purged from the party back in, so that they could be advisors on war tacticians and societal organization, as a way to ensure that like during a Soviet invasion they don't get stumped over, because a lot of the people who are more intellectually capable of these things aren't available for it. And so like a
Right.
Mao, who was like getting like, he had really bad Parkinson's, and he was starting to like basically forget a lot of shit and not know where he is half the time,
Yeah.
was conned into making one of the most ridiculous choices in Chinese history, as much as I can understand that where like that mistake was made, which then allowed Deng and his insiders that were still in the party to do a takeover
Yeah.
by 76.
Yeah. And Specky V wrote a comment: how do Patsocks demonize societal atheism while simping for China? Like today's China.
Well, so they like the white supremacy. It's good enough for them.
That's
I don't know how you could call yourself a fucking like a Marxist and then demonize atheism. That is like being a sandwich and demonizing bread.
it's
Well, I don't
hypocritical,
know.
isn't
I don't understand how, because okay, I'm not a hardcore atheist. I don't even know what the fuck I am, to be honest with you. I'm agnostic. That's probably the most honest thing I can say.
it? I think agnostic's more accurate than an atheist.
A lot of atheists in the new atheist community basically were very elitist when it came to, oh, who's a real atheist and who isn't. It's like, oh, you're an agnostic. No, you're an atheist. It's like, no, there's a difference between being an agnostic and being an atheist. An atheist rejects any form of higher power. An agnostic just doesn't know. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. That's the position.
The problem with atheists is they can be too dogmatic and they always think that they're right.
Atheists think they're so much smarter than they actually are. Not all atheists, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Okay, let's not call them atheists. Let's just call, because let's be honest, there's atheists that watch me that don't think like these fools.
That's
There's
fair.
there's two kinds of atheists. Atheists that have no dialectical materialist like analysis, and then there's just atheists that are just okay. They're you're not really an atheist. You're just replacing one religion for with another.
Yeah. But how do these sorts of atheists view disabled people?
I don't know.
Oh,
It
yeah.
depends. Okay, which atheists you're talking about? The new atheists are just fascists. They're no different from the actual like people like Richard Dawkins basically says, like, mentally retarded babies should be aborted. A baby that will be born mentally retarded, they should be aborted.
Yeah, I meant the new atheists who say all this eugenic shit, saying that if you're perceived as bad, you should be exterminated.
Well, they're not much different from the Nazis. In fact, I'd argue that the new atheist majority of their like worldview is not even scientific at all. It's very pseudoscience. It's just science being used to justify racism. That's just what the new atheist is.
Yeah.
Sounds like nothing
I
has
think
changed.
storms
in these
elsewhere.
You finally had a chance to speak, Stan. You could speak if you want.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if my mic's working. I'm talking, but I don't see anything happening.
I can
There,
hear you.
it's working. I'm talking, but I don't see anything happening. Oh,
I can
it's
hear you
delayed.
just fine.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying that not much has changed in the centuries that have passed since the days they were doing that, just throwing babies that were either girls or disabled out into the wilderness just to die.
Mm.
Yeah, well, fascists don't change no matter what century.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially those fascists who rule empires.
Yeah.
Like it's all about divide and rule for these empires.
Yet the
Like a heat-seeking
DPRK is
cripple.
somehow a totalitarian hellhole. Yet America is everything they say the DPRK is.
To come in like a heat-seeking cripple.
America.
The situation with to point out on atheism earlier, bourgeois atheism and all of its problems aside, and your own personal views and religion aside, Marxism is strictly an atheist philosophy. There's no room for any other philosophical thunk in how Marxism works because clearly the materialist look at how the world works would be understood through an atheistic lens and understanding that the world is a conglomeration of the reality we know is a conglomeration of material world and not of a spiritual or supernatural one. And so regardless of what you personally believe, Marxism is a strictly atheist philosophy.
I agree. It should be treated as an atheist philosophy. And
because it's based on physical concrete evidence than faith itself. Logan Mansion Games, right? There are good and bad atheists, and there are good and bad Christians. I agree. It's not black and white.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Of course, you could argue. Like, wouldn't Friedrich Nietzsche's ideology be atheistic? Yeah. Jesus, this is. Friedrich Nietzsche's.
It is that it's about fact. It's just fact is an observable thing. It changes over time. Like what was facts certain amount of years ago might not be facts now, and that's basically because not all truth is absolute. And in a way, it is to its time period, but time is a thing that has to constantly be considered as an aspect of relations of functions and things. What's it?
I would assume that
with the way that these things work, observations change things over time, and so while some facts are absolute, like 2 + 2 is always going to be 4. Our understanding of the world is something that shifts and changes. But from what we understand of how the world works, to us it is absolute that there isn't any sort of higher power or spiritual realm. And this comes on the basis that things have an intrinsic relationship that is on a material plane, and that the ideation of thought absolutely can fall out of line with the material world. There is a flexibility to how materialism is exacerbated, but even the most incorrect thought has to have come from some form of material learning. And so ideas have an effect on the material, but ideas are themselves created by the material. That's why idealism is completely bunk.
Logan Mansion Games is right. Communism is a science, not a religion. And
exactly,
I would assume Marx and Engels debunked absolutism.
Oh my god, yeah. But absolutely, in the destruction of basically vulgar materialist ideas. Although these things still exist this day because in reactionary mindset, revisionism do be that way. Oz says that genes don't exist and are metaphysical, while he himself spouts all this esoteric, cryptic philosophical abstraction to justify his worldview.
Then that explains
that
Haas's
is
secret.
that is one of the best criticisms that just in such a short period of time you could get of Haas. Like that straight up is what Haas's grift is. Like it's that what's it, double think shit where they are criticizing the same thing that they actually are. But they're like switching the books. They're trying to treat the spiritual thing as a scientific thing and the scientific thing as a spiritual thing. Oh, what do you say?
I think that proves that Haas is a hypocrite. That proves that Haas is a hypocrite as well. In that saying that genes don't exist and are metaphysical, yet he spreads pseudoscience nonsense. That's a contradiction in itself.
Sounds like they're just going to have it both ways.
Also, you have a beautifully deep voice. Holy shit. It's cute.
Shall we let Stan?
What's that?
I think we should let you talk, Stan.
Yeah, I was just weighing on what I thought of these dipshits who just want everything both ways. It's like you can't have it both ways. And they'll tell that to you in the cow that you can't eat your cake and have it too, or whatever the hell they'd want. Then when you throw that shit back at them, they all cry like little babies. And they are the ones who love to go, did I offend you? And you offend them and they get mad. What a bunch of shit.
Well, I was literally I literally was suggesting to Jessie Gender to have the volume of her and her guests louder than bigots on her show, because watching that kind of shit and having it where I'm having to turn the volume up really loud, but then still all my neighbors around me, because I'm having to turn it up loud to hear that, are gonna hear the bigots, and that makes me a bit anxious. I don't like people hearing only the bigoted stuff and not the critiques of that thing, because it could give people a perspective of you that's not nice, and we're a communal species. And someone commented on it going, oh, what, you're such a oh, let me get it up because it was such a bad comment, YouTube it made it a weird trauma bullying thing for some reason. Let me get to it. Oh, Comrade Canethius, no, sorry, Comrade Confucius. I can say things properly. Comrade Confucius has uploaded a new video. Let's bait it. Hella ready pilled.
It's about individualism in the barbarity of it.
Well, you'd think these dingbats would grow the hell up and start being like adults. Goddamn sons of bitches. I mean, they talk about we're adults and grow up, and they just do the very things they decry.
They put the feeling when you're such an emotional lightweight, bad audio mixing traumatizes you. All I literally said was audio balancing is really off. The audio where you are standing is really quiet, and the bigots of Crowder and Tate, some of the worst people you don't want, are really loud. Makes me feel anxious when your critical analysis is really quiet and then blasting so loud my neighbors could probably hear, is the bigoted statements of Tate or Crowder. Please make sure the audio is at least balanced. If not, that your guest's audio is louder than the audio of bigoted pieces of shit. And you know what? Jessie hearted my comments. She pretty much hearts every comment I put on there. But someone had to comment and be like, "Oh, you're such an emotional lightweight." And it's one of the people that probably comes in to fucking call Jessie a troon and shit like that. Like just bigoted little wankers that are like, "Oh, look, someone who has an obviously trans profile picture. They're a trans person. Let's go bully them." Fuck you.
And I don't like the word troon, even though I'm not trans.
Person. Oh, sorry, go on.
You go ahead. I don't want to talk over you.
I was just gonna say one quick thing is that I'm a very, very emotionally sensitive person, but I ain't no emotional lightweight, and anyone who knows me well enough knows that.
Even though I'm a cisgender person, I don't like the word true, and that's very derogatory.
Yeah,
and it
implies that we know that we're the wrong gender and we're just playing it. like that we're like we are like in a mindset where it's basically trying to imply that like because it's used for trans women and it's trying to imply that we're like secret men and we're well aware of this framework, like we're well aware that we're actually supposed to be our gender at birth and we're just playing a facade.
Mm.
Fucking die in a
Even-
hole.
It's clearly not a facade. It's a normal feeling.
We'll get TOS if I show them, but like the actual tits I'm growing is a great example of this. Like, why would I go for all the effort of growing fucking boobs and having like, because like your sexual functions change. My body is no longer going to maintain male sexual function. It has no need to.
Yeah.
There's a statement in the trans community: use it or lose it, and that's basically that. Like very commonly, if you don't use the sausage, it just shrivels up because well, it's being maintained like a clitoris would be. Like
And
is the body's being maintained like a vagina, even though it is dick and balls. Like to put the scary words on the table that a lot of cis people can't seem to deal with. Yes, girl cock, Glock, tastes nice, but the what's it? the like everything changes. Like so, like why would anyone who just wants to be like a man that wants to sleep around would go through all that fucking effort? I genuinely, it makes no sense to me. You know what's interesting as well? They do the whole bathroom shit. Okay, molestations do happen in the women's bathrooms. You know what happened? Men dressed as men just go in. Like it's
Yeah.
happened to my own sister. They just go in.
Yeah.
Like they don't need to dress. They don't want to go for all the effort of dressing up. If anything, that could bring enough attention to them. The women's toilet is next to the men's toilet. It's just a quick breeze in for them. They just break in. They're little wankers. Like they don't give a shit. Like at the point that you're like that kind of person, or you're being a rapist, you don't give a shit about social standards. You couldn't give a damn dingly fuck.
Yeah.
They'll just go in. So like this whole like, oh, it's men trying to sneak into the women's, but no. Whether they're only socially transitioning or they're socially and medically transitioning, no one is trying to get in the toilet to be a sleeper male or something like that.
I'll just check this comment. Logan Mansion Games comment. Yesterday was video game day with a console emoji, followed by another comment from Rayman Pixar. Damn it, I forgot. Logan Mansion Games then commented, Andrew Tate is such an idiot. He exposes locations of Romanian police with his own ego. Is it different video game day? Raymond Pixar asked, because I celebrate on September 13th. And Logan Mansion Game is like, no, but yesterday was video game day. So they're talking kinds of stuff on the chat as well.
The chat is pretty lively tonight. Again,
Yeah.
doing this at 6, actually, and starting this at 6, I get far more engagement than I would if I did it at 9. Then again, everyone at 9 is probably like, oh, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep.
That's fair.
They might be watching it while lying in bed, or they might not watch it at all. But the what's it? I think the best game a day is 9/11.
Oh my god, I can't.
There was an opening. I had to take it.
Use the boost to get through. Do you have? Oh, I forgot that meme. My friend created it. Okay, he took a thing from 9/11 and put it had Star Fox 64, and he said, "Use the boost to get through." And Jason literally comment that there's 2 planes.
Oh,
It was my friend that did that. That posted that meme.
I have one of my favorite memes is the oh, look at the calendar meme from Jason with the Twin Towers.
You want to know what would really trigger reactionaries? If I did a 9/11 stream and I had that Star Fox meme as the thumbnail.
Yeah.
I had a funny thing happen. So like I was like someone posted a gif of Jason Momoa and I just had to come into the chat and I was like, not gonna lie, he's freaking sexy. And then this guy called Jimmy pops up, he's like Storm shows up as soon as we bring up a hot guy, how typical. I've made a reputation for myself. The what's it? Yeah, because yesterday we were talking about actually it's the day before for me now, but like we were talking about like hot revolutionaries and like whom was the hottest out of the six heads, like
Yeah.
all these different fun stuff. And
Yeah.
someone turned around and was like, a storm must be in heat or something. Just to give an example of where I went with things.
You mean? I mean, I don't.
I mean, I'm at the end point of my period, so I probably am in heat.
Well, if of the five heads, I would probably say Stalin when he was young.
Yeah, like he definitely like old Stalin couldn't give good dick, but I reckon young Stalin could.
It's like I know I'm reactionary. It's like, oh, Darth Sinovia is gay. It's like, no, I'm just pointing out someone, Stalin. If we're going by others,
I don't get that with like, cause like straight women can easily point out that they're sexy and all that, but men are just like so afraid of it when they're straight. It's like Jesus Christ, it's not gay to think someone's hot. Like
it's like,
I had a Muslim who was a very strict Muslim turn around and say that. He's like, yeah, bodies are attractive. He was someone who didn't want to be a homosexual and didn't think people should be, but was fine with people existing as he's a more liberalized Muslim. But he was still a very like educated Muslim, and he'd turn around to you and say, "Yeah, it's natural for people to be attracted to different bodies. That's just like humans." Like even someone who like I certainly drastically disagree with their positions on homosexuality, transsexuality, etc., transgenderism. Um,
And
he
Logan, like,
he what's it? He was still like, yo, yeah, like male bodies are sexy, female bodies are sexy. It's normal for people to feel attracted to these things, and it is. It's also normal for people to want to get absolutely railed into next week by these things. But I digress. Um, I don't know. Young Mao as well is pretty contentful. I'd hit a young Mao. Mao when he was young was absolutely.
what about Castro and Che?
Che wins the cake. Like, oh god, that statement actually has some funny implications. Cake is a lovely slang term for ass. So Che absolutely does win my cake. Um, Castro does as well. Castro like he's a horrible person politically, like in many ways. There's some positives to him, but guy was a revisionist little shit. Cuba actually didn't turn into a communist country until 3 years after it existed because the U.S. cut them off. Otherwise, they probably would have gone down a more liberal route. Interesting thing about Cuban history, but Castro, if we're gonna go off looks and personality, because the guy's got a really like great way of like expressing himself and the way that he expresses himself. Yeah, you know, he can get the cake too. He's just got to sort his homophobia out.
and I'm just going to read these comments. Logan Mansion game. 1 year on 9/11. I almost uploaded a video of me playing infiltrating the airship, but I didn't. And he also commented, that sounds like a good Star Fox meme. And then Animation 03 commented, gay people and women aren't the only ones who find men hot, and they don't have to be. And Raymond Pixar said, same way for lesbians and men who find women hot. And Logan Mansion Games, the distraction on Conera on the Star Fox 64 reminds me of 9/11.
Oh, God.
Oh, it's so long since I've heard about Star Fox. Like, holy shit.
You know what? You know, you want to be very hypocritical about Americans. They get so angry when you make 9/11 jokes, yet they're completely okay with making jokes about other tragedies.
Like the Holocaust. Like 10,000 people die in New York. Actually, I don't think it was that many. It was like two. I don't know. There was a lot of people that died. Like thousands of people die in New York, and like many countries have to be invaded where millions of people die. But then these people can joke about a war that killed 100 million people without a blink of an eye.
That's the American way now, ain't it?
a capitalist democracy. No one said that freedom's
Ain't
free.
that
Lady liberty rots
America?
away. No truth,
Oh,
no justice, the
neither
American
free.
way.
Ain't that America? A sight to see with pink houses and movies.
America, fuck yeah, here to bomb another brown country.
Oh, they'll talk about how it was worth it that millions of children died from sanctions, but bitch about, oh, how the liberals are trying to hurt the children.
They're trying to kill our children and turn them into the transes.
Oh, yeah, right. It'd probably be a better fate than for children to be a goddamn conservative.
Amount of people that get locked in the shell for so long before they can crack. Like I had so many moments where my shell cracked and then reconstructed itself
Even
because like
bad North
my
Korea would be a better
acceptance-
fate for them than being a conservative. When I
but
say
like,
bad, I mean as America says it is.
I'll just let
With,
Raymond Pixar talk.
I just want to like say so like with the way that I was brought up, I had many egg cracking moments where I realized I was a woman. The first time I realized I should be a girl was when I was 5 years old. Um, and like I kept having these egg crack moments. I rebuilt the shell every time these things happened and closed Pandora's box because of the acceptance issues within my very conservative, very fascistically ran family. And so like I never could express myself. I was always see like gaslighting and like like slurring of anything from drag queens to actual trans women growing up. And so like any framework of my family's reference that I had of my family was that they would be horrible transphobes and I'd be treated like someone who's an insane person. And so I kept closing the box. Eventually I couldn't close it anymore. I had like acid start that off when I saw me, but like feminine me, not me. So I was like, it's a weird thing. It's hard to explain. But like I just sniffed coke and I was told, oh, you're on acid and it's hit really hard now. Close your eyes, you see deepest desire. And I saw a woman with the most familiar face I ever knew, and I tried to dissociate from it, but that was me. Um, and then like ecstasy after that really opened me up to feeling feminine and how much that makes me feel at home, like myself. And so and like also there's elements of ecstasy that can cause well MDMA that can cause like revelations because of the like it's hard to explain. Like I could go from my mixed messages to explain like a lot of the actual drug science to it, but like like acid it can cause revelation stuff. um and then eventually over time I still kept trying to close Pandora's box, but it kept opening more frequently than it ever had before in my life, and it got to a point where it just stayed open and I just stayed in this weird purgatory state for 2 years with it open. I hate all of that. I hate how long it took me to get there because like if I could have realized myself when I realized at a younger age, I'd have never had to have gone through male puberty. I could have been put on puberty blockers and at 16 gone through a normal female puberty, no problems at all. Now I have a lot of risks because I'm reversing stages and going through a different form of puberty, second puberty. Um, and that's like taxing and like stressful to go through. And I went for it. I started at age 24, which is a bit in the late industry. I mean, you start at any age and you'll get a complete transition. Not like trying to shade on anyone who started later. It's always good to start. If you want to go on HRT, any age you need to like go on it. Don't be ashamed by this. But like when you're at my age and you're like so close to where like you could get better results from it, it tends to like really hit very hard because I just had to like have like when I saw that apparition and when I was 17 years old, if I'd have just realized myself like and got onto HRT by 18, 19 when I was homeless, I could have I could have really gone somewhere with myself. I could have like sooner. I could have really realized myself sooner. Sorry, I can't English. Because HRT is the best decision I ever made in my life. Right up there.
And now the thing I would point out is trans disabled people are a target to these fascists.
Yeah, we intersect between two of the groups that they really despise, and a lot of us are in poverty as well. So classism ends up being a big element of it too.
You know,
Fascists push for a lot of middle class families to just react with kicking people out when they find out that we're trans.
which is hard.
It's terrifying.
And, you know, and it's gonna get worse.
Everyone's so fucking stupid.
I hear Kim Jong Un, Kim Jong Il's voice in the background.
What the hell? That is Kim Jong Il, ain't it?
Yeah,
Well, I was just looking up that song, and then I realized, was it a dig on the DPRK?
yeah,
I mean, is this
yeah.
movie a dig? Is that movie a dig on the DPRK, like that stupid interview movie?
Yeah.
Oh,
Plus, the interview was worse.
no, the interview sucked, big one. The only good thing about that was when Eminem came out.
Wasn't the Eminem coming out thing a joke that was done for a movie?
It was the beginning of the movie.
Yeah. That oh yeah, the interview.
Yeah.
When you said the interview, I thought you was on about like an interview that happened. I forgot about the film.
Oh,
Good riddance too.
No, you said the interview was worth. I figure you're talking about the movie.
Yeah, what's it? I watched it ages ago.
Yeah, I did. What a waste of time. I mean, if you want to watch somebody defending on America and capping on another country, watch Naked Gun.
Oh
The
god, I
intro.
haven't seen Naked Gun for ages, but that fucking movie's amazing. That comedian, what's his name with the white hair? He's absolutely amazing.
Leslie Nielsen.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, he's
that-
he's the one who defended America in that scene, and I'm getting sick of this anti-North Korea stuff. But yeah, I didn't realize
it's getting old.
Song. Well, it's been old for too long. But no, I just thought this Team America. I guess I wanted to look it up, find out what the song was. I didn't realize it was. Yeah.
Well, yeah, in Team America, there's the second half where Kim Jong Il's in it.
Yeah. 11 years ago. Sheesh. That was long before I became pro North Korea, though. I became pro North Korea in 2018.
I'm not pro them myself. I've got my own Maoist issues with a lot of stuff with the DPRK, and a lot of MLs have that problem too. Because, like, I mean, they're anti-dialectics for one, so that's already a bad start. They're revisionists, and they killed off the left opposition in the 60s and the 70s.
You sure that wasn't the South Korea?
No, that was North Korea. Kim Yo something. I can't remember his name.
Kim Il Sung.
No, you said it. Yeah.
No. He was the guy who did the killing of people. It was the I'm on about the guy who died. It was the leader of the left opposition. He was a Marxist-Leninist in the DPRK, and he died. I don't know, it was the 60s or the 70s. But like a lot of people were purged from the party, and the right opposition took hold.
Huh. Well, I remember it was saying that the communists were more discriminating than the non-communists in the book by Bruce Cummins. And they said that, yeah, the communists did purges against the ones who were actually working against the communists, were infiltrating their cause. While
No, the people I'm on about are like very principled Marxist-Leninists. Like they led a specific opposition to be more Marxist-Leninist than they were purged for Juche. Juche is not ML; it's nowhere near.
no, Juche is
its own little tree of shit.
What I heard it was their adoption of Marxist Leninism, because just like you adapt things to your own culture.
Okay, but why did they get rid of dialectical materialism?
Well, I'm not familiar with that though, because
Kim Jong Il was a part of the people that threw out the book on dialectical materialism, like completely. They changed it into this weird spiritual motion about it all. That they have gone further down a path of revisionism, even more so than Kim Il Sung had pushed for. The people of the DPRK wanted socialism, and that's why we've seen a slow descending into more capitalistic behaviors. But They're an administrative based economy in the way that they work. A lot of the power and like wealth is in the hands of people that dictate others. Just because they don't have specific like big ownership of private property by capitalists, they still have a Brezhnevite system of how in which the administrators relate
That's
to
just
the
how it
workers.
plays out. Well, that got loud.
Yeah, absolutely. That's that's the art of the way that Brezhnevism operates. It's a very what's it's a crossover between socialist and neo-feudal capitalist structures. This kind of fascistic command control economy. I mean, Marxism is a command economy as well. I'm not saying command economies are fascist. It's that it's a very fascist command control economy and how it works. Um, it's like the free market isn't dominant, but there is a market system. But at the same time, I the people that are so anti DPRK on the basis that liberalism and fascism progenerates is stupid. Like they hate them because the US hates them, and it's like, well, I don't hate the people of the DPRK. I just don't like the fucking leadership and everything. My response to it all is like, if there's gonna be unification that's actually gonna push in the right direction, to take from the Irish struggle, you're gonna need a socialist Republican struggle on both sides of the border. Otherwise, like neither side is going to take things in the right direction. It will become an overbearing situation where one dominates the other. And given South Korea has the bigger economy, they'll likely take the forefront in that anyway.
Yeah.
So, what's your stance on King Jong Un's storm?
Kim Jong Un's a funky geezer. Guy got his education in Scandinavia. And like has lived a very privileged livelihood. He's what's it? His experience of the world is going to be a very different one compared to the working class within that country. There's a very like lineage based relationship him and his forefathers have with the country. That kind of relationship shows a critical issue with the way in which quote unquote democracy works within the DPRK. Um, the framework of Kim Jong Un is he's no good dude like a lot of people might want him to be. He's not the Americans, but that's like a low bar to set. I will side with the people of the DPRK in struggling against American imperialism, but I have no support for them as a socialist country. There aren't any socialist countries left in the world right now. Albania was like the last one, and they're gone.
Especially with Enver in charge.
Oh, Enver Hoxha was amazing. Although his understanding of the Cultural Revolution is ass. And not the ooh fun kind of ass.
Yeah.
Sometimes ass is nice. But the what's it? Yeah, no, like it's all about like valid critique versus like demonstrification, because people that demonstrify is the big problem. Like people turn the leaders of the DPRK being bad into like racism against the Korean people. Even though they will say no, they're not doing it. They think the Korean people should be free or whatever the fuck like that. It always turns into racism against the Korean people. Um, because that's the way like white supremacy makes people look at the world. When they hear that a lot of Palestinian people are homophobic, you get two sides of the camp. You get like the esoteric fascists calling themselves communists, going, "Oh well, we should protect this and we shouldn't pressure our Western ideology on them," as if like being trans is a Western thing or being gay is a Western thing. And then you get the other side of the tree where it's like the white liberals and a lot of white fascists as well. No, well, white social fascists, sorry. White social fascists and liberals will turn around and go, oh, they're homophobes, so genocide will be their response. It's like that, and then like when you point it out to them, they'll say no, they're not, even though they'll call for like Israel to go to war with them. What do they think Israel's going to do? It's genocide. Like, what's it? Who's that guy who's still alive? The fucking war guy that's like 100 years old now. He needs to die. Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger goes to al-Assad in the 1970s or the 80s. I think it's the 80s. It was like during a big crisis between them and Israel, and like he turns around to Assad and goes, "They look at you the way we look at the Indians." He means the American natives.
And Logan
So
Mansion Games is off as well. Goodbye, he said, bye, everyone. And he also wrote earlier, I agree, I'll also have issues with the DPRK too. And Purple Blastoist said, Cuba is a sugar colony of the USSR. And he also said, I can't believe Harry Kissinger is still alive.
Yeah, what's it? Purple Blastoise whacking out the beats. The Cuba was turned into a colony by the Soviets, well, as a neo colony. But like, what's it? That we'll get into that in a moment if we need to. But I'll say with the war stuff, yeah, like racism and genocide ends up being the guide for these things. Like the way that white people engage with the DPRK is they're like, okay, there's some pretty sus shit about like the Kim dynasty or the way the government like is organized. I mean, they don't even know that much detail. They only know skimmits of it because only like a tiny like one millionth of the truth ever exists. I mean, there's always a twinkle of truth in lies, but only like a one millionth of it ever seems to exist in lies made up by the DPRK. They have some of the most craziest shit ever said about them. So they only have a sort of twinkle of truth on the matter and understanding of the situation, but still they will go from like, oh yeah, like we don't like the leadership, they should be changed, to hating on Korean people unless they're like American and Japanese-ified Koreans in the South. It's a push for genocidal mentality, mindset.
What's the question? The genocidal mindset.
What's it? Is in like the framework that like fucking white supremacy operates in the regulation of genocide of other groups because of the deemed genetic unworthiness, that they don't meet a cultural or genetic framework. Because genocide is not just about genes. The words come from the same Greek word, but they actually don't have any original relationship. Genocide actually means the seek to eliminate any group, so that be cultural or genetic. And so like it's a genocidal mindset of the framework of wanting to go on a pointation of elimination of those that are deemed bad people, on the framework of how they go about things, like and I don't mean like eliminating people that actually are bad, like Nazis, like the Nazi ringleaders and people like that. Proper Nazis deserve little less than a bullet in the head. Say that straight up. But like it's more so that like people will be like, oh, Germans were Nazis, well, let's eliminate them to put it in that kind of framework. Or Palestinians are homophobic or transphobic, so like Israel needs to bomb them with pride bombs.
Or ableist.
Yeah.
In later news, there's a Palestinian who's autistic was killed by Israeli defense, by the Israelis as well. Rest in peace.
Not so light is that.
Of course, Israel can't help but kill children because the country is full of child murdering cowards.
Oh no, like literally there was a video of where like this woman on the BBC actually push back against an Israeli guy that was on there. Now she's been there for ages, but she's probably lost her job now.
Yeah.
And basically, what happened was this Israeli guy was trying about how they're killing the terrorists and going at it, and she just turned around and was like, "Wait a fucking minute! There's children and like non-combatants dying in this. What do you mean terrorists?" It's like, no, these people are terrorists and all that. It's like, okay, so you've just gone and frameworked children as being terrorists, and like
That's systematic oppression.
yeah, it's the frameworks of genocide. That's what that is. It's the deeming of an entire population as an incongruently terroristic force that like Palestinians have a native affinity towards terrorism. Like
And
some
for
people will
purple
use
black,
like the word. Some people use the word jihad to put this into framework as well. Do you know Israel also means struggle? So like, it's just what jihad means. Jihad means struggle. So like anyone that tries to fascinate like the framework of jihad with an Islamic culture is like terroristic. Israel is literally the same fucking term. It means struggle. Like this is just the termic framework that exists within all societies because struggle is kind of like an important part of life living in a class system. It's kind of like one of those things that's like impossible to avoid unless you're a little privileged special boy.
and purple black twist wrote, "Give Kim Jong Un. There's never disarmed and learned from Libya." And also, Purple Black Twist, the so-called modern Hebrew is a made-up language just like Esperanto. Ancient Hebrew is a dead language just like Latin.
I mean, learn from Libya. Libya was no country to learn from. Libya, Gaddafi, or you on about like the invasion and stuff? Because Gaddafi's a bad dude. Like,
No, what they mean is learn from Libya by not disarming.
That's right. Because that damn Bolton guy said the Libya model, and that shut down it almost derailed the Trump Kim summits. It actually did, but they got it back on. But the minute Kim heard that, it was off.
yeah, learn from Libya, absolutely. I got a bit confused then. I was like, wait a minute. I mean, like, the DPRK and Libya probably have a lot of similarities in their economics, to be fair. Because what's it? Gaddafi was trying to be like the British of Africa or the French of Africa, like his own little imperialist African nation. Well, Arab nation actually, so it's kind of more convulsified than that. The Arabs have had a long history of oppressing Africa, and what's it? Read the Green Book. It literally like speaks of black people in such a racist way. Oh, you're echoing. Raymond, you got an echo.
Oh, sorry.
All right. But
You never had a chance to speak on Parker. You can speak at any time you want.
Oh, I know.
But yeah,
Please,
Gaddafi
me.
actually like turned around and said to like Europe, like, oh, like black people are eventually gonna outnumber us all and outpace us all. There's already more black people than there is like anyone else. It's like the most populated continent on the planet. I think like maybe like China might come close, but like there's billions of people there. But anyway, like it's saying like basically like because they're outnumbering us, they're gonna outpace us eventually. Like it was doing this whole like the same shit the Nazis did with the Slavs. They outnumber us so they could overwhelm us. Oh, and he called his idea the quote the third way end quote.
Should we move on to a different topic because it's almost 4 hours of the stream?
This is the filler period.
I mean, fucking Christ, we barely talked about the subject matter. I don't even know if it's even accurate to call it a stream
We
about the
did talk a
disabled
lot
struggle.
about it. Because I brought it back in when I joined. We returned back to the disability topic, and we got like a good hour or so in.
Well,
I think
You brought a
And
new
I
perspective.
joined about an hour in, maybe an hour and 20 minutes.
So there really isn't anything new to add because you talked about your own experience because in the UK they're not.
I also talked a lot about what I know from an intellectual standpoint as well. I studied a lot of the structures of education, and so like the frameworks of how it works is very segregative. Like it's a specific motion of eugenics that goes back to the late 1800s.
And they were considered freaks back then.
Oh yeah, I mean you were lucky to not be euthanized.
We're still considered freaks today. That hasn't really changed.
They were lobotomizing autistic people in the 60s and the 70s. But that
As always, sounds like you're being considered freaks by the freaks themselves.
And I've watched this documentary called Children of Darkness where disabled people were institutionalized.
yeah, a lot of time put into asylums.
There is one thing I forgot to mention that I don't think has been discussed that much. How the dropout rate out of for the disabled when it comes to high school, like most disabled don't complete their primary education. I don't know if that's just one thing I can't believe I forgot. It's almost 4 hours. I didn't even talk about that. How common it is for the disabled to drop out of high school.
Yeah.
In this country, like you have to get to the tertiary school period to drop out, and even then it's a little more tedious because if you drop out in high school here, you will have broken the law, and your parents will get a big fine.
What do you mean in the UK if you drop out of high school you break the law?
You can't drop out of high school. Like high school, you have to do it. It's legally required. And
it's not legally required in the United States. Once you turn 18, you can drop out if you wish.
You don't turn 18 in high school here.
It's 16, ain't it?
16 is like you'll turn 16 when you're just about out of you've just left high school.
Of course.
I was in the oldest group, and I turned 16 just as the school year started in the next year because I'm a September born person.
How many grades they have?
It's 11.
Okay, we have 12.
Well, of course, it's depending on the state. You could drop out. Actually, you could drop out in your sophomore year, depending on how old you are. I've heard people dropping out as young as 15 or 16.
Yeah, well, you can't drop out until you're an adult.
Or 16 in the UK.
Yeah, because like our laws are.
What's the drinking age in the UK?
18.
What about smoking?
Smoking, you can smoke from 13, but you have to be 18 to buy.
Okay, because the the USA has just gone totally backwards about smoking.
21. Oh my God. You're gonna have to be 27 years old before.
If I don't want to get out of the USA because of North Korea, I do want to get out of because of the over 21 bullshit. I'm so sick of seeing 21 around.
Yeah, it's
21.
descending deeper and deeper into fascism.
You're old enough to die in some shitty war, but you can't drink alcohol.
You could have already managed to have 3 kids by the time you
alcohol. That was a mountain already established, but the smoking was just like when that happened. I said, I hope something bad happens in this country, and maybe I got my wish because everything went downhill after 2019.
Well, that's interesting because it was basically 2019 October time. A Great Depression occurred, so that's sort of where the things started to spark into the hole. Coronavirus wasn't even what caused the big economic crisis. It contributed to it.
No, this was in America though. But yeah, the corona struck, and then everybody.
But I'm saying, like before the corona, a Great Depression, which is an international problem, occurred, and that's what caused the decline in America. That's why we've seen America like going so into destitution, not being able to afford to fund anything. 2008 already had this effect, but 2019, that was a death note.
I don't remember that. I just remember.
But they're not going to publicize it. They ain't going to tell you a Great Depression started.
Well, yeah. Well, we heard about the 2008 stuff because I got stimulus check for that one. I didn't even realize I needed it.
They used the coronavirus to hide this one. A recession is so much less scary than a depression because a recession lasts for like maybe half a decade at most.
Yeah.
A depression lasts for a decade or two. Like 1927 till about 1945 was all the problems we had. I mean, the actual economic Great Depression ended in the mid to late 30s, but not really because World War II kicked off. And like basically extended the situation. What we had now, Great Depression in 2019. Russia starts going on a big imperialist rampage, and a world war is on the verge of occurring. But yeah, like 2019, there was a Great Depression that occurred in about October time, and then coronavirus gets everywhere.
Right.
I think they purposefully allowed it to get in these different countries.
Seems
It's not
like
so
I
much
got
about whether they created it for this purpose. I think they were doing just gain of function research to make a vaccine, and it either got out on accident or someone did release it on purpose because the billionaires like Bill Gates are involved. So it's tedious, but can't say anything. So we'll just go on the basis that it accidentally got out, and that's the best way we can go about it. However, they knew it existed. They knew what like SARS COVID was and coronavirus in general, and like they were warned in November, they were warned in December, they were warned again in January, and they refused to close their borders. They refused to do lockdowns. They refused to shut everything down. I feel they purposefully let it spread so everyone would be like, the coronavirus caused the crisis, which it didn't. It contributed in ways, but it did not cause the economic crisis we're in now. And even a Murdoch media representative on Sky News turned around at the start of the coronavirus and said if anyone blames the current economic crisis on the coronavirus, they are out of their minds.
You know, I think of Robert Murdoch. He's a greedy tycoon bastard. And a senile piece of shit.
Yeah, well, maybe the over
British
21
fucking down under motherfucker, like scummy settler colonist, bourgeois, fascist little fucknut. He controls the media in so many countries. He has so many different pieces of media he owns in the UK, not just the Daily Mail. He's well known for. He also owns things like the Sun and stuff like that, and Sky News.
He's basically like Joseph Goebbels, pretty much like a propagandist.
Oh yeah, Joseph Goebbels would be a perfect match for him. And what's it? He's also the guy who owns Fox, the most viewed TV news program in the entirety of America. So like he just has so much control, and it's not the only news source he owns in America as well. It's just the only one anyone talks about. He has so much power over people's like unconscious thoughts around the world where they're not so quite savvy. And so like they're just like plummeted with a lot of this misinformation from Murdoch media. He has so much control over that, it's mental. We have Elon Musk trying to be the Murdoch media of the internet.
Elon Musk is an idiot.
He totally is.
That's it. The guy knows how to do like a bit of software programming, so he thinks he's a genius.
Oh.
Someone's a bit insecure about their intelligence. Because like it's not like he's just some total hapless moron. He's just like bourgeois. This is just bourgeois people. Their intelligence is just in a completely different loony framework. But by bourgeois standards, he's not a very bright boy. He's like low mid, maybe low tier. Like he's really not a very bright boy. Trump, I would argue, is smarter than Musk in many ways, and that's saying something.
I think Trump is smarter than Musk.
I think Dark Snovey is right. I think we should stick on topic when it comes to like special ed and stuff.
That special ed thing, we've said what we could about it.
Okay, then.
Let's just continue on with the subject. Yeah, I honestly believe that. Okay, Trump and sorry, I lost my. Oh yeah, Trump. Okay, Trump is. Okay, I've lost my train of thought. Someone else continue because I don't.
Let's say, Trump is underestimated a lot. That's basically the short of it.
That's
Also,
not what I wanted to say, but yeah.
Prometheus, the sort of framework that occurs here is it's more like a talk show kind of thing. We try and stick to a main topic, but things just go as they go. It's sort of like that.
Yes. Okay, now I know what I'm about to say. I think what makes Trump smarter than Elon Musk is I think Trump has more. What is that word I'm looking for? Social intelligence. I think that's
Social
what I'm.
skills.
Yeah, I was about to talk. That's the word. And
Words.
because he's able to actually connect with people far better than Elon Musk could. The only people that Elon Musk can really connect to are petty bourgeois. Trump can connect to multiple kinds of group people, not just petty bourgeois.
People that think owning a diamond mine is normal.
It's just Trump
which is
is
why
not
I'm sorry.
stupid. I mean, he would not know. I think he's more politically savvy than any of us know. He's a lot smarter than a lot of people give him credit for.
Well, he is Twitter savvy for that much.
Yeah, Trump has his stupid moments, obviously, as every
I think it's
politician.
and aside from that, I think it's only fair that disabled people should integrate to mainstream schools if the education board was reformed, and that way they'll be treated like regular people than being ostracized or neglected by the system.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, and there needs to be a more diversification in how teachers are applied to schools.
Actually, I actually think we should end this stream. So let's actually just get to the conclusion.
Okay. Then.
Yeah,
Yes.
We're so close.
that's
to
all I have to
420.
say, guys. I have to head out.
Oh, that's who you are. Okay, I watched your
Peace
stuff
out.
about why I hate fascists and okay.
Oh
I
wait,
didn't realize
sorry.
this
Go on.
was the same guy. You got about 4 videos here.
Remember, you're always welcome to come on my streams. Don't forget that.
Open
Just
doors
ask,
for
and I'll
Yeah.
give you an invite.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna head out. See you guys soon.
Peace
See
out,
ya.
man. So like, a lot of these interesting with people like Musk and all that is like Musk, Peter Thiel, and all that. They're all a part of like a eugenic thing going on that Trump is also involved in. Where they want to go full racist, anti-disabled, transphobe, eugenicist fucking mindset on everyone. And like, Peter Thiel is someone who actually has outspokenly said that he likes eugenics.
It's funny how they call themselves home of the brave and they're so cowardly to want to oppress helpless people. What kind of bravery is that? Oh, ironic. Huh?
It's
Don't you
not
think?
Bravery of a fascist, which is a slim sheet of skin.
It's just
Fascism is the ideology of cowards.
yeah, but home of the brave, and you're just too cowardly that you got to pick on people who are not your own size. When they always say pick on some of your own size, and you're picking on people who are weaker than you, and it's like you're not brave. That's not bravery, and you got to use might to make right when you're supposed to have an intelligence. What kind of bravery is this? You got to bomb shit with air raids, and you don't use your ground troops. They just do the mop up. What kind of bravery is this? I mean, land of the home of the brave, my ass. Land of the free either.
I like to elaborate on the point earlier. I actually think disabled people should be able to live their lives with dignity and respect, and that starts in childhood.
That's right.
If children are not treated with dignity, they're going to be fucked up adults, and I'm speaking from experience.
Oh god, some bras digging into my tit. To be fair, it's
What?
probably just the stabby pains because I'm at the end of my period. But, yeah, like I said, like we're treating us in this weird way where we're treated as like less capable than everyone else. It's not the easiest way to do it. we are in many ways like less capable at certain things, and that's where it needs to be looked at. Not less capable than everyone else. It's like, what are we good at and what are we not? How can we get help in being good at what we're not good at if that's what we want to go into? How can we be applied? How can we be taught? Not like comparing us to other students in this framework of like, well, you're not as good as these students, so you must be one of those mentally retarded folk or something, eh? See,
They're just full of shit.
Yeah, because it's ironic because I was able to read better than most of my peers once I actually started to actually learn to read.
I mean, I guess it's right. Everybody who thinks they're normal are probably the ones who are really insane.
Because they may have had a head start, but how many people have I gone to school with who are probably functionally illiterate now, despite me having a head start, them having a head start over me?
Yeah.
I'm not bragging or anything,
Right
by
on.
the way. I'm just saying.
No, just making an observation. Is this working?
I read more than most of my peers. Doesn't matter where I go, whether it's at work, well, former job, at school, when I went to college. I
Yeah.
read more than anyone.
Yeah.
man's a word machine. I'm not a very good reader. Like, it hurts my head too much. Like, the problems that ADHD has with reading, I have them like a million times worse because of fibromyalgia. Fibromyalgia just makes that problem an even bigger cunt. So, like, my capacitation for actually keeping up with reading is not very good. I'm trying to improve upon it, but it's really hard, and I never had proper support growing up. And as you say, these things had to start in childhood. Starting with trying to fix these things as late as I have, it's not impossible, but without proper support, and you got to pay a lot of money to get that proper support, you ain't getting anywhere. Because, like, in this country, and it's like this in most countries, the free education stops at a certain age. It's not just about like university costs. If you want to go and redo any of your earlier years of education, I'll pay up, buddy.
If they only realize if they're investing in their society, they're investing in their country, that's to me real patriotism. I mean, if you just want to let all the people get dumb, your society's going to go to hell too. And it's going to affect everybody in the long run, including the wealthy.
I'm going to quote George Carlin.
Yeah.
The one and only.
He said that they want you to be smart enough to work the machines, but dumb enough not to realize how badly you're getting fucked by the upper 1%.
So are you sure George Carlin wasn't not assassinated?
I don't know. He wasn't.
Oh, God.
I know there's a lot of people that think
How did he
Bob Marley
die?
might have been.
I mean, did he die in a plane crash or a disease?
I think he had. I don't know what he. I don't know. I have to look it up. I think he might have had some sort of cancer or something. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's why they invented a cancer to make you knock him off.
I
There's
don't know.
ways you can give people cancer.
I'm more of a visual person than a reading and writing person, to be honest.
I'm just wondering. It's like, I mean, he had so much to say, and now he's gone. But then everybody goes. But how old was he when he went?
He was pretty old. I mean, he was born. He was like born in the 1930s.
Okay, well,
Like the Biden.
2030, he'd be 100 if he was still alive. So
Well, he roasted. I know one of my favorite skits that he did was roasting the baby boomers.
right, maybe they knocked him off.
It's like the boomers.
No, there's this funny thing where it's like Thomas the Tank Engine clips because he did the voiceover for one of the seasons, or is it two of the seasons? I can't remember. He did the voiceover of some of the Thomas Tank Engine seasons, and someone basically got clips of it and merged his lines with some of his jokes, and it is fucking amazing.
I'm sorry.
Die in a fire, bourgeois scum. I wouldn't sleep with you if you even if you had a bag of dicks.
I don't care what
sorry,
anyone.
even if you had 6 dicks, that was it.
I don't care what anyone says. My favorite George Carlin is angry old man George Carlin. You know, the late 80s all the way to the mid 2000s. That's my favorite George Carlin. When he's like spitting out fire.
Huh.
Yeah, like
When are
that
these
is the fun
just
era
when are
of
these
George Carlin.
oppressive people going to realize they're not happy and they wouldn't and never going to be happy? They're going to be under the curse as long as they're oppressive. They're just not going to be happy. That's their curse. When are they going to realize this? They're not happy. They're not. I mean, why do you think that one guy got up on that building and shot up that venue? And I heard a billionaire killed himself a couple months back. It's like, why? You got all the money. You got everything you need. What are you doing that for? What are you
Okay,
shooting shit up for?
okay. That answers the question about George Carlin. He had heart problems.
Yeah, I saw this on this comment. Yeah, but
There is another topic I'd like to discuss further in depth in the future, though. Though I did touch on it early in this stream. You weren't there when when I talked about it. The relationship between the sexes and and capitalist alienation.
Oh yeah, I mean it's kind of interesting though, because like
Yeah.
what was it? Missouri, I think it was Missouri, recently banned pornography. Was it Mississippi? One or
Wait,
the other. I think it's
wait, bad
Missouri.
pornography.
Yeah, but like the people that banned it, like, are the people that like probably watch it the most.
Okay, okay. I'm not against the banning porn. I'm just letting you know.
It's not
But
like banning porn is not the way through it. Banning the industry is. Homebrew pornography should absolutely exist. Like I think people should be able to exhibit themselves and show themselves. It's just pornography as a form of labor needs to be abolished, which is not doable under capitalism.
well, it's fun ironic that a fucking fascist hellscape like Missouri is
Yeah, because
Hey,
it gets
I
in
live
the
in
way of like
Missouri.
you mean misery?
I lived in Missouri for 3
Missouri.
years. I know how awful it is.
Really?
Missouri
It's also,
loves company.
it's also like there's like 5 people per like 1,000 square miles.
It's especially Jefferson City. That fucking place was a shithole.
It's more so like basically like it's a place that really suffers from the history of slavery, and so like the place is very poorly industrialized. It actually got more industrialization from the period of the 70s to today than it got for its entire existence post slavery and pre and during slavery. Um, what's it? But yeah, Missouri, it's like mostly countryside, and so like you might be in a village that like has like 10, maybe 20,000 people in it, and it's just in the middle of nowhere. Like it's called a town, but it might as well be a village at that size.
Jefferson City doesn't even feel like a city at all. It feels like a fucking town. Like everything is fucking. In order to fucking get anywhere, you have to have a car because because everything is like so far and spread out.
It feels like someone merged like several towns that are really far away and was like, right then we've got a city, but didn't decide to put anything in the middle.
That's exactly what Jefferson City, Missouri is.
Gotta go down to Missouri.
You know,
Gotta let me.
I know the residents in Missouri hate the fucking state.
That's why it's called misery.
They hate it too. Fuck.
Well, they just move. Well, they just pack up and move.
Well, long story short, regarding the topic we had earlier, you could watch the earlier parts of the stream if you want more detail. I basically talked about. Well, I wasn't the only one. The first co-host did as well. The majority of a lot of the problems of capitalism. Well, I was talking about more modern. When a lot of this stuff began, you could actually point it at the. Though this is probably not accurate, but from what I've observed, the baby boomers' parents, not baby boomers themselves, the way the boomers of the parent of the boomers raised the baby boomers.
Kind of. I mean, like boomers originally were actually quite radical in their rebelliousness against their parents. Um, they just sort of got really spoilt by society, and so they kind of wound back into being very reactionary because it's actually suited their interests.
Of course, it probably started before the boomers, but I feel like you kind of have to. It always stems from childhood. A lot of it does.
Let's put it this way: like sexism in society is the basis of class itself.
That is true.
patriarchy is the original oppression.
Of course, that's a topic we should talk about for a different time because this will stream will go on for 2 or 3 more hours. That's not
Yeah,
even
get me started on fucking sexism and history and all that, and like we'll get into misogyny, we'll get into transphobia. There's a whole bucket worth of shit to go on that could make its own little 4-hour section.
That's why a different day because it's beyond the scope of this stream. And I'm getting tired, honestly. So that's why this stream is all over the place. But for those of you who stayed till the end and those who joined later, thank you.
By the way, can you guys hear me? Because I still having a mic problem.
Oh, I can hear you just fine.
Yeah,
I'm
we can hear you
sorry.
now. Yeah, Wagwan,
You didn't
what do you
really
wanna beat
get much
out?
of a chance to really speak.
Yeah, that
Rock
was
the
fair
beat,
enough.
man,
I told you still having still thinking about some topics I want to talk about anyway.
I mean, if you got something to cook, let it cook. What you got to beat?
Oh yeah, I still have a speaking problem.
It's okay. I had stage fright when I first did this, so it's all right.
Oh no, it's a daily thing. It's not a stage fright
Yeah,
thing.
I mean like a speech impediment. Like like I suffer with it sometimes myself as well, where like you can't iterate your words properly. You'll use like different words that don't actually mean what you meant to say, and like you'll stumble on your words or like stutter. It's many different ways of speech impediments, and speech therapy can be expensive unless you get it for free. Which trying to get prescribed that in the NHS is very difficult.
I can understand you just fine, actually.
Yeah, because it's not something that happens all the time. It's like a day-to-day thing that's kind of like very situational. It depends on the type of speech or what you're saying. And it can make you nervous about everything you say because it can happen at any time. And some people have it more often than others.
I see. Well, you never have to worry about speaking your mind. I'm here. You could. No one's here to judge you. I mean, I fuck up a lot on these streams. Everyone's heard it. I say something I wasn't meant to say or stumble on a word. So don't worry about it.
I mean, I come on stream looking like some wild temptress, so you're all right. Like, anxiety is going to be hard to process in this, and it could set off your speech impediment, but it really isn't going to mean anything to us. We'll just ask or iterate or engage with what you're saying to put you in a framework where you can then iterate better. Because I got a lot of problems with this. It's not easy to manage and handle. Because brain fog is one of the really big things that ends up affecting one's speech. You can just lose absolute ability to find the words you need to find, and you got to find something to say what you need to say. And so there's got to be a roundabout way of like taking in the feeling of what someone's trying to iterate, not just the pure like vulgarity of the words that are used.
Well, it's all raw. It's what makes it real. We're just people having chat like they would do in a room. We're just different places over the internet.
One thing I'm shocked is my number one fan has not invaded my last few streams. I'm glad he doesn't show up, but I'm just kind of I'm a little disappointed at the same time.
Yeah,
not
well,
really.
where's the effort?
The one who's always posting
You're running
shit.
gag for him.
The one you're always blocking in the comments.
Vora, man. Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't showed up.
Well, don't say anything now. He might.
Maybe he's just lurking in the darkness.
Maybe he got tired of it.
Or maybe it's because of the way I do the streams. I change it. I sometimes do it late. Sometimes I do it early.
Or yeah, because you might
they're
have.
waiting for those
This
9
one
o'clock
started
streams.
on time. This one didn't get delayed, but I guess because your work schedule kept changing, you had to keep changing it.
I almost missed this stream because that was like right before I was binge watching a anime, and it's like, wait, oh shit, it's almost 6. I gotta set up my stream. I'm not gonna delay it.
Right. Well, yeah, one guy I was watching this a storm chaser. It's like, he started was due to start at 4, and it was 4:20. When it's 4:20, he goes, I'm trying. He had a hard time technical difficulties with this
420 is
microphone.
a great time. Also, like storm chasers. What's it? That just sounds like a talk about like a transphobic situation that I've been in or something.
Oh no, this has nothing to do with you. It has more to
No,
do
I
with,
know that it's to do with people who follow storms, but it's like
yeah.
chasers is a term for people who like seek out trans people to
I've been
sleep with
hoping
us
the
or fetishize
tornadoes
us.
and hurricanes and everything else would wipe out Florida and these other southern states.
It's
Not
just
really,
like
but sarcastically speaking.
the idea that like America has this show where there's chasers that are chasing me just makes me laugh.
I just sink Miami. That's like the one city that should be sink to the bottom of the ocean.
I
Just
mean, those
sink
Canadian,
Miami.
I was
It's
kind of
happening.
when those Canadian fires, because all that Canadian crap going on up there. It's like, well, you deserve to burn, and then maybe your smoke will come and screw up our weather like it was for a while. And I was
Yeah, but
saying,
it's
good.
like,
New York is turning orange. Good, let it turn orange.
well, it's not good though because it's global warming shit. Like this shit's really fucking
Well,
the
no, that was
environment.
caused by those.
We've like before this week, well, last week now for me, the temperature in the round, like the global temperature didn't rise
Yeah.
above 17 degrees. Well, now it has. That's the
So-
1 degree increase that's been warned about for a while now.
Everything's 17. Yeah. Well,
Well,
me,
it's
I
like the
was just
global temperature, like specific temperatures are different from global temperature. It's kind of complicated, but it's basically like the atmospheric temperature of the world, and like it's been below 17 for the entire year.
right.
Now it's above 17.
Well, my thinking was like when Dark Sonobi likes to say that the Hitler, or not Hitler, Stalin didn't knock out enough fascists or whatever he said. I'm saying COVID didn't knock off enough of these wackos. Not really, but I mean, I just sarcastically speaking, I'm just sick of all these people. And if this storms would wipe everybody off the face of the planet and start a new thing, things would be better maybe.
I just made
Oh,
a
it
joke
would
of
start a
Miami
new thing. With
sinking.
where we're going, it will destroy every form of life on this earth. And by starting a new
Well,
thing, we'll be going back to the days when there were a few trees, maybe, or the dinosaur period where everything just died.
well, then I've sarcastically said, make Earth great again, get rid of the people. I mean, it's generality, but
Misanthropy is not a way forward.
I
Though.
know. I mean,
I don't think
it's sarcasm. It's not for real. I mean, but when they like to say, well, all that crap about these other countries, I'm saying, well, if the corona wiped everybody out and everything, how could you say that? Well, you say all that crap about these other countries and make fun of them. Maybe you need to go too. Because I don't have any qualms about you going. If you're going to say that all this heartless shit about these other countries and talk like your country don't stink,
Every country is flawed, to be honest.
that duh. It's like, but America thinks they're so perfect and all, and they're probably the worst ones out there.
I
Behavior
think
wise.
Miami sinking would probably would do the whole world would basically do the world a huge service
Why
because
are
Miami has the most fucking reactionary shitheads on the entire planet.
Bolsonaro's favorite place.
Did somebody say Japan was sinking? I mean, I thought I heard that too.
Maybe.
The
I mean,
weeb.
probably with where it is.
But I also heard the fertility rates, or is it fertility rates been declining? And it's like, good. This
the
world's
weebs,
not worthy of
the
children.
weebs. No, my anime.
What about your anime?
I'm sorry, I had to say it. No, my anime.
My friend loves anime. He's got tons of anime. He's got more of the unique stuff. Not he calls that a lot of people like mainstream, but he likes more of the. I don't know. I forgot what his title. Oh, Death Note was one of them. I don't know if that's mainstream.
Death Note is mainstream.
Oh, Cowboy Bebop. I know.
That's mainstream.
I forgot what he was watching. You'd have to ask him. I can't remember but he calls himself an otaku. High School of the Dead. Is that another one?
That's mainstream too.
Oh, well, okay. Well, There was that one he
I
watched.
mean, most people that watch anime will always tell you that what they watch isn't mainstream, but 9 times out of 10 it probably is. And what they probably mean by not mainstream is they mean it's old.
Yuri on Ice. Yuri on Ice.
That's not mainstream,
Yeah,
actually.
he likes that. He likes something about no, that's Yuri on Ice. Ugh. We watched something
Avatar
called.
2.
I was just about to say something Evangelion. Something about
Evangelion is mainstream.
what about there's something called something about a sword. I forgot what that one is. Something about a sword. Oh, then let's see. What's another
My
one?
criteria of what mainstream is something that the average anime fan knows it exists or has watched, or something that even non-anime fans has known and watched.
There's another one that doesn't have any dialogue in it. It's about a guy who's and a girl who comes in the form of a turtle and she turns to a woman and they live on the island for a while and then they.
I have no idea what that anime is.
I forgot what that one was called, but yeah, that was. I don't know if it's me, but anyway, yeah. Well, I know he watched a lot of stuff, different stuff. Sometimes he says he might even watch some of the weird ones, the hentai or the what's another one. I forgot what she. I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe he's aware of it. I'm not sure what he. But okay, yeah, I'd have to see. You and him would probably go on for hours talking about anime because he loves talking about anime.
I'm not I like certain anime series,
right?
But I'm not a hardcore anime watcher.
Well, okay. He won't. He doesn't. He thinks one's too long. Oh, Bleach is real long. He doesn't. I mean, no, it was a Sailor Moon. I think he's said,
Which
or
Sailor
one,
Moon?
or One Piece. He won't watch because it's too long or something. That's the
Which-
longest running one, isn't it? One Piece.
There's One Piece. Well, there's a version of the series called One Piece, which edits down edits down the series from 1,000 to like 300 and something episodes.
Right. He's aware of the One Piece, the long version, because I remember you saying it's been running since the 80s, I think.
No, it's been running since the
90s.
90s. 97.
Well, 97 is the manga, 99 is the anime.
Oh, okay. Maybe
because in Japan, when a manga gets an anime adaptation, it usually happens when a manga is around for at least 2 years, and of course the manga industry is very competitive. Like if your manga does not get an anime adaptation in a certain amount of time, you are more likely to have your manga canceled.
Okay.
So the longer your manga runs,
was it about popularity? It's about the year gap.
Yes.
I remember we had these big old books that felt like they looked almost as big as telephone books, but they felt really light. And they think they were considered manga. I just remember because I was in Japan when I was 14 with my dad, and I remember he'd find these big. They were probably like, I mean, they were not exactly like phone books, but they looked big, but yet they were really light. And I think they were called mangas or something like that because they were like comics or storybooks.
Of course, the stuff like anime, like Naruto and One Piece. I'm talking about the model that they're currently going on.
Right.
That's outdated. They don't actually do that anymore. The weekly run the series for as long as possible. Now they do things the My Hero Academia model where it's seasonal. They do a set amount of episodes a season, and then they do more episodes if it gets enough viewership to greenlight another season.
Okay. Another one I heard of, but we watched it was something about the Fireflies, called Firefly or something. It was kind of had some sad. I mean, it was a lot of it took place when Japan was getting firebombed by the U.S. in that time period, and about a little girl and the Fireflies and something like that.
Of course, then you have this one of the most popular anime right now, which is fascist propaganda. And no, it's not Naruto. I'm referring to Attack on Titan.
Oh,
More like
I knew that's gonna
Boruto.
come up.
I think he likes that show. Fortunately, well, he probably likes it for the action and stuff. He likes
Well,
the theme song for it for sure.
what makes it fascist propaganda is you have you have characters named after Japanese war criminals.
Oh God.
Then there was
And you have anti-Semitism in there as well.
Of
there was
course.
one we watched. It was about a guy who recruits a slave girl and he makes her help him.
Oh God, I know what you're talking about. My Shield Hero, or I
Oh
think.
yeah, I kind of did a comparison about how. I remember I did something about comparing that with how I forgot how I compared it, but it had something to do with the DPRK and US and something. And somebody who does a lot of stuff about DPRK kind of agreed with me. He kind of watched it. It was kind of ramblish, but it was kind of because when the guy would win, they were trying to say, oh, you did it, you cheated because you had this slave girl, but yet they were encouraging him, or something like that. And I'm thinking how when the DPRK has something, they always downplay everything. I remember I made a comparison, but yeah, that was
Is that the series where this guy goes into some like video game or something? Like it's a genre called isekai. It's basically a male. It's usually male characters.
the
Like
sword. Well, what you called it, that was the title of it. I forgot what you called it, but that was the title.
Isekai.
Well, that's the genre. It's basically it's another like harem like thing where you have this plain looking guy that goes into this world with a bunch of. It's usually men. That's why I said usually men.
Right. Well, there was one where somebody got transported to another world, and I think he's in communication with God and via a cell phone. I don't know if it's God or a God of some sort via his cell phone, but he's in another world. I don't remember which one that was called. The smartphones. He was using that to communicate.
I know there was a time when back in 2019 up until 2020 late last year where I was reluctant to engage with anime because of my experience with the fascistic community that I dealt with.
Oh, okay, right.
Because there is a lot of fascists in the anime community. Well, there's multiple anime communities. So that's why it's kind of broad.
Excuse me. Yeah. My friend actually said he got into anime because he was whenever he was living, there was another girl living down the hall who was watching it because she was trying to learn Japanese, and so she would watch it with him. And she would try to learn, and was learning Japanese, so watching it to do that. And he got hooked on it, and then she kind of stopped watching him because she was getting better at speaking Japanese, but she got him hooked on it by doing that. Now he's so hooked on anime. It's like,
actually, it's not recommended by even to learn Japanese. If you're gonna watch something in the Japanese language, it's recommended to watch live action, not anime.
Oh, okay.
Because in live action, you can actually see the people actually move their mouths, so you actually get this to know.
Right.
So it's easier to know how they say the words.
Okay.
Because the way Japanese people speak in anime is not how they fucking speak in real life. That's just bullshit.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it was the words that she was not how they formed them on their lips, but just understanding them. Maybe that's why she moved on to live action for that reason.
That's such a weeb thing to do. Learn Japanese through watching anime.
Oh, well, I guess weebles wobble, but they don't fall down.
I'm a former weeb, but that's not why I was a weeb. I just thought Japan was so. This is cringe, superior to America.
I mean, I've heard
my
of
God.
I remember in the 90s, they were calling people dweebs with a D in front of weeb, but was it a nerd?
I cringe at that mindset, though.
Right.
I don't deny that I still watch Japanese animation in its original language because that's just my preference. Of course,
Right,
that's
right.
my preference for everything.
I
If I'm
think he's
watching anything that's from another country, I prefer to watch it the country of origin and in the language that it was originally made in.
yeah, I think he's preferred sub over dub, but every once in a while dub because I guess when watching those Japanese gangster movies that were kind of based on America almost, and then he has all the gangsters, they all sound so, I don't know, they don't have the masculine same sound as American gangsters, you know, the like.
I'm sorry, but live action, I hate dubs for live action.
Well, it was anime though. It was probably those one. I forgot the one he was watching where it starts out. It looks like a actual American gangster cartoon or anime, but and then I guess the characters when they're talking they sound so the Japanese tones versus American voices. I think that's why he liked that one dubbed over subbed because the voices didn't seem to fit the characters. At
Well,
least.
my reasoning for preferring subs over dubs because majority of the time
Uh-huh.
the dub sucks. I'm just gonna
Well,
be
that's-
honest. The dub sucks.
That's
What?
his contention.
Like there's some moments the dub can be better than the sub, or just as good,
Uh-huh.
but that's very rare.
I think that's his-
submissive,
that's
and
his
I guess I'm
contention,
better than
too.
a dub missive. I'm sorry,
What?
I'll go back to the gutter I came from.
Although
What?
sub
I didn't hear what you said.
I said I'm submissive, and I guess I'm better than a dub missive. I'll go back to the gutter I came from.
yeah, yours and his contention about subs versus dubs are pretty much the same. Like you said.
One example of a moment that I think is amazing, like dubbed, is at least a character moment is where Aizen and Bleach basically, because I think the guy who voices him does a great. I mean, basically when he explains like to one of the characters of like the regard when he talks about trust and why he believes trusting the people who trust are fools and those who trust are weak. Now he's a villain, mind you. I don't agree with anything he says, but the way the voice actor delivered his lines when he was making that speech regarding about trust, or another moment where one of the characters was talking about perfection,
Yeah.
and why he hates it. It was well delivered.
Uh-huh.
Now I can't comment on Bleach's dub because I've never watched Bleach dubbed past the first few episodes. I've watched it subbed. Naruto, I never watched the dub really that much, but there are some moments where I think the dub is phenomenal, at least for some characters, like when Pain talks about like his plans or where he's destroying the main character's entire worldview in the span of a few seconds.
Right.
It's one of the few moments where the dub was as good as the sub, but that's very rare. Then you have some awful moments in Naruto where you have Itachi, who in the Japanese version, when he's sounding like a lunatic, he's like you can actually legitimately be scared of Itachi, but in the dub, it is so cringeworthy that I cannot take him seriously. I just laugh because is this supposed to be funny?
You don't want to become my new light. You have my spare eyes.
The voice for Itachi was good, but the way he delivered that moment was awful.
Right. There was another. This is the one we watched. It was called The Red Turtle.
One of my favorite moments in all of One Piece, I thought was terrible in the dub, was when Luffy punches that celestial dragon.
Mm.
Like the way that the guy who was basically begging Luffy not to punch the celestial dragon, and because he thinks he's not worth it. The way he delivered it in Japanese, it's like if you understood the context prior to that scene, and you actually. Okay, I confess I cried multiple times watching One Piece.
Aww.
In that moment, I was crying, even though in the beginning I hated that character, but in a few episodes it made me empathize with him, considering the racism his people suffered from.
Mm.
And the way the moment was delivered in the dub was just laughable. It's like, is this person just reading a script? Is this acting? Now, I understand for One Piece's case, it's over 500 fucking no, it's 800 episodes they've dubbed now. So of course you're gonna have some like moments where where it's poorly dubbed in some instances, but that's one of the most emotional moments in the series, and it fucked up on that one.
Maybe he didn't believe in crying.
Well, the dub actually no anime has actually made me cry watching the dub.
No, I mean maybe the whoever dubbed it didn't want people crying, so he made it funny. I don't know.
There is one series that would never be made today because the way the adaptations work now is Fullmetal Alchemist 2003.
My friend likes that one, Full Metal Alchemist.
Well, there's two Fullmetal Alchemists. The reason I say that because back before the seasonal era of anime,
right,
it was common for series to deviate from the manga after a certain point and tell their own story.
Oh.
So they had vastly different ending points than the manga.
Okay, well, I remember him telling me something that was varied from the movie or the anime, and I went, well, how do you know all that? Oh, because there was a lot of blank spots when you're watching I don't remember which one we were watching. It might have been that one, but he says, oh yeah, but all this happens, but they leave it all out. I said, how do you know? He said he read the manga.
Well, I know I am a manga purist when it comes to various series.
Right.
Simply because I understand some instances why they had to remove the material, but some I just can't fathom. Like, I hate the Death Note ending in the anime. I hate it with a passion.
Oh, okay.
Because in the way Light Yagami died in the manga was so poetic. Like, he was powerless. He had no one to go to, and he begged the Ruruk to save him. And when Ruruk basically wrote, making him believe he was saved, he was laughing, thinking he won, but he showed Light his name, and he completely had an emotional breakdown. And he at his final moments, he died so pitifully. And I think that was fitting for the character rather than having him die peacefully like he does in the anime, which I felt, no, this is not it. This anime completely misses the point of the Death Note story.
Right. Oh, okay.
I think some characters should have pitiful ends because it fits their character.
Right.
That's where like the supremacy culture in anime.
Another one we watched was about a computer.
Hold on. Storm was saying something.
That's when the suppression culture in anime comes out, and interestingly about that, so I joined a Discord server with Trav at one point. Sort of voice chat. Sorry, I was streaming something and watching like a movie or something. It was an anime. I come and watch. So okay, it's this fighting anime, cool stuff. And then lots of toxic masculine shit just started coming out, like, oh, women are like weak and other stuff like that. It's like, okay, already sus. I was criticizing it, and everyone was just sitting there quietly, just enjoying their really fucking dodgy material. And then, like, there was this one scene where it turns around and goes, whipping? He did whipping? That's a move not done anywhere but in the Middle East or something like that.
Oh, God.
Like that's an archaic move of weaklings, women and Middle Easterners and stuff.
It's not an anime I've ever seen.
It's weird.
Well, it's just, you're all right that it is a suppression because that particular ending for Light Yagami was removed in the anime. Yet the live action version, which is hated by fans, had that ending intact.
It's the supremacy culture.
Even I prefer the live action version of Death Note in general because to me, even though it cut my half of the story out, obviously, I mean, doing a 12 volume manga in 4 hours is not feasible. But I care about the general themes of the story being intact, and the general theme is because Light goes through a negative character arc. He ends at a worse place than when he starts, and I think if you change the ending of his character, you completely miss the point. Every version of the story, I know there was a Japanese like drama series that he died and he died in a very gruesome way. Actually, he died in a fire. Still a pitiful way to die for someone like that. Now I know Death Note is pretty neoliberal in what it pushes, but I feel like as a communist, I do believe it has value, and to some extent artistically, because neither L or Light offer any solutions to the problems. L offers this wants to maintain the status quo. Light wants to change the status quo to something even worse. And it questions the idea what justice is, even though I don't think the author's intent was to push justice. I just think because that's not the themes of Death Note, because both sides are wrong. It's just Light is worse than the status quo,
which is shocking.
Well, because Light, just giving those who don't know, Light, he wanted he wanted to be a god. He saw himself as a god, and he at some point wanted to kill all the disabled and all of the homeless as well. Anybody that he didn't think was good.
Oh God.
So yeah. Though I'll be lying when I was a reactionary, I was Team Light.
Oh.
Then I became a communist. It's like, no, fuck L and fuck Light. Though I like L as a character. I think he's pretty cool, but fuck Light. Fuck. This stream has been all over the place, and we said let's end this. 30 minutes later, we're talking about anime.
This is the power of autism and ADHD at its finest. Do not underestimate my power of autism.
You know, when I ever play Witcher 3, which I will eventually, I'm gonna play it in Polish. Even though it's the dub, since the offer is Polish, I'd rather experience it in the language of that. It just seems more like a Slavic story than a like Western European story. That's why I want to play it in Polish. Though for some reason you can play it in Japanese if you wish, if you're that much of a weeb.
Japanese Witcher. Oh, God.
I don't know, maybe the Japanese sponsored it.
Here's a mind fuck. You want to know how I discovered Super Sentai? This was in my weeb phase.
Oh.
What's the obvious answer?
I was looking for Japanese Power Ranger footage. See if there was the Japanese dub for Power Rangers, and I found Super Sentai. That's how I discovered it. Now, you're not a weeb for liking Super Sentai. For those who don't know Super Sentai, it's the Japanese counterpart to Power Rangers. It's where Power Rangers gets most of its footage from.
Yeah.
No, it's secret code for Super Hentai.
Where they had to definitely shoot new parts of their own part.
Well, Super Sentai, you could easily find them now. I mean, is basically the source material of the Power Rangers. The first, basically, what they do is they use footage, at least in the older Power Ranger seasons
from other shows.
Yeah, of the actors in the suits and the mecha battles, and then they do their own footage when they're in the high school or. And one of the main reasons they kept the Mighty Morphin suits for 3 seasons because they didn't want to change the suits, but the show got more expensive as time gone on because they basically had to film like 80% of the footage for Power Rangers season 2 and 3 were their own footage, and they couldn't. And Power Rangers ratings were declining, so they switched to the model that's been in Power Rangers ever since, where they switch suits every season, like Super Sentai does. So it cuts the cost down.
It cuts the cost down.
Well, yes, it cuts the cost down because they use this. It's a kind of a Frankenstein mess. Power Rangers can be because they use footage from one show and film footage for their own show.
Oh yeah, I got what you meant. I was making a penis joke.
God, I'm a fucking nerd, and I'm not saying that to be proud because I know.
Nerd.
You know, one thing I wish I want to return. I should talk about movies again. I thought about doing an entire retrospective, and I mean committing it to this time on all the Star Wars movies, all of them, including the sequels. That should be a doozy. I think everyone and their mom knows I would do it. Oh fuck, 5 hours. I'm not even paying attention. Everyone and their mom would know that I would probably rant about. I talk about the Force Awakens and the rise of Skywalker longer than the Last Jedi.
Oh God!
Because I hate those movies more.
Did you ever see the movie that George Lucas made while he was in school?
Oh, I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it. I would like to see it.
And it's called THX 1138. There was a real short that it was based. I mean, a short movie, but then it was made into a full length movie. They're both by him.
Isn't one of them American Graffiti?
American.
Or am I confusing that with another movie?
Well, American Graffiti. It wasn't called that, but yeah, he direct that.
Yeah, he did direct
American Graffiti. But this movie's called THX 1138.
Yeah, it's the one he did about
and it was
1984 shit, basically.
It's a pretty good movie in my opinion.
Wow, this is the longest string I've ever done that wasn't about Caleb Maupin.
What about that one you did in November of 21? I remember I was working at King Soopers on doing some work, and I was listening to you, and then my phone went out. I didn't realize it was running out of battery. And
what was that stream about? I don't even remember.
I know, it was just before Thanksgiving. It was just about maybe 4 or 5 days before Thanksgiving. I just remember I was working and I was listening to yours. And it was over 5 hours long because it must have died. The phone went out. Probably it was right.
Well, luckily I have a playlist that has all of these streams.
Whatever it is, it's a 5 hour video because I remember it might have been 2 hours into it or so, and I just remember my phone went kaput and it's like, what? Dang, I didn't realize it was low. And then I figured I'm gonna need this to take the bus home, and I had to look at the schedules. I didn't know what the schedules were because I usually look on the phone, so I had to guesstimate everything. I had to rough that one, but
I can't believe. Wait, Caleb Maupin stream, that was 5 hours and 20 minutes.
When was it done?
I'm looking it up.
I'm not sure if it was about him. I just don't remember what it was about.
It was like January. Was that or no? It was June. I think June.
No, this one would have been November because I remember it was like I was working and then Thanksgiving was that weekend coming up, and I think it might have been maybe Tuesday or Wednesday or something. I can't remember. I think it might have been Tuesday. I think I did 2 over here. Then I had some more over there. Then I was doing some work.
Actually, I don't think I've done it. I think it might be one of the 4 hour stream because this is the second 5 hour stream I've done.
Okay. Well, maybe it was 4, but I just could have sworn it was 5.
Yeah, I'm the one who normally does the stupidly long streams.
I just remember it was 2021 because it was, well, because the I was starting to find work through the day labor service when it had been dead forever because of the COVID. And so I remember having these jobs over at a grocery store, and I just had the phone playing while I was listening to it while I was working, and nobody was bothered by it because I was, I didn't have to deal with customers. I was doing some cleaning and stuff.
I'm gonna have to change the name of this stream because
It's
Um,
fine. Like,
How
it's a
about
main topic
How
one, like,
about was it disabled special ed and more
yeah, I would,
travesties or something?
what's it? It's
The exploitation of disabled special ed kids and more travesties.
the way I'd look at it is people just expect their shit to go off the rails a bit, so I wouldn't be too worried about the title. Trying to get my longest stream because I got a lot of 6 hour, 3 hour, 2 hour, 7 hours, but they're not my longest. Where is the fucker? Um, uh, it's gonna be somewhere. Have I gone
this is
past it?
bound to be a nightmare for my hate watchers because sitting through 5 hours just to listen to torture themselves watching me, you poor bastards.
Who are your hate watchers?
Oh, there's a 10-hour one on left wing communism.
Who are my hate watchers? One guy there was one guy, I think he does a video about me every other day or something or whatever. Every time I do something, every time I do a post, he does something about me.
11 months ago, I did a stream that was 11 hours and 32 minutes and 58 seconds long.
Shit.
I actually passed out in that stream and then woke up while people were taking over it for me.
Yeah.
I know you can jam them that long. I guess you can. Well, you did.
I'm surprised StreamYard hasn't fucked up on me for doing it for this long.
Well, knock on wood. I gotta knock on wood.
Well, it's a good thing that I chose to do it around this hour because I wouldn't be able to do it for 5 hours if I did it early. If I did it like my 9.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, but then I guess you were able to start earlier because you didn't have to come. You weren't working.
No, I have nothing to. I'm not working, and I'm not ashamed.
Well, at that, yeah, at least over there anyway.
I will have to work eventually. Go back to work eventually, but fuck Trader Joe's. It's not worth working.
Eventually.
What was another place I hadn't worked there, but their coffee section closed early because they're understaffed. It's like understaffed. Gee whiz. I don't mind fast food joints. I mean, I hate going when I go get something in their dining room's closed, so I have to drive through it, so I just say forget it. But
go through the drive-through and have to sit there for ages. You know, one of the worst things is as well is because of how clogged up the drive-throughs get, they have to prioritize the drive-through over people inside, which is like, what's the whole point of a restaurant is that like people can get to go down and enjoy themselves there.
Right.
I don't like the drive-through idea. I don't like the fast food idea of how quick it has to be either. What's wrong with waiting 10, 20 minutes for your food? Like, why should people have to work so quickly? They gotta get it to you in 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It's like fucking hell. You go to a pizza joint and you order a pizza, they're gonna be like, yeah, well, that's gonna take about 45 minutes, even if you go turn up. Like, they're not gonna have a pizza there ready for you. Bada bida, here's the pizza. Like, no.
There you go.
I don't mind waiting for food myself.
I'm offended there. I didn't mean anything by that.
Right. Well, if I'm in a sit-down restaurant, for sure. That's what I go for. I mean, to wait a little bit.
I mean, I go and sit in Macca's. Macca's, as far as I'm concerned, is a sit-down restaurant for me because I don't drive. Thinking of Macca's, I might order myself breakfast. I'm a bit hungry, you know. And I turn into a feisty bitch when I'm hungry.
3 years ago.
You know, Chipotle is fucking shit food. I don't know how anyone can eat it.
Okay, actual
Chipotle. I never had any problems with it.
Like actual Chipotle, like proper homemade Chipotle stuff is amazing. But the company, I have only ever heard bad things.
I was referring to the restaurant, not the food. The
Yeah,
restaurant.
I know. I'm just saying, like, I'm just being clear to people. Is like, Chipotle is a food. Mwah. Chipotle is a restaurant. I've never heard anyone go, "Oh, Chipotle, great." My first interaction, because we don't have it over here, as far as I'm aware. My first interaction with it was South Park. The episode when Cartman eats Chipotle and he's shitting himself for like a week.
If you want to, if you want to empty your back, if you want to basically, if you need a laxative, Chipotle is definitely the place for you.
Chipotle is the place for you. Buy one,
Of course.
get one free.
My friends call it shit Chipotle.
Adult it, dude.
Not
No,
because the food tastes like shit, but because you get the meaning.
I accidentally got the word Chipotle confused with the.
I just saw it.
I
Fuck.
can't remember where the word comes from over here, but we have a type of sausage over here called chipolata sausage, and like it's a type of sausage that has like onions and herbs in it. And I got the word Chipotle confused with chipolata. I thought it was just like a weird shortened way of spelling chipolata.
Another place that's fucking awful is fucking Subway.
Such an English person.
Suckway.
Subway.
The-
Subway.
This
I
is
mean,
more
like literally
tended
the
to
most
the terror
accurate.
incident.
The most accurate quote from Meet the Spartans was the start where he like gets the fucking subway and takes a bite out of it. He's like, oh fuck this shit. Like he's surviving in the wilderness, he has no food, but fuck Subway.
There's like the fucking like bread is basically pure fucking sugar. Like you're not it's not filling. There's a lot of fucking sugar in the freaking bread. There's probably more sugar in the bread than there is in the fucking soda to some extent.
I don't know if this is it, but this one's called Anti-Fascist Action 1 Genocide in Lebanon and Indigenous in America. It's 5 freaking damn it. How long is this shit?
Oh, I know what stream you're talking about. It's
My bad.
Target, damn the thing.
It's
If
one of
there's a 5-hour stream.
549.32.
it was I forgot his name, but he was explaining what was going on in Lebanon. So there was no way.
Bad boy. I was there for that stream. I remember.
Although it shows a year ago, but I mean, I
Falco
just
in
remember.
general got really frustrated in that stream because it took a long time. So I had to do a separate stream.
Yeah, I
as a
saw.
follow-up
I
for-
see her on this. I see her on it.
Yeah.
I haven't. Yeah, but yeah, it was.
If there's a 5-hour stream on Sonoma,
It's 5:49. It's 5:49 and a half. But I don't know.
Sorry.
Go on.
If we didn't have that conversation just now we had about anime, Stan, this stream would have already been over. Not saying that as a bad thing, but I'm saying you're the reason why we're continuing this. You barely had a chance to speak.
You're taking
Okay.
my place.
Here's I see the Moffin one. Jason Unruh and Caleb Moffin. Yeah, they're arguing. I remember that one. But that's
that one was
fucking
fun.
shit show.
In fact, yeah, I mean, yeah, he had it, and then you featured it too. But I know there's a 5-hour. Well, that might have been that one about Lebanon too. Although it says a year ago, but then I mean, I remember this one where you have a picture of all the books, like a wall of books. Then right next to the 4th of July is bullshit with the statues or the whatever that is.
The anti-4th of July streams.
Wait.
The best in the year.
I did do a 4th of July stream last year at Anti-One. I forgot I did that.
Well, this one's from 21. It says it's the one that has the monuments on it, the Mount Rushmore on it.
Oh my god, that's the one I made enemies out of one of B Liberal's biggest supporters because I said something because it was an anti-American stream.
Right. Well, yeah.
He got really triggered when there was two, like there was an indigenous trans woman and a black Maoist on the same stream.
Yeah, he would get offended.
That was July of 21. Seems like, yeah, it might have been that.
That was when I'd only just gotten involved with MRN 21, I think. Or was it 2020? No, it was 2020.
Could have been this one about Lebanon, though. It's the only one I see. That's
If
whole.
I'm not working on 9/11, I'm doing a 9/11 stream, and nothing's gonna fucking stop me. Even if YouTube gives me a second strike, I don't care. I want it. I am doing it.
Oh,
It's an information piece. That's all you gotta tell them. We're doing news, okay?
911's a joke.
Both the emergency service and the actual day.
Sometimes I wonder if it was actually orchestrated by us.
Not so much orchestrated, but kind of. It's weird.
I got an
CIA
idea.
the
I mean, they
CIA has
used
been,
that.
the CIA has been proven to have put 2 of the people involved out of the 10 people involved in
mean,
those
they use-
positions.
I got
But,
an
like,
idea.
It's more so that they gave them the toys to do what they need to do and left them to do it.
Right.
They knew
I
that
got-
there was going to be some form of terrorist attack in New York. They kind of had an idea that it was going to be the World Trade Center, and that's about where they'd left it.
Well, they used it like everybody claims they're using COVID to try to control the people. I think they used 9/11 to make us look all bad and
It's to give this
divide
vision
us.
of like, oh, we're weak and we're under threat by the poorer countries in the
I
world.
mean, the 9/11 had more of a lasting impact on how we are living way longer than COVID ever did.
Oh yeah, it's not as impacted.
I mean, it's still being felt now. I mean, all kinds of shit going on like this. If you were trying to say something's trying to control the people, I would use 9/11, not COVID.
Like,
I mean, COVID still had a similar effect, but like, not in the way the right wing are like saying they're trying to control the people. It's more so that they're trying to just like cover up the economic crisis. Well, with 9/11, you're absolutely correct. It's a more like trying to invoke this like Machiavellian patriotism of like the great Americans are being struck by the weaker countries. How dare this be a possibility? We
Our
must
f-
strike back.
Our freedom wasn't in jeopardy from 9/11, at least as our way of life, except,
I mean, like the people that died, their freedom certainly ended, but like the U.S. did nothing to stop this. They literally moved away the possible forces that could have defended against these planes a few days before. So they could have intercepted those planes if they had the jets in place, but they did not.
mhm.
The U.S. is one of the most defensive countries on the earth. So like the fact that like 2 airliners flying in an airspace where airliners shouldn't be weren't shot down. If these were military jets, they'd have been shot down in a moment, and some war would have been declared on whatever country sent them.
Right. There's somebody who was saying he thinks, well, from what he saw, that maybe the jet that actually went in and flew into the thingy was a military jet that fired a torpedo to cause the building.
No. That explosion happened because kerosene lights fire really easy. Kerosene has a really high octane rate, and so like while petrol, it's more the gas that ends up being fire. It's an N flammable substance. Kerosene is flammable as a liquid. Like you
Right.
know, putting a match in kerosene, it won't just instantly go out like it does with petrol. Like if you can get petrol in a cold enough room, like really cold, there is no way it turns into a gas. You can drop match after match in it, and like until that petrol warms up, you ain't
It
getting a
won't
spark.
blow
That's
up.
why petrol's so off, and diesel's even worse in the cold because it needs to be a gas.
Warmed up. Yeah.
Kerosene doesn't need to be a gas. You stick a light in it, kerosene. And so,
Right.
like, tanks, like even half filled or a quarter filled of kerosene,
But
they're
those
going to go
buildings,
off like an absolute atom bomb. And those buildings were still using butane gas.
right.
Butane gas is very flammable. It burns pure, and so that would just send flames throughout the entire building once you ruptured certain pipes, and they went straight through those buildings. So I don't think there was any military planes. I think they smashed those planes to the buildings and they went the way they were going.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't surprise me if there was any like terrorists that might have had explosives involved with them, because it's kind of mad how they hijacked those planes in the first place. Like the ways everything went down was mental. There was way too much of a pass for things to go through. I mean, airport security quadrupled after that event.
Right.
It was awful before then.
Yeah, but the way those buildings went down, I mean, when I was seeing them go down, they looked too much like a demolition. And that third building, to go
They're
down.
designed to fall like that.
What's that?
They're designed to fall like that because of hurricanes and earthquakes.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
It's a flat packing system, basically. Like the buildings will, rather than tumble, they will drop.
I just feel they come down like that when you implode them.
They do, but they basically. I mean, there's a possibility it could have imploded. Like, there's a lot of people that say that there was already thermite set up, but not because of 9/11. That building was due to be knocked down in 2004 by 2005, because it was an unsafe building.
What building was this?
Plus, that it got targeted. The Twin Towers.
Oh, in Paris.
Yeah. It was an unsafe building. It was built really cheaply in the 70s.
Okay.
Yeah, it was up for demolition, and they may have already set some of the demolitions for that. But that's not so much anything to do with the conspiracy. That's more so, well, I mean, in the sense that like that's one of the reasons they might have used it, but it's not so much that it's the conspiracy itself.
Yeah, but I still think they made a joke out of 9/11 by making it look like, oh, we're the terrorists all of a sudden. You know, we, oh, we might be the ones causing all the, I mean, all the things they were doing. It's like, well, if these foreigners are the ones who did it, why are you focusing on us? I mean, that was my thinking.
Yeah.
9/11 was basically an opportunity for them to enact their plan for the American century for the 21st century.
Like I'm saying, that's had a longer impact than COVID-19 could ever dream of. And nobody's bitching about it. They're bitching up their little part. They had to wear a poor little mask, but well, nobody had to wear masks during that. I guess their freedom wasn't infringed. I guess
It's basically petty bourgeois complaining about like
crybabies
doing stuff that's basically normal in Asian countries when it comes, because wearing a mask is actually not really that uncommon in places like Japan, China, or Vietnam or Korea.
I just thought it was. I mean, I've seen them just doctors wearing them when they're doing their little things. And during the 9/11, every once in a while I saw somebody with a mask shortly after the 9 at post offices. I would see some people with masks and wearing rubber gloves, but not too often.
Well, ever since I started wearing a mask in public, I haven't got sick as often.
Well, they said that the 2020 flu season didn't happen. I wonder why.
Yeah, I guess people didn't wear a mask.
And my friend who was Republican was kind of being an advocate for wearing masks too. He was like, he'd be wearing the mask on the buses because the buses were saying mask required. And he'd wonder, well, why is nobody wearing masks? Because he was the only one. And I just remember telling, him saying, it's like, well, remember, a mask doesn't protect you from getting it. It only protects you from giving it to others. And he says, yeah, that's why they need to be wearing them too. And for being Republican, he's a really decent person. I think he was well better behaved than, his favorite president at the time.
Oh God.
But he actually didn't. He says if Trump were to run again, he wouldn't want him to win because he thought his tweeting was just obnoxious. I told you that a long time ago, but he didn't seem to want to listen to me. He said, Trump is stirring the pot, but it turns out he was annoyed at his tweeting.
Well, here's the thing regarding the Republicans, at least majority of Republicans, are not like the most vocal of their base is usually
extremists.
Are the ones that are usually the most fascistic. Majority of them they're the most. It seems like that's majority of the Republican voter base, and that's not all of them. That'd be class reductionist. No, that's not what I'm saying. That'd be reductionist thinking, because this transphobia stuff, it's not popular with majority of the electorate.
Oh,
because now I'm not for electoralism. I'm just stating what's like factual. People are more concerned with being able to put food on the table or be able to afford rent than any of this rhetoric that DeSantis and Trump are pushing.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not as popular as these Republicans will have you believe.
Right. That makes sense. There's why the extremists is doing all this nonsense, huh?
It's like that's why that they are doing what they're doing with the branches of government because they know majority of the people do not support their bullshit. Now I know this sounds like I'm may be a little too optimistic considering what I said in the past, but I'm looking at material reality based on what I've observed in the real world and interacting with people in the real world, that they're concerned about rent, the rising cost of living, and like the rising cost of like rent and all that other stuff. Most this culture war shit is not something that many majority of people care about.
Well, yeah, it's not what's, I mean, it's nothing compared to having to take care of your family or yourself, your being able to, well, like you said, be able to support yourself and your family and not end up homeless and not lose your job because, well, I mean, either because they close or can't, or they outsource or whatever they do. It's just,
Well, what do you think, Storm, about this?
Yeah, for the most part, it's the case.
Well, I'm actually asking, like, in general, like, the Republicans want to make you believe majority of the electorate are bigoted. They're when that's
Yeah,
not true.
we're having a rise in more transphobic amongst the electorate, but that's because of a different issue. So, like, when we're talking about this reference to economic issues, yeah, like most people who vote would rather like have the improvements to their livelihood. But then again, most of those people are also like getting really, really sick of voting. The reason why Marxists need to be at the field to explain why this is making them sick, so they can become more radicalized. But the what's it? Because of all the fear mongering of the transes are coming to hurt your children and all that stuff, there's a lot of people that are like, oh, I'm fine with trans people having their rights, to being like, oh, it's going too far now. That's where like the we're going too far, we're taking things too far is coming from, because the Republicans are like making it this like threat to the youth, to children. And when you start doing that, I mean, anyone in their right mind is going to be like, whoa, that's fucked. Because if you do threaten children, you deserve to get a fucking brick thrown at your skull. But, like, Mr. Brick, a cis man you can trust. But what's it? I'm sorry. But what's it? Yeah, the framework of the situation is that because they're doing this very classic fascist fear mongering of they're affecting the youth, we need to rah 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 rah. They're creating this motion of fear that is pushing a lot of people that, as you say, like most people are either they don't care or which I don't like that result either, but it's better than like hating us. They either don't care or they're like very liberal about it. They're not very interested, so I guess in a way they don't care, but they're also like, you know what, people should have their own rights. That's sweet, that's fine. I don't understand it, not my sort of thing. Which is still not caring, but it's like it's not being ignorantly not caring. It's like at least accepting some framework of the situation. But it is still got some moment of ignorance. When the Republicans do this, like the children, blah 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 blah. What they do is they take the common respect of those people and they disintegrate it. And so more and more as they keep rampaging like this, a lot of them will realize the Republicans are just talking ass. But a lot of them, especially people who are like Republicans that were like kind of okay on the issue, but now are moving more towards the right, they're gonna do that because that's the way their in group's moving, and they're being told that we're coming to harm the next generation, that we're gonna like force people like the age of like 6 or 7 onto estrogen or something, which like no, you start that at 16. But they will push this framework so it takes people's reasonability and it turns it against us.
Yeah. we are in an opportune moment to organize, but where are the Marxists in the first world? No, fuck it, communists.
Citation needed for
I prefer
the
using the
find those
word
Marxists.
communist because I don't like using the name of.
Well, I mean, there are like communists, like the anarchists do a lot of work. It's just like there are Marxist organizations, and they're either like floppy jokes or what's it, or they're like revisionist shit tips. Another vendor.
The
So
race
have you-
and the anarchists are far more likely to organize the proletariat in America, in the States, than Marxists. And I'm not saying that to be like condescending towards anarchists. I think anarchists are far more revolutionary in the first world than the average Marxist.
For now. But yeah, they are doing better. A lot better.
We should be doing
There's
better.
more affirmative action with them than there is with us at the moment. And it should be seen as a shame.
We should be ashamed. In fact, this is one of the biggest. This is one of the main reasons he was always a fascist, but this is what started our falling out to begin with. It said we respect the anarchists.
There's a good BRG video about how he came to respect anarchists, and I suggest people watch it.
BRG delivers banger after banger after banger. I rarely disagree with him. Like his latest video about like why do Communist Party in the West sucks is great. Actually, he breaks it down completely. Well, it's not him that's doing it. He's just reading an article of what is wrong with the white left in the Western world.
Yeah.
And one thing he brings up, which is a common thing that Storm has talked about in the past 3 years, is the labor aristocracy.
Yep. White labor aristocracy have a very petty bourgeois mindset. Well, there's labor aristocrats in general, but I mean, to say the black labor aristocracy would seem to be a little bit misguided because there are labor aristocrats that are black, but to get in that position, you have to be to have a semblance of privilege. I mean, you're starting to have to be seen as within a white framework, no matter how black you are. Because if you're successful and black, it's seen as you being against your core instincts because of the way eugenics sees black people as natively criminalistic or unintelligent. It's a common thing about white supremacy and how they look at blackness and brownness.
Yeah, I don't know what else we can talk about. This has been 5.5 hours, and an hour ago we said, "Oh, let's give our final thoughts." It's like, yeah, we're an hour later.
Yeah, well,
what do you think about Trump wanting to deport people who are Marxists?
Come to Turf Island, where we have a low supply of Marxists. We could do with some more. Or deport them to China.
I personally think Trump. I'm not saying he's not willing to carry it out. He's mostly doing it for his fascist base.
Spread baiting.
It's like, how are you going to deport fucking people that are that he would be deporting a good chunk of the population? That's not going to happen.
Then there's this other GOP who wants everybody to have to take a test every so often to make sure they're, if they want to stay in America, like the immigrant, the people who want to become citizens, he's thinking that.
they're trying to do the McCarthyite thing. Like when they say deport communists, like they more so mean like foreigners that are communists more than anything. They might do it with ringleaders as well. But like basically just giving another justification to be able to deport like Mexican people or fucking or like other groups like that, Arab refugees, people like that that are quite likely gonna be communists because of the impoverished state that they're in, or at least anarchists like at least anarchists or Marxists, like they're gonna deport like commies in general, and it won't happen on a mass scale because they don't care about people that don't fit within the bigger framework. Fascists think about sheeps and shepherds. They don't think the masses make history. They think that in the same way that they operate within their own group, because the fascists tend to try and treat people like sheep and they're shepherds. There's no such thing as people that are sheep. That's like, I mean, like, other than the expressive nature of someone is a follower, but like, no one is a sheep. Everyone has more capacity to think than someone who is just herded by some shepherd. But let's say, they think Marxism must work the same. That's their mentality. They don't think with empathy, so they don't put themselves in our shoes and think about how we see and struggle. They just think that like it functions the same way in the sense of aristocrats organizing poorer people, but they think that those aristocrats are misguided. They're misguided intellectuals that give way too much ability for poor people to fuck up their own thing. Like that's one of the things that people think of when they put like, oh, Marxism is good in theory but not in practice. They're thinking like, oh, the people that think it are great, but the people that are given the power to enact it are not. Forgetting that a lot of the core thinkers actually come from like all sorts of different backgrounds, not just middle class ones. Like I know a lot of them did, but um, or upper class ones. But you also have people like James Connolly as well, who come from a straight up working class background. Driver is at the restaurant. Want my goddamn burger.
It is red baiting, like Storm said, like because Trump's base, they think everyone on the left of them is a somehow a secret communist.
Yeah, I guess fascism's okay, but communism, well.
Yeah, some of these people are convinced that Joe Biden is a secret Marxist, and that's not a joke.
Mr. Ice Cream Man?
Yeah, no, the base, not Trump himself. Trump knows he isn't, but his base are convinced.
Yeah.
Because you have entire generations of people that have been indoctrinated with McCarthyite propaganda that it's never gone away.
Right. McCarthyism sucks. so does General MacArthur.
Yeah. I know there's some fascists that believe that McCarthy didn't go far enough. That's how fascist, like, majority of these people are. That's why fascists lie about fascism being left wing, because it's in their interest to, like, lie. That's why you don't trust fascists to describe their own ideology, because they always lie about their own ideology.
I guess fascists calling anti-fascist fascist would be like calling anti-communist communist. So why don't we call them yeah, you call us fascists, you're communists. How you like that?
More like communist or communist.
I mean, it's just funny. It's like you want to call anti-fascist fascist, so it doesn't make any sense. How are you anti-fascist and like fascism?
It's like what's it? It's like when people like Trav came out against Antifa. It's like, wait, what?
I always say, hey, you guys hate North Korea. You're North Korea fans. How you like that? I don't know. It's so stupid, doesn't it? It's like, no, we hate fascism. How are we fascists?
This would be like being a Jewish Holocaust denier or something. It's like it doesn't work that way.
I don't know how you could. Well, all Americans do is deny. They deny
Capitalism
everything.
allows them to protect their American exceptionalism because America is the extra special boys. They freed themselves from the British because they knew that they were extra special to be able to go and genocide natives and
Yeah.
send millions of people out into the middle of the literal plains that they've never been suited to live in because they've spent most of their time living in Europe where there's like two deserts and one of them's in Iceland. Um, and the other one's in like Russia. Actually, I think there's one in Ukraine as well. But basically, a desert is like a wide open space that just has like no like functional like it doesn't have like a functional ecosystem proper. I guess that's not the right way. It does have an ecosystem, but I mean like you can't survive. It's desolate. Like there isn't anything. There isn't trees. There isn't like um plots of water. And there's like snow deserts. There's plains deserts, and there's sandy deserts. The plains were huge deserts, including both sandy and um, grass-based deserts. And going out there, trying to survive out there, that ain't gonna happen. Like loads of people are dying. They had to build like sod houses because they couldn't get wood to build homes. Trying to keep warm was near impossible. Like, and they just like manifest destiny. Go on, fuckers, go colonize this place so we can genocide every other native because the natives were sustainable enough to know that in these grass plains, the bison they survive off of the grass, and if you hunt them in a way where you don't dwindle their numbers too much, you can absolutely survive. You can get enough foods and materials to keep yourself going. And so a lot of the more nomadic, because it was the plains natives that were a lot more nomadic. The natives that are in the more fauna fauna driven areas where like there's a great accessibility to like growable soil and trees and fruits and stuff. They were more settled than they were nomadic, but in the plains it was like you needed to be nomadic to survive, and that also involved very selective hunting. When the white people went in there, well, a lot of these peasants, especially the upper peasants that were in this situation, were like, well, hunting these will sell us will get us a lot of money back home. And so they started obliterating bison, as well as there was the whole beaver situation in both America and Canada, where like they were hunting the shit out of beavers and bison to make as much money as they could possible. And this was happening both all the way in the 13 colonies, but also out on the plains when things started to expand. Um, and the USA was marpled with that kind of genocidal mentality. Like, oh well, bison sells quite well. Let's massacre the lot of them.
Didn't they hunt them to near extinction?
Pretty much,
Mm.
How do they
they were
still
considered
exist
they were
then?
considered extinct for a while.
Wait, wait. I forgot. They were.
People, I can't remember whether they were fully exterminated or not. I think not, but like as far as I'm aware, they were considered extinct for a while. Might be getting that one wrong because I originally thought that they were completely wiped out, but like I don't know. Like I hear different things.
Very
I'm not in the United States, so I couldn't tell you.
The very fact that this is the genocidal mentality of capitalism. It'll hunt entire species to extinction just for profit.
Money worshipping sons of bitches.
People need a hat.
Capitalism is heading us down to a one path, to a basically off a cliff to extinction.
Hmm.
It isn't. It's no longer socialism or barbarism. It's socialism or extinction.
Yeah. Been saying that for the last 3 years. And it's so true.
Oh, but we advocate for degrowth according to Pet Socks.
Oh, God.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, I mean, like,
No, we would have to do some we would have to do a form of degrowth because we make way too much than what is needed to sustain a population.
what's it? I advocate for degrowth of the sausage of every one of these dickheads. Where's my estrogen? Let's get them started.
Honestly, degrowth would only matter to the middle, to like those who who are already in an upper class position. Those who
I
are
mean,
poor,
growth is always going to happen. There's no such thing as degrowth. What the difference is that we've got to change the way we produce and the way that we industrialize. And that's not necessarily a degrowth. There would be a degrowth in production because, like, well, we overproduce, so like, no shit. But saying that to Caleb, not you. But like, fucking, what's it? It's only degrowth within the context of overproduction. It's not really a degrowth in the sense of development. Oh, my boob. Ah.
man, I think I need to end this stream. It's been going on for too long. Any final thoughts, everyone?
Well, over 5 minutes, you'll break your Lebanon streams record.
Yeah,
anything.
let's see. My boob hurts. That's my last wish.
Long live the DPRK.
If you prefer subs, that's fine.
What was all that?
I'm sorry, I'm being anxious here.
No, you're
Anxious?
right. Adorable.
Oh, anxious.
Well, I guess my final thing I will say, even though it has nothing to do with the topic, fuck it, I'll just say it anyway. Death to fascism. Well, never mind. Death to fascism. Long live the IRA. Free Palestine. And degrowth is actually cool.
We did talk a little about fascism, so down with fascism.
Degrowth is cool. Suck it, pet socks.